MLCಗಳು ಖುದ್ದಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ಗೆ ಮನವಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ 2 ತಿಂಗಳಾದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಯಾವುದೇ ಬೆಲೆಯನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳ ಕುರಿತು ಇವತ್ತು ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ್ಸ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಹತ್ತತ್ರ 3,500 ಶಾಲೆಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರುಗಳಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಘಟನೆಯ ಬೆನ್ನೆಲುಬಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರವಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದ ಪುಟ್ಟಣ್ಣನವರು ಹಾಗೆ ಮರಿತಿಪ್ಪಗೌಡರು ಉಳಿದ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಪಕ್ಷಾತೀತವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಬೆಂಬಲಿಸಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಬಂದು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಾದ್ಯಂತ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ವಿವಿಧ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ತಾಲೂಕುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಈ ಒಂದು
ಏನ್ ನಂಜನಗೂಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ವೈದ್ಯಾಧಿಕಾರಿ ಸೂಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರು ಕೂಡ ಸೂಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡದಕ್ಕೆ ದೂರ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆ ರೀತಿ ಹರಾಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಂದ. ಅವ್ರ ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಬಂದಿರೋರು ಬಿಡ್ರಿ, ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಬಂದಿರೋರು ಬಿಡಿ. ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಬಂದಿರ ಹೌದು. ನಮ್ಮ ಶ್ರೀಕಂಠ ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ 16 ಜನ ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು. ಒಬ್ಬ ಅತಿಥಿ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಕರು ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಬಂದು, ಟೀಚರ್ ಲೇಡಿ ಟೀಚರು, ಮನೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಕೊಡಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ನನಗೆ. ಯಾವ್ದಾರ ಅವ್ರ ಮನೇಲಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್ 3 ತಿಂಗಳು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಇಂಥ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇರುವಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಕೆಲಸ ಏನು?
ಷರತ್ತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿ ಇಲಾಖಾ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು RT ಹಣ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳ್ಳದಂತೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದೊಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ. ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ RT ಹಣ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಂಥ ನಿಯಮಗಳೇ ಬೇರೆ, ಈ ಸಾರಿ ಬೇರೆ ಹೊಸ ಷರತ್ತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಎಡಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟು
ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಾಧ್ಯವೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಕಷ್ಟ ಕೊಡುವಂತ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಕೆಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಮನಸೋ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಆದೇಶಗಳನ್ನ ಹೊರಡಿಸಿ RR ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, RT ಮರುಪಾವತಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಪಠ್ಯಪುಸ್ತಕ, ಇಂಥ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 100% ದುಡ್ಡು ಕಟ್ಟುಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅನ್ನತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಧೋರಣೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಂತ ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನಗಳಾಗ್ತವೆ, ಸಿಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ RT ಮರುಪಾವತಿ 2.5 ತಿಂಗಳು ಬೇಕಾಯಿತು ಬರೋದಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಅರ್ಧಂಬರ್ಧ. ಇದನ್ನ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾವ್ದು ಅನ್ರೀಸನಬಲ್ ರೀಸನಬಲ್ ಅಂತ. ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಿಗೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಪಾಪ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕೇತರ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಕ್ಷದ MLCಗಳು ಖುದ್ದಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ಗೆ ಮನವಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ 2 ತಿಂಗಳಾದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಯಾವುದೇ ಬೆಲೆಯನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳ ಕುರಿತು ಇವತ್ತು KPMTCC ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಹತ್ತತ್ರ 3,500 ಶಾಲೆಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರುಗಳಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಘಟನೆಯ ಬೆನ್ನೆಲುಬಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರವಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದ ಪುಟ್ಟಣ್ಣನವರು, ಹಾಗೆ ಮರಿತಿಪ್ಪಗೌಡರು, ಉಳಿದ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಪಕ್ಷಾತೀತವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಬೆಂಬಲಿಸಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಬಂದು
एजुकेटर्स एंड डीसा लीडर्स, सबसे पहले मैं माफ़ी चाहूँगा कि मैं 26 को होने वाले प्रोग्राम में शामिल नहीं हो पा रहा हूँ, क्योंकि अचानक मेरी तबीयत ख़राब हो गई और मुझे हॉस्पिटलाइज होना पड़ा। मैं शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ शशि जी द्वारा ऑर्गेनाइज किए जाने वाले इवेंट के लिए और इसकी सफलता के लिए। मुझे पूर्ण उम्मीद है कि शशि जी द्वारा जो ये कार्य किया जा रहा है इसके बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट रिजल्ट्स निकलेंगे और हम SSS स्टेट स्कूल स्टैंडर्ड अथॉरिटी को लेकर जो प्रयास कर रहे हैं, जिसकी शुरुआत तेलंगाना से की गई, फिर हरियाणा में की गई और अब जो है इसको लेकर शशि जी द्वारा एक बहुत बड़ा इवेंट ऑर्गेनाइज किया जा रहा है। तो मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि इसके बहुत अच्छे सकारात्मक परिणाम निकलेंगे, जिससे एजुकेशन में एक बहुत बड़ा चेंज लाने में हम कामयाब होंगे। कुछ ही दिन पहले, अभी 2 दिन पहले ही मेरी हरियाणा के आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री
Good morning. Am I audible? Last row? Okay. Thanks for your patience. It's a beautiful day in Bangalore. We will be discussing about the NEP 2020 and the regulatory architecture of school education. So this is a hot topic. We had a brilliant discussion yesterday. Each state, we have 12 states which are present here today. Each state presented their position, the kind of challenges that they're facing and the kind of solutions that they've come out with. And the idea was to create a platform where each state could learn from each other and see what they can do to influence the policy, work with the government to come out with a solution which is mutually beneficial to the government as well as to the private school sector. So the agenda was set, the tone was set for the day yesterday. We are taking this forward today. It is my great pride and pleasure to invite Shri Basuraj Murati. Namaskar sir. The former Primary and Secondary Education Minister, Karnataka government. Sir, please. Also present here is Shri Puttanna. David sir, ex-deputy chairman, MLC Teachers Constituency, ex-Senate member. Mani sir, please. We also have with us Shri S. Madan Gopal, IAS retired. SM. Please excuse me, sir. Shri S. Madan Gopal, SM Madan Gopal. He is the chairman of the NEP 2020. He has been kind enough. He is part of the implementation committee of the NEP and he will be with us here today. Please, sir. Shri Arun Shapur, MLC Northwest Teachers Constituency. Please put your hands together for him. Arun sir, please. We are also expecting the Education Minister, Shri DC Nagesh, to be joining us shortly. Also expected is Dr. Vishal, IAS, Commissioner for Public Instruction, Karnataka. We will be starting the proceedings with a small invocation. I request Mr. Sudhindra from Arohana to please deliver the invocation song.
Sure. Chakalo. Chakalo.
Oh गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचतुराय गानगन्धाय गानान्तरात्मनि गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसि गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिनि गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरुवे गुणगुरुवे गणनायकाय गणदायकाय गणदाक्ष धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशाय नमः ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು
Dr. Srinivasan. Dr. Srinivasan, please join us on the stage. Dr. Amit Chandra from Central Square is here. Please join us on the stage. Dr. Srinivasan is the president of MIXA, and Amit Chandra is with Central Square Foundation. We will start with a very auspicious lighting of the lamp. I request all the dignitaries to please start with lighting of the lamp. I also request Mr. Thomas, please do come forward for the lighting of the lamp. And Shashi sir, please. All other association national level are welcome. Let us start with the auspicious lighting of the lamp.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश मतिं स्वच्छां हि मे सदा रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् यस्य तिष्ठेत् गृहे दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Shashi sir from camps. He's also the convener of KPMTCC.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म परब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः
members and all the school association heads who are present here, and also I would welcome the NGOs, parent association, media personality and all other dignitaries who are present here. I welcome you to this National Symposium 2022. The main motive, we all know that NEP 2020 is in place and we are the first state to start implementing. We are proud of it. We want that it should be healthily implemented. On this context, we have organized this national symposium to see and understand and hear across India what is the position as of now with respect to implementation, especially with chapter 8, which is the most important aspects, that is with regulatory architecture of school education. So that is where exactly we have to focus when we want to implement a fair enough NEP. So in this context, today when we requested our Honorable Chairman of Mr. Hortiji, he was so humble because 2 months back it was already decided his schedule, but because of this event on our request, he has cancelled that in his constituency and he is now here. ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಸ್ಕ್ವೇರ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ನಿನ ಗೌರವಿತರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಮಿತ್ ಚಂದ್ರ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವರು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಾದ್ಯಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಮದನ್ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಸರ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಮಿತ್ ಚಂದ್ರ ಅವರು, ಹಿ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ supporting 4 governments across India. Madan Gopal sir, Dr. Amit Chandra is already supporting with ideas and many things across our country, already 4 states. He is also being members of other state NEP implementation alli. So he is also looking into wider angle of implementation roadmap, everything. So he is also part of this event. So we welcome Amit, and we would like to honor him on behalf of KPMTCC. Amit Chandra. Arun sir. Please fast. All this complete the designing, we Amit and Mr. Srinivasan, we sat together more than 15 days, having more than almost 10-12 meetings in Zoom, and we have designed this, calling all the stakeholders across and even within Karnataka. So today what you are witnessing is the part of credit goes to Mr. Amit Chandra and Mr. Srinivasan. So Srinivasan is also president of Mixa, and also he is the vice president of KPMTCC. So I welcome you, sir, and I would request Putana to honor Mr. Srinivasan. Gulsha list. on this occasion, CAMS member, MIXA members, MAS, KUSMA, ABE, SEC, PSA, CWA, ISFI, KISA, Teachers Unit, all this, the representative, the committee members are here. I welcome you all. Simultaneously, we have invited district association heads across Karnataka. I welcome you all. I also welcome the press, media, and not the least, I would thank this particular event who is being supported by various other Bangalore association leaders, as well as Srimati Supriya and Gulsha, who took this event with coordinating everybody. So thank you all, and I welcome you also on behalf of this. Now, the main associations across India who are representing here from people from, I think you will tell. I asked for the Gulsha, I asked the national leaders list. So Martin Kennedy sir from Tamil Nadu Association is here. I welcome you, sir. ATB Bose from Tamil Nadu, Mr. Rajendra Singh from Maharashtra, John Prabhu from Tamil Nadu, PS Ramchandra from Kerala, J. Abraham from Kerala, Jacob George from Kerala, Vijay Shetty sir from Goa, Madhusudan and Gopal Reddy from Telangana, Ashok Pandey, Atul Srinivasan from UP, Sri Vatsava, Mr. Garsab, that's from Jammu and Kashmir. So I think I have identified all. From Andhra Pradesh, I think they are yet to come. So I welcome you all on this occasion. Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody. We will start with the proceedings of the day. I request Mr. Horati to please come and address the gathering. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಸರ್ ಒಂದೆರಡು ಮಾತುಗಳು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ನುಡಿ ಮಾತುಗಳು.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಭಾಳ ಅಭಿಮಾನದಿಂದ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ದೇಶದ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಜನರ ಬಂದಿದ್ದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಂದೆ ನಡೀಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ತೀರ್ಮಾನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಸೆಮಿನಾರನ್ನು ಕಂಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. All respected delegates, I am extremely happy to be with you today's function. The main idea of the NEP, how to implement the NEP system in the education system, particularly unaided, whether it is English medium schools or mother tongue language, whether Tamil, Telugu, whatever it may be, See, this is a problem for the teachers and as well as the management. So now just I want to take 5 to 10 minutes. First in the year 1948, Dr. S. Radhakrishnan has given a report on education policy. They have constituted a committee headed by the S. Radhakrishnan in the year 1948. That time he had given report. First time in the history of the India, the committee has constituted how to implement the education system and what are the defects and what are the advantages of the system of those days. Next, in the year 1952, Gangadhar Mudaliar, headed by Gangadhar Mudaliar, the government had constituted a committee and he had given a report. Subsequently, 1963-64, Kothari Commission was given a report. Kothari Commission particularly for higher education. Then this is a committee constituted by the government of India. When Indira Gandhi was a Prime Minister, that time she announced National Education Policy System. Then when Rajiv Gandhi was a Prime Minister, that time, second time, he announced the National Education Policy. Third time, Narendra Modi is the Prime Minister. This time he introduced the National Education Policy. So, these are the little background where I studied it. Now, the education policy. They are given time up to 1940. National education policy should be implemented completely up to 1940. But this is a little problem. I have not studied completely, but I have studied main points. Particularly what I observed, the lower KG nursery, first and second, and LKG and UKG, nursery, LKG, UKG, first and second standard are there, I think, first para. See, a little bit confusion is there. The teacher who is teaching for the nursery, he can't teach the first and second standard. It's very difficult to give the education properly to the students, like Anganwadi. Then in our country, previously the 3-tier system was there. 3-tier system means lower primary up to 5th, higher primary 6th, 7th and 8th, higher primary, higher secondary 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. This was a system in our country, 3-tier system. It was not implemented properly entire country. According to the convent of their state, they formed this system. In our state, somewhere 1st to 7th standard, now also there are schools, and 8th, 9th, 10th, there are so many schools. Then PUC, first year, second year, like this. But the rule is that 3-tier system should be implemented properly. Now gradually they are changing the system. So it is very difficult. In our state and every state, I think, one system, unaided schools, secondly, aided schools, thirdly, government schools. Previously, the local body schools were there, now they are merged with the government. The syllabus and other systems like government and private aided, these are all same. But CBSE and ICSE, this is a new for the 10 years. I think 10-15 years back they started CBSE, ICSE. Very tough syllabus was there. Very difficult to the teachers and students also. Now, how to implement this new education policy? It is very difficult to implement properly, because what will happen, so many report has given in the country, and some states they constituted a committee how to implement the system, syllabus, this and that. But now the NEP, they have given the entire country, they have given this NEP system. So you can discuss, but what I am suggesting, if any defects are there, it should be rectified. So this gathering, so this what you are calling this association, you study it thoroughly, you give the suggestions. If the suggestions are good, that should be incorporated in the system, in the education system. Totally we should not go against the government direction. But some changes are there, and if we want to implement some clauses, particularly 8 clause number 8, it's very difficult. So you study and give the proper idea and suggest the way and give some suggestions to the government. So in that context, I also try to convince the education minister, education department. See, I served as education minister in the 2005 and 6. So I implemented so many systems. That time the contradictory was started in my period. See, in the year 1992, the court has given a verdict. Up to lower level, every child should learn in mother tongue only. After that, you can choose any language. But what will happen, they are given in our state, I am telling about in our state, it went to the court. Those schools started before 1992. There also, this court order, the central government sent the circular to the states. Then one Mr. H. Narasimhaya, the former Vice Chancellor, he was appointed as a chairman of this committee, how to implement the court order and central government order at that time. He given the report completely, the 1 to 5th, they should, children should study in mother tongue only. And those who are already permitted, that schools should be converted to mother tongue. They went to court, and court has given 3 months time. Then lastly they came to the conclusion, already those who are schools started with permission of the government, they should run the English medium. Then here onwards, every school should take the subjects only in mother tongue. So in our state also, the government has given direction, the management should give the undertaking in the bond paper, we are running schools up to 5th in the mother tongue only. But with the cooperation of the education officers, they have taken permission in mother tongue and they started in English medium. That time Mr. Puttana, he argued with me, the education department officers are troubling like anything to the management. That should be after rectified it. But now it went to the Kusuma, they went to the court. Then court, what happened? Don't you clap. I'll tell you afterwards. They went to the court. See how the courts are giving the verdicts. I was a law minister at that time. When Siriak Joseph was the Chief Justice of the Karnataka, he had given a verdict that government stand is correct. He had given the verdict. Then that means the child should learn up to 5th in mother tongue only. When he promoted and went Supreme Court, last day he has given a verdict. The choice is left to the children and parents. This was contradictory. So, lastly, in the Supreme Court, the Kusuma won. Camps. Sorry. This association won the direction given by the 11 judges. The child and parent, according to their will and wish, they can choose the languages. So now it is in progress. So coming to the NEP, Mr. Madan Gopal is he knows very well all the rules and regulations, because when I was a minister that time he was a commissioner of mine. So we worked together. So many arguments has happened between myself and this secretary. Friend secretary Vijay Bhaskar was secretary, then he was the chief secretary of the Karnataka. He was a commissioner, myself. We are sitting together, 3 persons, and discussing about the education. Up to night 1 o'clock we are discussing so many times. So now he is an expert man. He knows the education thoroughly, and he studied all the new policy of the education. So he will explain everything before you. So I am extremely happy to participate this August gathering. I was very busy with my work in my constituency, but due to Puttan and this he is always troubling me. Puttana is my enemy friend. So we are all, irrespective of party, we are all working. Totally 14 people in the council, 7 from graduate constituency, 7 from the teacher constituency. When the council was constituted in the states, that time they made a provision. Some posts, some legislators should be, they called teacher constituency and graduate constituency, because those days education system was not correct. So if they represent teachers, it will be all right. So that when they constituted the legislative council, that time 7 in our state, 7 from the teacher constituency, 7 from graduate constituency. So we are working, we are trying to improve the education system. So in this connection, once again, I thank Mr. Sesi and all the association. You have given me an opportunity to see you people in the today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Horatiji, for your valuable words. He's an ocean of knowledge. He has been with us for several years talking about education, and he's an encyclopedia of information on policies relating to education. So please, one more round of applause for Mr. Horatiji. I will quickly call upon Shri Puttanna, MLC, and also convener of the KPMTCC, to express a few words to the audience. The honorary president of the KPMTCC.
ಈ ಒಂದು ಸೆಮಿನಾರನ್ನು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ನನ್ನ ಆತ್ಮೀಯರು, ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಉಪಸಭಾಪತಿಗಳ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಹೊರಟ್ಟಿ ಅವರೇ, ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಹಿರಿಯರು, ದಕ್ಷ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದಂಥ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮದನ್ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಅವರೇ, ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸನ್ ಅವರೇ, ನನ್ನ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಮಿತ್ರರು, ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ್ಸ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಂಥ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶಶಿ ಅವರೇ, ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅಮಿತ್ ಚಂದ್ರ ಅವರೇ, ನಮ್ಮ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಮಿತ್ರರಂಥ ಅರುಣ್ ಶಾಪುರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಸೇರಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಖಾಸಗಿ ಶಾಲೆಗಳ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರುಗಳೇ, ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳೇ, ಪದಾಧಿಕಾರಿ ಮಿತ್ರರೇ, ವಿವಿಧ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಿಂದ ವಿವಿಧ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಿಂದ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಪ್ರೇಮಿಗಳೇ, ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದ ಮಿತ್ರರೇ, ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನ NEP-ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ 8 ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ನೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ್ಸ್ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಕುಸುಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ಒಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ಖುಷಿ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮದನ್ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಅವರು ಈ ಒಂದು ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಏಕೆಂತಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾಲೆಗಳಿಗೆ NEP-ನ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಟಾಸ್ಕ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಆಗಿ ಅವರು ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಜೊತೆಗೆ NEP-ದು ನಮಗೇನಂತ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಲಾರ್ದು, ಅದು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ. ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇರೋದೇನು ಅಂದರೆ, ಮದನ್ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಅಂತ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಲ್ಲ ಈಗ, ಅದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಮು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್, ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಎನಿಮಿ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಮೊರಟ್ಟಿ ಅವರು, ನಾನು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾಗ. ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಎನಿಮಿ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರು ಕರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಈ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ತಗೊಂಡು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾವ್ರೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಡ್ರಾ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರು ಇವರು. ದೊಡ್ಡ ಯುದ್ಧ ನನಗೆ ಇವರಿಗೆ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಗಲಾಟೆ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾಯ್ತು. ಅದನ್ನ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಇವ್ರ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕನ್ವರ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೇವೆ ನಾವು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಂಗೆ, ಕನ್ನಡ ಮೀಡಿಯಂ ಎಲ್ಲನೇ. ನನ್ನ ಅವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನ ಏನು ಕಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಶಾಲೆಗಳ ವಕ್ತಾರ, ಕಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಶಾಲೆ ಏಜೆಂಟು, ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಶಾಲೆ ಏಜೆಂಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೇಪರ್ಲ್ಲೂ ಬರ್ಸಿದ್ರು. ನಾವೇನು ಕೇರ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಬರಿತಿದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರ ಮಕ್ಕಳೆಲ್ಲ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಮೇ ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಜಾಡ್ಸಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಎಲ್ಲನೇ. ಯಾರು ನಮ್ಮ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಶಾಲೆಗಳ ಏಜೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಅವ್ರ ಮಕ್ಕಳುಗಳು ಓದ್ತಿದ್ದು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಮೇ. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇನ್ನೊಂದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಹೋರಾಟಕ್ಕೆ ಅಣಿ ಆಗಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದೇನಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಈ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ 8 ಖಾಸಗಿ ಶಾಲೆಗಳಿಗೆ ರನ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮನ್ವಯತೆ ಕಾಪಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಆದರೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಕೊಡದೆ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟದೆ ಈಗ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳಿಗೆ. ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಬಂದಂಥವ್ರು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಗೋವಿನ ಮುಖ, ಒಳಗಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ವ್ಯಾಗ್ರಂದು ಬರೇ ಕರಪ್ಷನ್ನು. ನಾನು ಯಾವುದೇ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಕನಿಷ್ಠವಾಗಿ ನೀವು ಫೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಕೊಡ್ರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ. ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಬರೀ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕತೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ಸಾಲದು, ಜನಪರವಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಅವರು ಜನಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರ ಪರ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಸ್ಯಾಡಿಸ್ಟ್ ನೇಚರ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮದನ್ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ತರ ಇರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಮದನ್ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ, ದಕ್ಷ, ಎಲ್ಲರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಈಗ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಇವ್ರ ಪರ, ಈ ಜನಗಳ ಪರ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅವತ್ತೇ ಆರ್ಡರು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಂಬಿ ಸುತ್ತಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಕಿವಿ ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಯಾಕೆ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾಗ್ಬೇಕು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. IAS-ಗಳು ಗುಮಾಸ್ತ ಏನು ಗಂಟಾಗ್ತಾನೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದೆರಡು ಗಂಟೆ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ IAS-ಗಳು. ಅವ್ರು ಯಾಕೆ IAS ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕೋ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. IAS ಅಂದ್ರೆ ದೇವಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಇವರು. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಹೆಂಗಾಗದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ನಾನು ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೆ. ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಗ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹೆಣಸೂರು ಇಂಥವನೊಬ್ಬ ದುಡ್ಡು ತಗೋನಂತೆ, IAS ಇಂಥವನೊಬ್ಬ ದುಡ್ಡು ತಗೋತಾನಂತೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಒಂದು 3-4 ಜನ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳೋರು. ಈಗ ಉಲ್ಟಾ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಇಂಥವ್ರು ದುಡ್ಡು ತಗೊಳ್ಳಲ್ವಂತೆ, ಇಂಥವ್ರು ದುಡ್ಡು ತಗೊಳ್ಳಲ್ವೆ ಅಂತ 3-4 ಜನ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಹೆಂಗಾರೆ ತಿನ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಏನಾರ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಆದರೆ ಈ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ನ ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಖಾಸಗಿ, ನಾನು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ನಾನು ಖಾಸಗಿ ಶಾಲೆಗಳನ್ನ ನೀವೇ ನಡ್ಸ್ಕೊತೀರಾ? ನಡ್ಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಕಾನೂನು ತನ್ನಿ. ಇಲ್ವಾ? ನಡ್ಸಕ್ ಬಿಡಿ, ತೊಂದರೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಡಿ. ಫೈರು PWD ನನಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಸರ್ಕಾರದಾಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ಶಾಲೆಗಳ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ ನೀವು? ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ? ಮೊದಲ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಇಡ್ರಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನನ್ ಕೇಳಿ. ನೀವೇ ಕಾನೂನು ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀವೇ ಪಾಲನೆ ಮಾಡದೆ ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇರಕ್ ಬರ್ತೀರಾ? ಎಲ್ಲ ದುಡ್ಡೊಡೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ, ಇನ್ನೇನಿಲ್ಲ. ದುಡ್ಡು ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ದುಡ್ಡು ವಸೂಲಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾನು ಈ ಸಲ ಹೌಸಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ ಹೊರಟ್ಟಿಯವರು ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು ಪಾಪ. ಆದರೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಅದು ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ನನಗೊಂದು 2 ದಿವಸ ಟೈಮ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಆದರೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಅಧಿವೇಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದೇ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. PWD ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ಗೆ ಲೆಟರ್ಗೆ 2.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಬೇಕು. 2.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಸರ್ PWD. ಫೈರ್ಗೆ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಯಾವ್ದು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್? ನೀವೇನೇ ಕಾನೂನು ತಂದ್ರು, ಏನೇ ನಿಯಮಾವಳಿಗಳು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಾಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಇವತ್ತು ರೆಟ್ರೋಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಸರ್? ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗಿಲ್ವಂತೆ, ನಮಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಂತೆ. ಇದು ಯಾರು ಮಾಡೋರು? ಇದು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರು ಯಾರು? ಯಾಕೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರ್ಬೇಕು? ಮೊನ್ನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅರುಣ್ ಶಾಪೂರ್ ಇದ್ರು, ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಮಾತು ತಂದಿದ್ವಿ. ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಸರಿ ಇದೆ, ಇದು ಕರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನಾವು ಖಾಸಗಿ ಶಾಲೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ತೊಂದರೆ ನಿವಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಾನೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೌದು, ಈಗ ಮೊನ್ನೆನೂ ಹೇಳುದು ಸರ್. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ 9 ಜನ ನಾವು MLCಗಳು ಹೋಗಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ ನಾವು. ಅವ್ರಿಲ್ಲ, ಖಾಸಗಿ ಶಾಲೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಸರಿಪಡಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ನಾನು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ 53% ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಖಾಸಗಿ ಶಾಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, 47% 46% ಓದ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಅನಗತ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನೇ ಸರಿಪಡಿಸಕ್ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಸೋರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನೆಲಮಳಗಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರಿ ನೀವು, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊತೀರಲ್ಲ ನೀವು. ಈ ತರದ ಏನೇನು ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗದೆ ಇರುವಂತದನ್ನ, ಕಾನೂನುಗಳನ್ನ, ನಿಯಮಗಳನ್ನ ಖಾಸಗಿ ಶಾಲೆಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಏರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ಖಾಸಗಿ ಶಾಲೆನ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ವಾತಾವರಣವನ್ನ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಿ ಶಾಲೆನ ನಡೆಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತಾಕತ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ನಡೆಸ್ತೀನಿ ಅನ್ನೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಅವರೇ ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನಾನು ಅದು ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಹೌಸಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ತರ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಬಿಡಿ, ಅದೇನು ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬೇರೆ ತರದೇನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೋದು, ಏನು ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇವ್ರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಏಟ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ನೋವಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ತಡ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಮೊನ್ನೆ BO ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಒಬ್ಬ BO 1 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ 25,000, 1 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ RR ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ. ಈ ಥರದ್ದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ IAS ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸರಿಪಡಿಸಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಮದನ್ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಟೀ ಕುಡಿಯೋವಾಗ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಸರ್ ನಿಮ್ಮಂಥವ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ನಮಗೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗದೆ ಅಂತ. ನಮ್ಮ CPI ಆಗಿದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಮದನ್ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಅವರು, ಇವತ್ತೇ ಆದೇಶ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಸರಿ ಇರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೊರಟ್ಟಿಯವರು 7 ಬಾರಿ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 7 ಬಾರಿ, 42 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯ್ತು ಅವರು. ಈಗ 8ನೇ ಬಾರಿ ನಿಲ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಅನುಭವ ಇದೆ ಈ ಫೀಲ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ. ನಾನು ಅಷ್ಟು ಜಗಳ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ನಾನು ಒಂದಿನ ಅವರು ನನ್ನ ಕಡೆಗಾಣಿಸ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಜಗಳ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅವ್ರ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆದಾಗ. ನಾನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋಷ್ಟು ತೊಂದರೆನ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ಯಾರೂ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಾದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಬಂತು, ನಾನೇ ಹೋಗಿ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ. ನಾನು ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಏನಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ, ವಿಷಯಾಧಾರಿತ ಫೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ನಮ್ಮ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆದ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಫೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಮುಂದೇನೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಘಟನೆಗಳು, ಏನು ನಮ್ಮ ಖಾಸಗಿ ಶಾಲೆಗಳ ಸಂಘಟನೆಗಳಿವೆ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಒಟ್ಟಾಗಿ, ಅವರು ಇವರು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬೇಡ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಏನು ನಮ್ಮ ಖಾಸಗಿ ಶಾಲೆಗಳ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳಿದೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಮುಂದೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಫುಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಇಡಬೇಕು. CBSE ICSE ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಸರ್, ಮದನ್ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಸರ್, ನಮಗೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನೀವು ಇದನ್ನ ಸೇರಿಸಿ. CBSE ICSE ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಅಲ್ಲೇನು ತೊಂದರೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರಾ ಸರ್? ಇವ್ರು ಯಾಕೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್? ಯಾವ ಸರ್ RR ಅದು ಸರ್? ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್, ಯಾಕೆ ಸರ್ ಈ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕು ಸರ್? ನೀವೇನು ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ ಸರ್? ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ ನೀವು? ಅನುದಾನ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ನೀವು? ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ನೀವು? ನಿಮ್ದು ಒಂದೇ ₹1 ನಿಮ್ಮದು ಅನುದಾನ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಸಪೋರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ 2 ವರ್ಷ ಪ್ಯಾಂಡಮಿಕ್ ಇಯರ್ ಇದು, COVID-19 ಬಂದಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಭಾರಿ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೋಟ್ಲುಗಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಂಟು, ವಾಟರ್ ಬಿಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ 50% ಅಂತೆ, ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸು 50% ಅಂತೆ. ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ? ಖಾಸಗಿ ಶಾಲೆಗಳು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾವೆ ಸರ್? ಕನಿಷ್ಠವಾಗಿ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾಗಲಿ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾಗಲಿ. ಕನಿಷ್ಠವಾಗಿ ಶಾಲೆಗಳು ಮಾರಾಟಕ್ಕವೆ, 100,000 ಮಾರಾಟಕ್ಕವೆ ಸರ್ ಇವತ್ತು. ಆ ಥರ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿನ ಎದುರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಖಾಸಗಿ ಶಾಲೆಗಳಿಗೆ ₹5,000 ಕೊಡ್ಸೋಷ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಕಣ್ಣಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಸುರಿದೋಯ್ತು ನಮಗೆ. ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಪತ್ರ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು, ಬಿಸಾಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಇವತ್ತು ಮುಖದ ಬಾಕಿ ಅಂತ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗೇನೆ. ₹5,000 ಕೊಟ್ಟರು, ಅದು ಇನ್ನೂ 37,000 ಕೋಟಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹಂಗೆ ಬಿದ್ದಿದೆ ಸರ್. 37,000 ಕೋಟಿ ಇನ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನ ಖಾಸಗಿ ಶಾಲಾ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ಗಳಿಗೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ತರದ ಮಲತಾಯಿ ಧೋರಣೆ ಖಾಸಗಿ ಶಾಲೆಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಪರಿಹಾರ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಆ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ತಾವು ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ಗಮನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಖಾಸಗಿ ಶಾಲೆಗಳ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಪರವಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಮನವಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇದೆ ನನಗೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅಂತ ಡೈನಾಮಿಕ್ IAS ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಂಥವ್ರು ನೀವು. ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಭಾವನೆ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸೆಮಿನಾರು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ನಡೀಲಿ. ವಿವಿಧ ತಾಲೂಕುಗಳಿಂದ, ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಿಂದ, ವಿವಿಧ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಿಂದ ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಲಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
For those not familiar with Kannada, Shri Puttanna was discussing the various challenges that private school education has faced over the last 2 decades. So it was a brief history of the struggles and the various challenges that we faced. He also referred to the issues that we are discussing right now. In fact, Arun Shapur sir and Shri Puttanna sir were part of a committee which created a recommendation list for fire safety guidelines and PWD, fire safety and security, which unfortunately is exclusive to private schools. So this has been submitted to the government and to the CM, and action is yet to be taken. So this is a brief of what was discussed. So it was about the challenge that we faced and the various victories that we won over the last 2 decades. I'll move on very quickly to Madan Gopal sir, who's here. He is part of the NEP task force, and we're looking forward to a few words on the NEP. I would request sir, we are particularly interested in chapter 8, which is to do with the SSSA. We wish we were also included in the draft stage. Unfortunately, we were not. So I give the stage to you now, sir.
Sri Basuraj Orattiji, Chairman Karnataka Legislative Council. Sri Puttanna, an old friend of mine, member of Legislative Council. Sri Arun Shapuraji, MLC from from Kalyan, Bijapur Alwa. So Bijapur, where I worked for 2 years earlier, way back in 1992-94, long back. Dr. Srinivasanji, Atul Chandra, Amit Chandraji, and all the distinguished office bearers of various, coming from various states, from Telangana, from Tamil Nadu, from Uttar Pradesh, from Kerala, and also 2 of my members of our Karnataka task force, implementation task force for school education, Sri Dr. T.N. Raju and Sri Dr. Ganesh Bhatt. Bandiralva, Ganesh Bhatt idare ನೀವು? Okay. So all the distinguished guests. So at the outset, I compliment Shashi for taking this very timely initiative because the KPMTCC represents not only teaching and also non-teaching staff, both technical, non-technical, ministerial. So it is a very timely, I can say, symposium where a lot of learning and unlearning can take place. So as far as coming to national education policy, so it is I met a few days ago, about a week ago, one of my senior colleague who was retired almost 15 years ago, he casually asked me, "What are you doing, Madan?" I told that, "Sir, I do so many things, but I presently, government gave me responsibility of implementation task force as a chairman. We have a very distinguished members in the task force. First thing is, we said that you should not implement NEP." I asked him, he's an elderly person, well respected by me. I asked him, "Why, sir? It's a new education policy." I said, "Sir, it is not new education policy, it is a national education policy. Because it is not education as such, we all know, you know better than me. Nothing, education field, nothing can be done abruptly. It is a continuum. In 1986 policy, I was a member of the working group constituted by the then Planning Commission on non-formal education. I was at that time in the Director of Mass Education in Karnataka, where adult and non-formal education we brought together. I had opportunity to, guided by legendary secretaries like Dr. Anil Bodia, some of you may be knowing, Sri Lakshmidhar Misra, and our own Chitra Nayak. Some of you from Maharashtra may be knowing. See, JP Nayak originally comes from Dharwad belt. Those who are in the education field, you know who is JP Nayak. He was education advisor in Government of India when Jawaharlal Nehruji was the Prime Minister of the country. Book by JP Nayak, Educational History of India, is a must read for everyone who is interested in education sector. Because this explains whole gamut of pre-British and post-British, what type of reforms have taken place, what type of mistakes are committed by various committees, various commissions. So Chitra Nayak was, Dr. Chitra Nayak, madam from Pune, she was a member of Planning Commission. Why I'm saying that, there are a lot of legendary educationists who dedicated their entire life for improving the system from within. So when I say new education policy, it's not a new education policy, it's a continuum of the previous policies. Many of the recommendations of NEP 1986 POA, subsequently Acharya Ramurthy, I also happened to meet Acharya Ramurthy ji, and lot of well-meaning committee they made. Many of the recommendations, if you have patience, please go through the recommendations of Acharya Ramurthy committee of 1986 policy. Now comes 2020. So first thing is that it is not a new, it is a continuum of the earlier policies. It is specifically mentioned in NEP document that this is an unfinished agenda of NEP 1986 and the recommendations of 1992 will be considered and attempted during the planning and implementation of the NEP 2020. Second point, why I'm saying that I have to misapprehensions. I'm saying a lot of apprehensions, and then if you have from political angle, you can fight. I have no problem, because India is a democratic country. You can have your own political leanings, just as I have my political leanings. Everybody have a political leanings, but don't bring your political bias and your jaundiced view to look at a policy which is a forward-looking policy. A point which some critics say that it is just imposed on the states and no consultations are held. I could clarify that. This when former Cabinet Secretary T.S.R. Subramaniam, a committee was constituted under his chairmanship in 2015. He gave a report in middle of 2016. Based on the recommendations, a committee was constituted under Dr. Kasturi Rangan's chairmanship. When the committee to say One sec, yeah. 112 themes were identified, and then they were put in a public domain. 2 million comments have come on that, 20 lakh. And 297 tasks were shared with all the state governments. And I can say the response is tremendous. I have seen, with 34 years of my experience in working in the government, no policy in independent India has discussed so widely, so detailedly, such a, before announcing a policy itself, it is shared with the public domain. So some say that it is not consulted, just imposed on the states. I think it is if you want to criticize from the political angle, okay, left to you. But the facts are, as a person who are interested in education sector, so I have to say with utmost honesty that it's the most widely debated, discussed, consulted policy ever seen in independent India. Because I've seen various policies. Land Acquisition Act, when I was amended, I was a part of there in Delhi. We have just called a meeting of conference of the ministers of various states. It was discussed, and then it was announced. But whereas this policy, despite pandemic, despite so many issues in the world, now we are in the midst of war, where despite all that, we are discussing about national education policy means it shows everybody's concern, because we are all concerned about what goal it sets, how we take it forward. So it's a widely consulted policy. So this is about two. Then coming to the, when we talk of any policy, we have to talk of institutional memory. Because institutional memory, you have to go back to Sri Baswarath Papatilji. He has mentioned about Kothari Commission, various commissions, and then and also Yashpal Committee report. So many committees or reports given. Many of the recommendations are not implemented yet. Even NEP 1986, I am talking of Karnataka alone. Many of the recommendations of NEP 1986 are not implemented even in Karnataka. So this policy is not something which is compulsory for every state. When 1986 policy was announced, 18 states have opposed it. Sorry, 12 states. 12 states say that we don't want this policy. This is imposed on us. Because this is nothing new. Okay, every state saying that. Subsequently, many states have seen what is good, what is bad. And everyone started thinking that our policy, how to take it forward. Because it's a necessity of as of now, it's a necessity of reforms. Because we are moving so forward all over. So when we come to the institutional memory, when you remember institutional memory, we should have institutional integrity of the institutions, whether it is government or a private, has to be kept in mind. So coming to the major issue, we are talking of NEP is going to be imposed on everybody. Nobody is mandatory. It's left to the states. Some states, I was told, in Telangana, they want to have their own new national education, nothing wrong. Within the framework of national education policy, some states are attempting. Similarly, Tamil Nadu has constituted a committee now. Various states have their own approach to how to proceed further. This is not a mandatory. Ultimately, it's a good for the state, good for the students, good for the parents, good for the society, good for the nation. This point, I think we have to keep it in mind. And I have to say, Horatiji is here because of my experience with him. Sir, tavu kelbeku. Sir, first is that you all know, any minister is appointed for primary and secondary education. The political circuit they talk a poor man or a primary secondary hakidare anta. The no minister is happy to go to primary and secondary education department. Similarly, if any officer is posted in Karnataka, a commissioner of public instruction, I was the longest serving CPI in Karnataka. My colleagues say, "Arey, poor man, he was gone to a CPI." Because CPI means even now, present commissioner of public instruction, not less than 80 to 90 contempt cases. Contempt cases in tribunals, contempt cases in High Court, contempt cases in Supreme Court. Most of the contempt cases are done because of the mistakes by the government, by the way. So the government takes certain decisions, naturally, teachers, whether in the private sector, whether it is a government aided, unaided, or in the government schools, when they have grievance, obviously they have their own tribunals. We have Karnataka Education Act. And then I have to say with humility that when Horati sir was there as our minister, many of the far-reaching changes we could bring in through consensus. First and the foremost is the transfer of teachers. Those who are familiar, many of the states, because my colleagues in Andhra, Uttar Pradesh, they asked it, but many states could not do that. Whereas in Karnataka, this was prepared in detail. It went to various consultations. Assembly, it was passed. Council, again, it fell 2 times or 3 times, I remember. We were so unhappy because before the Counselling Act came, during the season of transfers, no hotel was vacant in Bangalore. We see the teachers with their family members, with children, mothers holding the baby on the streets. It was a terrible situation. This is a Counselling Act with lot of difficulty. I have to compliment sir, because it's acceptable. Surprisingly, Teacher Association supported. I'm talking of government sector. Strongly, Primary School Teacher Association, we have High School Teacher Association, we have HMS Association, we have PU Lecturers Association, all of them unanimously supported that this is a need of the hour. This we could do because of there is a consensus. We could evolve a consensus. Similarly, school development management committees. Lot of difficulties because earlier when Sri Govinda Gowdaji, another legendary minister of Karnataka, who was his heart in the right place, he brought certain changes were brought in the certain issues. So school development management committees, including transfers, are done through an executive order. So we brought a school development management committees. It was referred to Joint Legislature Committee. L. Anmantaya, he was the chairman. I think now Rajasabha member, Sariga. I think Rajasabha member now. We had a series of consultations. Lot of discussions came. School development management committees as an act of legislature, not executive order. So similarly, issues came regarding what to do about when the North Karnataka, particularly I worked more than 14 years there in Gulbarga, Bidar, Raichur, Bijapur, Bagalkot. These are areas there is always shortage of teachers. So we had a difficulty what to do, how to resolve that. So with lot of consultations, we said that vacant post in Mysore and Bangalore divisions, we shifted to Gulbarga division. Because it's very difficult because, with some of the political parties were not happy, ministers were not happy. Despite that, we could shift some of the vacant posts from Hyderabad, some Bangalore and Mysore areas to now it is called a Kalyana Karnataka area. More educational indicators are very poor in those districts. So I'm saying that some of the reforms are possible through consensus. Similarly, NEP, my advice to minister, the day one I took charge as the chairman is that please have consensus approach because this is changes or reforms cannot come through confrontation. It can only come through consensus. Particularly health and education. I was education sector for 7-8 postings I had done. Including I worked in HRD, I was a registrar of Central University of Hyderabad. I was a director of libraries, director of mass education. I was a commissioner of public instruction. I was a principal secretary higher education, principal secretary primary education. After I retired also, I was for 3 years from July 2018 to August 2018 to August 2021. I was a trustee of one of the prestigious private trust in Karnataka, which runs nearly 9 to 10 colleges, including engineering, architecture, law, and women's college, PU college, degree college. I'm saying that as a private sector also, I could see. So issues are that regulations, when you are talking about that, it has to be facilitating role. I give an example. Sri Puttanaji was at that time, I think you are chairman of council, sir, or MLC atao. Now, so at that time, Government of India brought an amendment that for UGC scales, And then any recruitment of assistant professor, lecturer in those days, PhD is a must. 2 years before that, Government of Karnataka has announced about around 3,000 posts of lecturers. They are selected, interviews were conducted, list was finalized, list came to the government. At that time, some officers at that time felt that when the Government of India brought an amendment saying that whether it is for ACT scales or a UGC scales, they said PhD is a must. So we cancel entire list. So thanks to Puttanari, it's a simple thing. We say that any amendment rule, any act, etc., it should have a prospective effect. It can't have a, unless specifically mentioned, it cannot have a retrospective effect. Unless it says, every act says that save as otherwise provided. So when a save as otherwise provided means previous things will continue. So thanks to him, 3,000 lecturer appointment we could give them some time. I'm saying that when you are looking at that, issues are there because so many budget meetings, Roti sir was there, I was also in health. So always I argue with the finance department that don't take whatever funds allocated to health and education particularly, don't take it as an expenditure, take it as investment. Because investment, we know about how the stock market, how we invest in metro, how to invest in big buildings, that is also required. But rate of returns, if you say annual returns of those sectors are not more than 14 to 15%. There are studies, I'm not talking vaguely, there is a studies to prove my point. Investments in education and health sector, returns are 35 to 40%. Because by investing in health sector, you are preventing future patients. By creating infrastructure, creating human resources. We have seen how recent pandemic, how the entire public sector, how the government hospitals stood by the people. I'm not criticizing the private, but I'm saying that similarly, education and health is concerned. In the pay commission I attended, administrative reforms commission I attended. In fact, Karnataka is the first state in India because everybody have a city CCA, city compensatory allowance. So I argued before the chairman of our it is a pay commissioners. I said that rural compensatory allowance should be given because when a teacher is working in a taluka level or a sub-taluka level or a panchayat level, he is deprived of so many things, opportunities for his children, whether it is health, education, whatever thing. So the rural compensatory allowance has to be given. So first state in India where a rural compensatory allowance was given. Subsequently, some other states have done. Why I'm saying that educational reforms have come through consensus. It's not that, and officers working particularly, whosoever my younger colleagues, I keep advising them, don't you interpret the rules. I'm not saying violate the rules. I'm not saying that, but interpret the rules in such a way, maximum benefit accrues to the society. Maximum benefit accrues to those who are, whether it are teachers, whether it is the lecturers, so whether it are doctors, whether it are paramedics, etc. Because that angle, that perspective we have to think about. Those from Telangana, Basudan Garu, he knows about S.R. Shankaran. S.R. Shankaran was our legendary IAS officer. Those who know about S.R. Shankaran, we know that. He taught us as our students, so saying that, how to look at the things in a concern with sensitivity. So these are the issues. And coming to the NEP implementation, because I know the private sector, private schools, we tried at that time. The teacher was there. Renewals of recognition every year. So that is we consider as a root cause of, I can say, corruption starts from there. Why every year school has to come for recognition, I don't know. So I wanted to make it as until further orders. Make it until further orders. Recognize until further. Anything or any complaints come, government always have the powers. But physically it is impossible for a EO, BO in those days, BO or even that is the level they go for an inspection. Physically 60, 70,000, if you take a private sector, 30, 35,000 schools. Many states similar problem is there. Physically impossible. If you see the inspection report, impossible to do that in a way. It takes at least 3 days. Average 3 days for each school. If you take it, it takes at least 1 year to complete that. But everybody do it in 1 week. We know that. I'm not blaming everybody. There are some good people are there, bad people are there. But why not we have a facilitating legal provision? So we wanted to make it as until further orders, but somehow a lot of lobbies were there. We made it as a 5 years. I was told recently, ಪುಟ್ಟಣ್ಣವರೇ, ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಇದೊಂದು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಬಂತು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲಲ್ಲಿ, ಕಾನೂನು ಇರುವುದು ಈಗ ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿ ನಾವು ತಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ, 5 ವರ್ಷವರೆಗೆ ದೇ ನೀಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ಕಮ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ರಿನ್ಯೂವಲ್. 5 ವರ್ಷ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಶಶಿಧರ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು, ಶಶಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ. You did not come, but I don't know. This is the simple thing I am saying that. Similarly, whatever it may be in other states, I don't know, but Karnataka 5 years again, I was told again they are going every year you have to come for though it is 5 years, but every year you have to come to EO. Why should that school go to EO? Private management schools, I have seen, though I worked in North Karnataka till I can say Sri Kumaraswamy, he was the chief minister ours. Till that time, many districts in North Karnataka didn't have a single government degree college. You may be surprised, because in the education improvements in North Karnataka, I'm talking of the both, why called Bombay, Kittur Karnataka, Kalyana Karnataka. So those areas, most of the developments, educational developments, improvement of literacy, technology, technical education, general education, etc., done by the private sector. Many of them have not taken the grant from the government, by the way, because many of them with a very philanthropic motive, with a social concern. Maybe some business-oriented institutions will be there everywhere, but by and large, many of the institutions are come with a concern for the society. Concern for, if you see the trust deeds of the bylaws of those institutions, very, very liberal, to promote education, to promote equality, to promote some sort of development all around. There is a perspective. Subsequently, government colleges came and infrastructure issues. So here, when we talk of the private management, because I participated in many debates earlier during the peak of pandemic about salary of the teachers, because I know that, because I keep saying that the government, though advantage of government teachers, I think except a couple of states, most of the states, they have not reduced the salary of a government employee even by 1 rupee. Because government has a budget. Many prestigious institutions, I know, I'm aware, because you are paying the salaries of the teachers. Some of institutions, monthly bill of salaries come to 5 to 6 crores. Bigger institutions, I am saying that. And no fee. They don't have some of them may be having a FD, some of them having some properties, but at that time, the distress, nobody want to buy your land, buy your apartments, etc. Even if you encash your FDs, etc., that amount is not sufficient to take care of the salaries of the teachers. And that where the government should have come forward. Surprising, your property tax, your electricity bills, your water bills, nothing is brought down. Some states have done. But this is a concern, because when you are expecting the private school managements, some reciprocity is required, because unless you support them, financial burden. Major task I found that in the private managements, now the suffering is through the financial burdens, because society had to open up. Fee structure, yes, parents have their own difficulty, yes, some of the parents who can afford, but by and large, those who cannot afford, you cannot force them to pay full salary. Yeah. So since you asked me to talk about NEP, so the private schools difficulties, both academic, legal, institutional, financial, and administrative, all these issues have to be looked by the government with sensitivity, with concern. And coming to the regulatory mechanism, I'll be there till lunchtime anyhow. So if you give an opportunity, I can share my thoughts. Regulatory mechanisms for ICSE, CBSE is not a mandate of the state governments. It is done by the Government of India, Ministry of Education. There are various mandate groups, where whatever task force in Karnataka, in other states, as I know, we are not touching the issue of CBSE and ICSE schools. We are only touching of the state government schools and government aided schools, the government unaided schools. And regulatory mechanism is not just for the private schools, it applicable to government schools also. Again, it may be not uniform, because some schools located in urban areas, some in the remote areas, the different standards have to be there for as far as infrastructure is concerned. Then quality of teaching learning, then come to the safety and security. There are various issues involved in the regulatory mechanism. We are talking of the SSSA, School Standard Authority. It got various aspects. When in the pandemic situation, post-pandemic situation, priority of any government is how to address problems of sector, problems of education sector, problems of students, because their studies are done. There is a huge learning loss, the class 3, class 5, class 8. So when there are learning loss, how to address the learning loss? When the situation is so tough, no government will try to impose any of the changes, because how to address the learning loss is going to be the priority. Third, regulatory mechanism, not only SSSA, they suggested various suggestions came. It's all governments with concern will be. As far as Karnataka, I can tell that we will definitely go with sensitivity and examine concerns of whether it's private, whether it's a government, whether it is so many issues are there. Structural reforms and the curriculum reforms, there are two different issues. Structural reform, definitely it is not the time, it may take some time. Curriculum reforms, as you know, curriculum frameworks have to come. Mandate groups are constituted at Delhi, the Government of India. The mandate groups are working at that. Each state are asked to have 26 position papers, various themes. It's a very process intense. Nobody imposing from above. Please remove that myth or illusion in your heads. That is not imposed by anybody, neither from Government of India nor by the state governments. It's a very intense, consultative, co-intentional, dialogical, participatory process. Only then reforms can be brought. This is my considered view. Sorry, I exceeded time because I was asked to say a few words on NEP. A lot of issues can be discussed because I am fortunate that we have so many from different states. I'll be learning issues from you, so many things that will fine tune our thinking and implement NEP school education part as far as Karnataka is concerned. Thank you so much. Best of luck.
Thank you so much. We'll move on quickly to the next speaker, Shri Arun Shahpur. Arun Shahpur ji, money please.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಇಂದಿನ ಸಭೆಯನ್ನು ಉದ್ಘಾಟಿಸಿರುವಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಭಾಪತಿಗಳಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಯಾಗಿ, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಯಾಗಿ 42 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ 7 ಟರ್ಮ್ ಅವ್ರು ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಹೊರಟ್ಟಿ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನ ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಿರುವಂಥ ಈ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ್ಸಿನ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಶಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ನಿಂತಿರುವಂಥ ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಹಿರಿಯಣ್ಣ ಶಾಸಕರಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಪುಟ್ಟಣ್ಣವರೇ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀತಿಯ ಜಾರಿಯ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು ಹೊತ್ತಿರುವಂತಹ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಟಾಸ್ಕ್ ಫೋರ್ಸಿನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಹಿಂದಿನ IAS ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮದೇ ಆಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಛಾಪನ್ನು ಮೂಡಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಮದನ್ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರೆ, ಶಶಿಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್ ಜಿ ಅವರೇ, ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ಗಣ್ಯಮಾನ್ಯರೇ, ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾತಾಡಲ್ಲ ನಾನು. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಹೊರಟ್ಟಿ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಪುಟ್ಟಣ್ಣ ಅವರು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 8th ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಆದರೆ ಸವಾಲುಗಳು, ಅವಕಾಶಗಳು ಎರಡೂ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟಿದೆ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀತಿಯ ಜಾರಿಯ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಪಾರ್ಚುನಿಟೀಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್. ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸವಾಲು ಅನಿಸಿರೋದೇನಂದ್ರೆ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀತಿಯ ಜಾರಿಯ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭ. ಮದನ್ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಸರ್, ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಇರಬಹುದು, ರಾಜ್ಯ ಇರಬಹುದು, ಯಾವುದೇ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಯನ್ನ ತರುವಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಣಕಾಸಿನ ಅಗತ್ಯತೆ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀತಿಯ ಜಾರಿಯ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕೋವಿಡ್ನ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಸಂಕಷ್ಟದ ಸಂದರ್ಭ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ನಿರ್ಣಯವನ್ನ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀತಿಯ ಭಾಗವಾಗಿ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಯನ್ನ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀತಿಯ ಭಾಗವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಜಾರಿಗೊಳಿಸ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಸಂಕಷ್ಟದ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ನಾವು ಜಾರಿಗೊಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅನ್ನೋಂಥ ಸವಾಲು ನಮ್ಮ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಇದೆ. ಇನ್ನು SSSA ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. SSSA ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಹೊರಟ್ಟಿ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದಾರ. ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಇಚ್ಛಾಶಕ್ತಿಯ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಗತ್ಯದ ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೇನೆ ನಾನು. ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಇಚ್ಛಾಶಕ್ತಿ ಅಗತ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆ. ಮದನ್ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಸರ್ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಗುರುತಿಸಿರೋ ರೀತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀತಿಯ ಭಾಗವಾಗಿ ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಗುರುತಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅದೇ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ರೋಡ್ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಅದು. ಯಾವಾಗ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಗುರುತಿಸಲ್ಪಡ್ತದೆ ಆಗ ಅದನ್ನು ಸರಿಪಡಿಸೋದು ಸವಾಲಾಗಿ ಪರಿಣಮಿಸ್ತದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಇವತ್ತು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಚಿವರು ಆಗುವಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಬಂದಾಗ ಬಹಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವರು ಯಾರದಾರ, ಬಹಳ ಸಂಭಾವಿತರು ಯಾರದಾರ, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಅದ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳು ಮದನ್ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಸರ್. ನಾನು ಬಹಳ ಖುಷಿ ಆಗೋದು ಹೊರಟ್ಟಿ ಸರ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಸರ್, 42 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಯಾಗಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದೊಳಗೆ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ತರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕನಸು ಕಂಡ್ರು ಹೊರಟ್ಟಿ ಅವರು. ಈ ಪ್ಯಾಷನ್ ಇದ್ದವರು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ನನಗನ್ನಿಸ್ತದ ಇದೆಲ್ಲಾ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸ್ತದ. ನಾನೂ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋರಿಂದ ಈ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದೊಳಗೆ ಒಂದು ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ತರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಭಾವನೆಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಈ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಬಹಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ಸಂರಚನೆಯನ್ನು ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತರಬೇಕು. ನೀವು ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೈ ಹಾಕ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ? SSSA. ನೀವು ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೈ ಹಾಕ್ತೀರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ಗೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಇಡೀ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಯಾರ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾ CBSE ICSE ಟಚ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಪಟ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ES ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಮೂಹದ ಕಪಿಮುಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಸ್ತರದಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ವರೆಗೂ ಇಡೀ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ಹಿಡಿತ ಯಾರ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ನವ್ರ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಬಳಿಯಿಂದ ನೀವು ಈ ಪವರ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ತೆಗಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಇಚ್ಛಾಶಕ್ತಿ ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ಬಹಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಸಂತೋಷದ ಸಂಗತಿ ಏನಂದ್ರ, ಮದನ್ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ರಂತ ದಕ್ಷ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೆಸರು ಗಳಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿರೋರು ಟಾಸ್ಕ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಲೀಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರದ್ದು ಸಾಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಕಾಲದ ಕರೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾಲದ ಕರೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಹಕ್ಕಿಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಹೋರಾಡುವ ಅಗತ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಸು ಅಳಲ್ಲ, ಹೆತ್ತ ತಾಯಿಯೇ ಹಾಲು ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ. ಕೂಸು ಅಳದೇ ಇದ್ರೆ ಹೆತ್ತ ತಾಯಿ ಹಾಲು ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನೀವು ಬಹಳ ಸಾಂದರ್ಭಿಕವಾಗಿ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಬಹಳ ಸಾಂದರ್ಭಿಕವಾಗಿ NEP ರೆಕಮೆಂಡೇಶನ್ ಏನಿದೆ, ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್, SSSA ಬರಬೇಕು ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ತಮಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನೀವು ಕೇಳಬೇಕಾದ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಬೇಕಾದ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನ ನೀವು ಕೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನೀವು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕೇಳದೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ಮದನ್ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ರು ಏನು ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಲೆಜಿಸ್ಲೇಟರ್ಸು ಏನು ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು, ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಏನು ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಕೇಳಿ ಪಡೆಯುವಂಥದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಗುರುತಿಸಿ ತೆಗೆದು ಹಾಕುವಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭ. ಸಣ್ಣ ಇಚ್ಛಾಶಕ್ತಿ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಬೇಡ್ರಿ. ನನ್ನ ನೆನಪದ ಹೊರಟಿ ಸರ್, ನಿಮ್ ನೆನಪಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಕ್ಲಸ್ಟರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ CAO ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ನಾವು. ವಿದಿನ್ ನೋ ಟೈಮ್ ನೀವೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ. ವಿದಿನ್ ನೋ ಟೈಮ್ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದೊಳಗ ಒಂದು ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಲಾಬಿ ಅದನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದು ಹಾಕೋ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿತು. ದೊಡ್ಡ ಲಾಬಿ ಅಂದ್ರ ಈ ಕೆಲಸದೊಳಗ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಲಾಬಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡತ್ತದ. ಆ ಲಾಬಿ ಸಾಕದವ್ರು ಯಾರಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವೇ. ಆ ಲಾಬಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಕೆಲಸ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಲಾಬಿಗೆ ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಖಾಸಗಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳೇ ಸಾಕಿ ಸಲಹಿರೋದು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ರುಚಿ ತಗೊಂಡದು ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸುಲಭವಾಗಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಹಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಒಂದು ಸಾಂದರ್ಭಿಕವಾಗಿ ಬಹಳ ಅಗತ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನ ಆರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದಿರಿ. ಈ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗೀತು ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸ್ಬೇಡ್ರಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾರ್ಯಾರಂಭ SSSA ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಒತ್ತಡ ಆರಂಭ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ SSSA ಬರುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಏನು ನಾವು ಹೊಸ ಶಾಲೆಗಳ ಅನುಮತಿ, ರಿನ್ಯೂವಲ್ ಆಫ್ ರಿಕಗ್ನೇಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದ ಮೂಲಗಳಾಗ್ಯಾವ. ಇವತ್ತು ನನಗೊಬ್ರು ಶಾಸಕರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಸರ್, ಒಬ್ರು MLA ಅರುಣ್ ಶಾಪೂರ್ CPI ಬೇಡ, ಮೊದಲು ಶಾಸಕರಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೈಯಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿತ್ತು. ಒಬ್ಬ ಶಾಸಕ ತನ್ನ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ನಡೆಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ತಹಶೀಲ್ದಾರ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿತ್ತು, ರೆವಿನ್ಯೂ ಅವ್ರ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಇವತ್ತು ಯಾವ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬಂದದಂದ್ರ ಒಬ್ಬ ಶಾಸಕ ತನ್ನ ಆಡಳಿತ ನಡೆಸಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಿನ ಮಹತ್ವ ಯಾಕೆ, ಏನು, ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತ ನನ್ಗಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನ ಮಾಡೋ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಏನ್ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾ ಕಂಟೆಂಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಮದನ್ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಸರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿನೂ ಒಂದು ಇಚ್ಛಾಶಕ್ತಿ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಇಚ್ಛಾಶಕ್ತಿ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ನೀವು ಸೇರಿ ಸದನದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೊರಟಿ ಸರ್ ಸಭಾಪತಿ ಪೀಠದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದಾರ, ಕರೆದು ಬಹಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿರಿ. ಗರ್ಜಿಸುವ ಪುಟ್ಟಣ್ಣವ್ರು ಅದಾರ, ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಇರ್ತೀನಿ. ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಸದನದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಈ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಧ್ವನಿ ತುಂಬುತ್ತೇವೆ, ಹೊರಗಡೆ ನೀವು ಧ್ವನಿ ತುಂಬುವಂತ ಅಗತ್ಯತೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಶಶಿಕುಮಾರ್, ಸುಲಭವಾಗಿ ಆಗೋ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಸುಲಭವಾಗಿ ಆಗೋ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಹೊರಗಡೆ ನೀವು ಧ್ವನಿ ಕೂಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದ, ಧ್ವನಿ ಎತ್ತಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದ. ಇದಾಗಬೇಕು ಸಮಾಜದ ಹಿತದಲ್ಲಿ, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಹಿತದಲ್ಲಿ, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಹಿತದಲ್ಲಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ಪ್ರತಿಪಾದನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸರಿಯಾದ ಸಂದರ್ಭಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದಿರಿ. ತಮ್ಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ನಿಮ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ 2 ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಅರುಣ್ ಸಾಹಪುರ್ ಅವರು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವರು ಪಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಇಚ್ಛಾಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನ ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಿ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಪಾಲಿಸ್ತೇವೆ. ಎಂಟೈರ್ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಲೀಡರ್ಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ರೈಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ರೈಸ್ ದಿ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ SSSA and it is essential we all will join the hands in the council and legislative house, but even we have to rise simultaneously to bring the changes. That is what their intent are. We are really honored. And now I would call upon Mr. Thomas Anthony. Please come on stage to receive our felicitation on from Hortiji. ಥಾಮಸ್ ಅವರು ನ್ಯೂ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಯ ನೀಸಾ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೊಂದು ತಮ್ಮ ಕೈಯಿಂದ ಸನ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಎಲ್ಲ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳು ಅಂತ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಐ ಕಾಲ್ ಅಪಾನ್ ಮಾರ್ಟಿನ್ ಕೆನಡಿ ಫ್ರಮ್ ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡು. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕಮ್ ಆನ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಬಿ ಆನ್ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್. ದೆನ್ ಫಾಲೋಡ್ ಬೈ ATB Bose from Tamil Nadu, P.S. Ramachandran from Kerala, Mr. Vijay Shetty from Goa. I think we can have from right, we can, if you are in the right side, it will be easy, I think. Followed by Madhusudan from Telangana, followed by Warsab from Kashmir, Srinagar, Shri Atul Srivastav. Martin ji, please. Martin ji, please. Martin from Tamil Nadu. P.S. Ramachandran from Kerala. Vijay Shetty sir. Thank you. Vijay Shetty from Goa. Madhusudan from Telangana. Is Rajendra there? GN Warsa from Srinagar, Jammu Kashmir. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Mr. Atul Srivastav from UP, Uttar Pradesh. I would call upon Shri T.N. Raju, member of task force. T.N. Raju. Rishikesh sir, if you are here, please come on dais. Rishikesh. And Shri Ganesh Bhatt, if you are here, please come on stage.
Mr. Ganesh Bhatt. Mr. Ganesh Bhatt, please come on stage. Rishikesh ji. The Tamil Nadu State Association requested that they would want to honor Shashi sir. So I request Shashi sir to please come forward. Martin sir, you can come on top. Please, Mr. Martin. Please.
We are amazed by the Sasi Kumarji's organizing capacity. Okay, around 45,000 teachers took part in a rally, and we sent it to our education minister, and that was election time. Okay, so he immediately said all pass. And next day, he closed the school. Because we will also follow him and the impact will be there, so motivated. So such a great leader, and we want to honor him on behalf of the Tamil Nadu Association.
The Tamil Nadu Association will also be honoring Dr. Amit Chandra. Mr. Thomas Anthony, please do come forward from NISA. Mr. Thomas Anthony from NISA. Mr. Thomas Anthony. Please. And all the members, tea is served. We have a break of exactly 15 minutes. We are going to start with the first talk very soon. Madhusudan ji, NEP Task Force. Srinivasan sir. Madhusudan ji, 2 minutes on the stage. Tamil Nadu wants to honor you. Please come.
ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು 15 ನಿಮಿಷದೊಳಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಂದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರಬೇಕು.
ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್, ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Delegates, we please request you to have your seats. We are going to start the session immediately. Organizing committee members, please make sure that people are joining us. Please take your seats. We'll be commencing the next phase. Amit ji, you good to go? Organizing committee members, please get the delegates in. We need to start immediately. JP sir, Natesh, Sridhar sir. We are starting the proceedings.
ಯಾರನ್ನ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋರಾದ್ರೆ ರಪ್ಪನ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ತಿರುಗಿಸಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಈ ಕಟ್ಟೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ. ಇವಾಗ ಫುಲ್ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ 6 ಗಂಟೆವರೆಗೂ ಲೈವ್ ವಿತ್ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ.
Hello. Delegates, we are starting the proceedings. Please do come inside. The first talk is about to commence. We'll start off. Let's close the door. Friends and colleagues, let me give a quick introduction. Standing there is Dr. Amit Chandra. He's a senior consultant with Central Square Foundation. He's also worked with Center for Civil Society, which is a think tank which deals with education. He's going to talk specifically about the policy recommendation and model for implementation of the NEP 2020. We have already discussed the regulatory architecture of school education. So Amit will be taking this forward. Amit ji, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Kiran ji. And hello to everyone. Namaskaram. So one thing I would like to do is not to make this presentation from the dais and come and walk to you so that we could interact a little bit. Will that be fine? Okay. So what I would like to do is just spend roughly 10 minutes I have been given, 10 to 15 minutes, to talk about the regulatory architecture in school education in the country. And specifically because we are here, the key objective is that in this inauguration session, we talked about why we have organized this symposium. So the key idea is the new national education policy is there. And there are scores of recommendations, hundreds of recommendations. But what are we particularly interested in is the chapter 8. And chapter 8 deals with the regulatory architecture. Now my first question to all of you. How many of you have read the National Education Policy 2020? Would you like to raise your hand? How many of you have read it? Okay, I can see a few hands. Great. Now let me ask very quickly, because I know majority of audience here is related with education. So you all are trustees, managers, leaders, principals, and all of that. I want just 3 people to tell me in 30 seconds each, what is the day-to-day challenges that you face in case of managing your school? Anyone? I want 3 people in 30 seconds to tell me what is the day-to-day challenge that you face in managing your educational institution. Yes. Just quickly.
Abraham from Kerala. See, we have many schools in Kerala running by CBSE and ICSE. Now we are facing great difficulty to run the schools in Kerala because of the policy of the government.
What is that?
The policy of the government is
Not policy, what problem you face? Day-to-day.
the problem that we are facing is the government is giving, donating, or rather giving marks to the Kerala board school students. And there is
I think question was not clear. What problem do you face?
that is the problem.
Day-to-day management of your school.
That is the problem. Thereby, the students are flowing away from CBSE schools and they are going to state schools.
Okay.
That is the main problem that we are facing at present.
Okay.
And also, the schools we have established about 40 years, 50 years, 25 years like that, we have established the schools. And the buildings are there, infrastructure is there, and all the
30
teachers
seconds,
are.
I'm sorry, 30 seconds I said.
Yeah, so these things are idling now at present, and we are finding it very difficult to run the schools in Kerala. That is
Great.
the main problem.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anyone else? Children to schools? Okay, one. Fee not paid to? They are not worried about education. Okay, wonderful. The last one, 30 seconds.
So I've been in this industry relatively new. I'm only 10 years in this field so far. And the main challenge that I've seen over the recently, the day-to-day challenge is that there's a huge learning gap. And the children are not equipped enough to face that learning gap and how to overcome that particular thing. And
Perfect.
the challenge that I'm facing is how do I translate that to the parents, that there is a learning gap and you need to focus on how to do it. That's the main challenge I'm facing.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Because I have only 10 minutes, I'm sorry, I really have to stick to the time. So the key idea was, my question was, what are the day-to-day challenges you face in managing your educational institution, right? And and usually when we have this interaction, the most of the time immediately will come, enrollment is either going up or down, fee is not coming, we have let's say fire safety norms, some NOC to be procured, harassment from BO, DO, all of that. Right? They give you a lot of work which is not so much education or academic related, right? What my friend here started talking about, learning outcome. So all of these things are not related with learning outcome, right? And that is where I wanted to bring your attention. So in Karnataka, when we look at it, we can see there is roughly 40% currently students are going to government schools and roughly 46% are going to private schools, right? So we completely see in case of school enrollment, private schools have gone ahead of government schools now. But the next thing is, through this NSS survey also, parents say 72% parents say, why are they sending kids to private schools? Because they think there is some level of better quality of education available, right? But yet, we also know that in case of learning outcome, real measurement, India is getting into a learning crisis. Now, due to pandemic, it has certainly aggravated it, but even before pandemic, the learning outcome benchmarks indicators have not been great. We all would have heard about possibly ASER report, which says roughly 60% 6th grade students cannot do basic language and maths of 2nd grade, right? 60% cannot do basic numeracy and literacy of 2nd grade. So such a bad indicator. And even if we look at this problem exists, this has gone beyond government and private. So if you take the data for Karnataka, 58% 5th grade students cannot do it. That is in government schools. But if you take it in private schools, the indicators are better, but it's not great. And the key concern has been of the policy makers, what do we do so that we move towards learning outcome? So from all of these different kinds of problems that you face, what do we do so that for everyone, the key mission has to be make sure there is learning outcome. And therefore, NEP has a remarkable shift in its regulatory approach. Now, all of these problems, day-to-day administrative problem that you face, there is, Shashi and others would have talked 100 times, that government has a different way to approach government schools and private schools, right? Why that happens? So NEP makers say that the inherent problem is conflict of interest. The service provider, school operator himself is the regulator, right? Department of School Education, which is running its own school, is also the judge, the regulator. And NEP makers say that this is a conflict of interest. And therefore, what they recommend that we should set up a new body for neutral regulation. And this new body should be called State School Standard Authority. All of these things are covered in chapter 8. You would have received a folder where chapter 8 is given to you, right? So there all of these things are mentioned. So what the chapter 8 talks about? Number 1, set up this new body called SSSA. Next thing, there should be a clear separation of functions among different educational bodies. At the moment, at times it's ambiguous. Who will do what? Where does the buck stop? So for an example, think about it. Today, a parent has to complain regarding whatever. Or even a school has to make a complaint. Where would you complain? How would you complain? In how many days your problem will be solved? There is no clear path to it. So they say it has, therefore, separation of functions so that there is clear accountability. So now onwards, Department of School Education would only do policy making and monitoring. Directorate of School Education will only focus on running their own school. They should not get into business of private or other schools. SCRT will focus only in curricula development. And this new body SSSA will be the key regulator. And that too, they will create regulation which should be applicable to all, private, government, whatever, philanthropic, charity, minority, all. And our key finding is why there is poor learning outcome. That's number 1, our regulations are focused on what we call input. So we try to document how many laws are there in Karnataka which regulates education space. And we found 17. There are 17 different acts. And these 17 different acts will also have their rules for implementation. And therefore, at times you will find GO or GRs issued. And then we know at times we go to court, and court has also given stay on some of these provisions. So actually you don't really know, if you are going to set up a new school, what rule or what process to follow. There is complexity, there is ambiguity, and that is what gives power or scope to different authorities to exploit, get into corrupt practices. And therefore, the recommendation is there should be few laws, but simple and clear. So NEP says light but tight regulations. Anyways, so this new body has to be set up, which in our opinion could be that potential game changer. Because all the problem, whether you have problem regarding recognition, affiliation, NOC, fire, safety, whatever, all of that, as long as the power is with the Department of School Education, who is biased in its action. And therefore, once we have the neutral regulator, this should be the key body to address all of your concerns. So whatever order comes, some of the states, what they have started doing, the states meaning the schools and schools associations, they say we are willing to follow, but you are not the right authority to give this order. First create SSSA based on NEP recommendation and let that issue order and we will follow it. This also opens up an opportunity that now this has to be outside the government as a neutral, so keep the politicians and bureaucrats away. People, representative from private schools association as well as an important stakeholder could become members of this committee. So in that sense, it will promote self-regulation. And third important thing I want to talk about, that the entire shift is towards learning outcome. Now, how would we ensure there is learning outcome happening? For that is clear answer is that schools have to be accredited and students' learning outcome has to be assessed. And it's not that it's first time happening in the country. There are countries who have implemented similar kinds of recommendations and have brought remarkable achievement. So UK has a similar kind of model where there is a clear separation of function. Chile has done well, and when they started working on similar model, since then their learning outcome has improved. Brazil is doing better. So we do have some experience from other countries as well. Now the next thing I want to talk about is NEP is just a policy document. Thereafter, government came up with a new document as well, which many people may not have heard about. This document is called Sarthak. Sarthak is actually the implementation plan for NEP. It has a clearly identified what, number one, it converted all the recommendations into actionable tasks, has assigned a key department which will work on implementation, and then also has put a timeline. So SSSA, for SSSA the timeline is by end of 23, there should be a functional SSSA existing with its functional website and all. Now here is the thing for all of you to think about, and that is the state may not be as interested in doing it. Why would they not be interested? Because it's simple. The idea is that Department of School Education will have to take its power away, create a new body, give the power, who will start regulating them also. And therefore they may not be interested. And that is why this program is so important, that we make sure we are vigilant enough that number one, government does it in the right manner, and we are part of it. And in our ideal model, that it gives us an opportunity to review all the legislation so far. So we review the way education system has been designed so far. We can rethink as to how do we want to design the new education system, and on that basis create the entire regulatory framework. So that opportunity is with us. Now it depends completely upon us as to how do we capitalize upon it. And this is where the key idea, when I was discussing with Shashi, we thought of organizing this symposium. Our key statement was this: let's not make the same mistake what we did when RTE was being drafted. When RTE was being drafted and they started implementing, most of us were unaware and sleeping and enjoying. At least we should not repeat the same mistake. Now NEP is being implemented. We should be aware, vigilant, and make sure it gets done in the best manner as we think. And what could be that best possible manner? In your folder, we have created few documents and given to you. So how should this triple essay look like? Function, roles, responsibility. How would dispute resolution mechanism will work out? What could be done to those cases if there are pending cases like in High Court, right? What can we do? So all of those questions we have deliberated and created few documents which is there in your folder. And that is where I should stop. Thank you very much. I hope this 10-15 minutes of interaction must be of some use. Kiranji, back to you.
Thanks, Amitji. I feel really sorry because I have this very horrible task of cutting people short. But unfortunately, we are running against time. And most importantly, it is important to talk about issues of concern. So here, what Amitji was trying to tell us is that this is the right time to be vigilant. Let us try to understand the policy. Let us feed into the policy. And we have people who can probably hear us. Madhusudanji was telling us that he's very open to taking in information. And if, a part of this also goes into helping make the policy interesting and good for all of us, I think probably it's half the victory for us. I'll quickly move on to the next session. Shashi sir is going to talk. He's going to set the tone again for the regulatory challenges that private schools are facing, and he'll be emphasizing on what we're facing in Karnataka. I just want to quickly add, it's really interesting that we have around 12 state representatives here. And in yesterday's conversation, what I could understand is that each state has a different strategy and they are interacting with the government. And what was coming across very clearly is that what works for Karnataka might not work for Tamil Nadu. What is working in UP or Maharashtra, there are very interesting things that can feed into our discussion. Okay, moving on. Shashi sir, you can take over.
Hi all of you, once again. Just very crisp, I am going to say the situation of this state. In other way, it is across also. So we are talking about the change in education policy. So this is the infrastructure, as we know, like how many schools are there across India, and in that 24,000 plus CBSE and ICSE of around 2,300 and IB of 148. Leaving this, most of these schools are run by government, their own respective government. Here we are around 22.4%, that is private unaided schools. That means totally we are catering around 49.1% as from the point of students, what we are catering education. So in this private school, we have recruited around 36 lakh teachers. One important thing is we have never taken into account nursery, that which is in NEP, that is 3 to 6 years. That was not accounted fully on government portal, because that is where more than 20-25% of these students are again should be added when NEP is being on implementation level. So one thing here, I wanted to just give you an insight. 6.43 lakh crores what government is spending in its school. That means even we are spending 6.43 more than that, because our infrastructure, our other activities are entirely different. Government projected budget and our budget is quite different, because here we are spending more. The government is spending more money on salary itself. 85 to 90% salary component is being spent out of what allocated budget is. But when it comes to private and aided school, yes, we have a blame that we pay less salary. But when we consolidate the whole expenditure, it is entirely different, because we have, apart from salary, we have many components. So because salary, we are like, it is a mutual consent between the teacher and the management, whatever we are paying. So because of that, now focusing on NEP implementation, it will be around not less than 400 million students we are supposed to, because it is from 3 to 18 years. So where money comes for government is a big challenge. Same here with private unaided school also. Where should we bring money when we want to implement as per NEP? That is what the question rises. So when it comes to Karnataka, this is the teachers, students and schools. Here we have a lot of challenges, that is RTE 25%, which still another 2-3 years down the line we have to get our reimbursement. Reimbursement is a big challenges, because we are being paid only 16,000, 8,000, but how did they arrive is a big challenge, because by considering only 5 component of 50 different accounts head, they have arrived for 16,000. And directly cutting it to 50% for nursery, they are reimbursing. So this is where we have a dispute also. Apart from that, minimum infrastructure norms, minimum wage for teachers, safety security audit, maintenance of quality accountability. In that, we have a rigid fees structure. Rigid fees structure. Indirectly, they are trying to control the liberty of our fees fixation. I mean, it is our liberty, but that has been taken away. They are telling only with salary plus 100%, salary plus 30%, and only increase of 10 to 15% in a year. This is not going to happen in most of the good elite schools, because there the infrastructure, the facilities are entirely different. But government is trying to regulate. In the name of regulate, they are trying to fix fees. That is where we have a dispute. Apart from that, we have a ESI, PF, gratuity, professional tax, everything except service charges. We have everything with us. See, challenges per child expenditure even we will face, because we are not being liberalized to charge even 90%. One important thing I want to put you across is more than 90% of the schools in Karnataka, they charge a nominal fees of 10 to 40,000. Very 2 to 3% who are charging 1 lakh and above. 2 to 3%. But 95% of the schools have a difficulty in whatever the new things comes into force. That is where we want to look into. I'll just skip all this. Even in budget, for example, this time for National Education Policy 2021-22 budget, they have allocated some amount, so that they carried the function of implementing. And one important thing what we found was 818 crores and 268 crores was allotted for various yojanas during this pandemic. But believe it, our government never allowed us to charge even a single NP on the context of online education. But same thing was allocated by central government for digitalizing and giving out online. So here again we were being deprived of our rights. We didn't, almost 2 years down the line, we couldn't forget. The gentleman was saying, never parents came forward to pay us. Almost 60% of the parents have never paid. There are 40% who have paid partially in budget school. I'm talking about budget school. Where there is a demand for schools, in certain schools, hardly few hundred, those schools, even next year's admission have been made. That should not be kept a benchmark to say that schools, private schools, they are collecting fees. So here we are financially burdened. So when we come out with the Kendriya Vidyalaya or Navodaya Vidyalaya, what government is spending per child, it is huge. But when it comes to state board schools, they have said 16,000, 15,000, 30,000. That is not right actually. That is why we have asked the government, please declare per child expenditure, considering all the component of your expenditure rate. There are many things, even the like CSR fund, everything is being utilized on that year. So any appropriate government has to declare that honestly, so the nation will know what exactly charging in the private budget schools and what type of quality education is being provided against the government. It is not government versus private, but we want to understand, yes, where exactly money comes, where exactly money is spent, and what is the quality outcome of that. So let me just keep all this because we have no time. Just I will focus because there is an entire country audience here. So we want to say what type of schools are there in Karnataka. Apart from that, we have problems like single teacher school when it comes to government. Infrastructure due to COVID, midday meals, safety protocols, teachers deficit. This is somewhere we are not giving a quality learning outcome because of these various problems. So when it comes to aided school, they too have a teacher deficit, infrastructure, midday meals, safety protocols. So again, learning has been stopped for almost 500 days. So when it comes to private unaided school, it is the biggest challenge. Infrastructure, transportation, parents non-cooperation, safety protocols, admission fees, arrears, withdraw. They have a beautiful 2 to 3 years learning in one school. They withdraw their TC without paying the fees. The numbers are rising year after year. Earlier it was 1 or 2 or 3 or 10 in some places. Now it is hundreds. So they never pay the fees of a availed service, and they withdraw the TC in the BO office by misusing the portals. This is one biggest problem. We have tried to dealt with this, but still it is there. Salary issue, because we are unable to pay good salary because of non-cooperation from the parents. Because these 2 years we have seen very pathetic situation. RTE portal issue, government textbook, private transportation, they insist to pay 6th pay, wherein 90% of the school, I mean the population, they are from the poor, middle class, economically weaker section who are studying in budget schools, especially state board schools. When you want to give them a 6th pay, just imagine you have to collect not less than 300 to 400 times from those parents, and they are not affordable. They never come to pay, and end of the day, almost we are there for around 83% as in urban, and overall we are catering more than 50%. When where will these parents go? Government, there is no government set up schools to cater this much of big volume, and if we are not being paid properly or we are not being supported by the government, by the education department, definitely it will be a big issue. So apart from that, forcing RR, even for nursery, when there is only a registration for nursery, there is no renewal of recognition because they don't have curriculum, there is no medium of instruction or nothing has been there, registration. But some part of education department try to impose renewal of recognition every year. It is nothing but done, that's it. So same new schools, renewal of recognition for old existing 40, 50 years. Yes, as you said, there should be some after certain orders, but this is not happening. We have a 10 years limitation now as per amendment, but they are giving only one year because of it is because you are not doing away with safety audits like fire safety, PWD, and this is humanly not possible. Fire safety, government, Supreme Court has said only one thing: have cylinders in your schools within 6 months, but they have modified it. For new schools, whatever the regulations are there, same thing is being applied on old existing school for who are going for renewal of recognition, and it is pathetic. Each school has to shell out not less than 10 to 40 lakhs for getting NOC for fire. PWD, it goes into several lakhs, but end of the day you can't get the honest certificate because there is a dispute, akrama sakrama. Until that is settled, nobody can give or nobody can get these certificates. This is biggest problem, teacher deficit. Even we private schools are facing teacher deficit. We don't have qualified teachers, especially in math, science and English. It's really difficult situation. So private unaided school, even we have a problem from parent association, RTA activist, RTI activist, child right commission, everybody intervenes with us. So we have even with media blowouts, like it is something we can't even imagine. So per child expenditure, free promotion, mass pass, mass admission, all this has again made us mess even in the portal, where we have to cleanse now. And BBMP tax. Bangalore, we had an exemption, now they have made 100% tax. That means some schools have to shell out crores of rupees. But only one thing I would finally say, all this year coming with rules, regulation, to take that required money, our regulation ED 31 doesn't give any provision to collect from the parents. Then where money comes from? Government is not giving. We are not being provisioned to get from the regulation part, and parents, they are not affordable. End of the day, only in the name of safety, security and all vagara vagara, you are being insisted to do all this by force. So here we are facing much difficulties. So these are, so we want SSSA, so that our only intention is make a separate neutral body where we can be heard. Our problems can be heard. We can represent, we can say our things so that the government, the SSSA understands and regulate equally, giving justice to wherever implication is possible. In such manner, the rules and regulation can be framed. Here what is happening, though we have the government officials, the education department understands our difficulties, they don't want to implement it in true spirit, because all higher officers are being driven by the lower case workers who never understand what is there individually, what is there on the piece of paper, what we give request. They just draft, they just get the signature done by the higher officers and putting us into stake. This is what is happening at government level. So we want, see, it is very clear outcome. It must not overlay, restrict schools for giving out quality education. But the real intention of NEP 20 is been defeated here. If you don't go with these intentions, definitely we will have troubles in future. So end of the day, this is how the department is functioning at present. Too much, there is very much difference between the regulation. The same rules and regulation of safety audit is not put. We have a beautiful records on that. I would like to see, this was only a Supreme Court's verdict. There was only 5 important directions made by the Supreme Court, but it was the other observations were being interpreted, and they are trying to enforce the National Building Code, the law. That is being enforced now for old schools, which is not at all possible. So apart from this, even Supreme Court could not arrive to solve this problem when we intervened by NISA impleading there in the Supreme Court. They just said it is a big problem, let the MHRD look into it. But MHRD, again, they took a suggestion from NCPCR. The NCPCR gave a beautiful, that is CBSE and NCPCR. So that same thing is been now law of the land, again insisting us to follow all the norms which new schools are being provisioned. Same thing should be done away with old existing school, which is not possible. So here the dispute is still. So this is our new, after 2018, we were being given one amendment and act and rules, so that what should have, new schools, when you want to establish a new school, what should you have? So that thing is completely, even you have increased fixed deposit, you have enhanced processing fees, apart from regular fees, all these things are there. But same thing is being carried, even though there is a very clear mentioning in this thing, those land requirement, those fixed deposit is not applicable for the schools which have commenced on or before 2018. Though in amendment it is there, they are trying to impose by forcefully that this much of land is required for when we go to renewal. Land conversion is required when you go for renewal. It is really, wherever you have agriculture land, wherever you have a revenue land, you can't get that conversion done now, which the schools were established 20, 30 years back. That is the biggest problem we are facing. So all this, this is why even when it comes to recognition, one school was given 3 recognition. That means 1 to 5th one, 6th to 8th one, 9th and 10th one. So now we came out with the concept amalgamation, making that 3 different permission to 1, and because we want to run every year for renewal of recognition. Now it is 1 dice number, so 1 renewal of recognition. This is what is now in place. So all these problems, these are the various things. The main thing is after COVID, again renewal of recognition by paying processing fees. So it is now in online. So now we have to provide all this PWD stability certificate, wherein it has 15 different certificates to be submitted to get this by paying fees, and fire safety, land conversion, fixed deposit, minimum strength, whatever the strength we have. Because government is not paying any money. You have a less, there are schools which have 10 children per teacher and they run. That is not the botheration of government. Government has to see that whether the children are getting quality education. They are not. If you have lesser than 25, they don't give a permission or they cancel the affiliation. All this threat, it is not acceptable. So property tax, again inspection. After all this, again 3-man committee is formed, inspection is done. Simply they trouble in the name of inspection. Finally, without this, nothing is happening. So end of the day, though you have all the document, without this, nothing is going to happen. So this is where we are. CBSE school, only this was mentioned in their regulations. But for our schools, complete new set of fire safety, all those things. We are state budget schools, especially state board, which are high in volume. So end of the day, there are many challenges. Let me not go with that. Only our concern is stakeholders are not consulted. They are from the same field. They are not taking their opinions. They are not considering the existing law. Even when it comes to medium of instruction, we have said the government, please don't overlook 11-bench judgment in the medium of instruction case. So finally, TMA Pai versus Government of Karnataka, we have a dispute with Education Act. Par with TMA Pai things, we have given our suggestions, considering that our Education Act has to be revised. That has not been yet because it is still in the division bench, though Supreme Court directed division bench to look back and see that it has been fixed. They have not fixed so far almost 12 years. So all these things we want government to look and give a natural justice considering our issues. So this is where finally just I want to say, save our school, that is budget school of this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Shashi sir. One thing that will come across very clearly is, especially when we are talking about Karnataka CAMS in particular, it is very important to have solid data. So if you look at the data that we have done various kinds of analyses, and we have information about the budget that is allocated to government schools as against private schools. We are constantly following new orders. So in fact, if you go and check Shashi sir's car at any point in time, he always has around 500 pages there. You ask him about any act, any law, he would probably have it. So we have a good team. And one more thing that I would like to point out is KPMTCC is a big thing for us, because under the stewardship of people like Shashi sir, Dr. Srinivasan, and so many others, it is our advocacy level has come to a different level. So we're constantly interacting with the government, and fortunately, the government is listening also. But I do want to, as a group, we would like to learn what other states are doing, what kind of advocacy efforts, and I think that is what is going to happen when we talk about the regulatory challenges of private schools, and probably we will want to listen to all of you. Now, immediately we are going to call upon Mr. A.T.B. Bose. Mr. A.T.B. Bose is from Tamil Nadu. He will be talking about legal perspective, the legal, what kind of angles they've taken to win various. Yeah, Mr. Bose. So Mr. Bose will be talking about the legal perspective, specifically concerning the Tamil Nadu perspective.
Now, good afternoon, dignitaries. Now, I just wanted to go through this. First thing, I wanted to compare the draft of NEP 19 and what as the final draft is come. I don't know how many of you have compared. In the 19 draft, this is state school regulatory authority, not SSSA. And it is to be formed by an independent board consisting of 10 to 15 people and members with expertise in education and other relevant. This is the original regulatory board. But now what happened? And they brought into state school authority, SSSA. That means from being very independent, they brought into the clutch of the bureaucrats. Now, in 19 draft, you had flexibility to choose your curriculum. That was really very good one thing, but unfortunately, now it has been changed. They are going to have the syllabus framed by SCRT, and the school quality assessment accreditation framework will be done by SCRT. So the flexibility for school to have their own curriculum is taken away. Now, earlier in 19 draft, they say you could have self-accreditation. And they also guided how it should be done with the consent of SMC and 2 peer schools, and they will endorse the thing, and it has to be done once in 3 years, the self-accreditation by us. And now it is taken by SSSA. That means there is no more self-accreditation. So the power is taken away. Now, regulation of private school with the same framework as public schools, but even that has been diluted. And they said that it should be all uniform. This is all in 19. But again here, it is done by SSSA, predominantly conducted by bureaucrats only. Now, if you see the new thing, not in the draft, they say except the schools that are managed, aided, controlled by the central government. That means they are giving an exemption. All in the 19, it said it should be all uniform for public, private and everything. But here they give an exemption. Once the central government gives an exemption, naturally state boards also will follow through. They will give an exemption for their own government schools. Now, it is mainly, they wanted to give exemption for Kendriya Vidyalayas. Now, why to Kendriya Vidyalaya? Now, Kendriya Vidyalaya comes under a registered society. Even most of our schools are also comes under registered society. So, both are at par only, private schools who come under registered society and the Kendriya Vidyalaya. Now, the objective of establishing Kendriya Vidyalaya in 1965 was to cater to transferable central government employees only, not for others. But now what happens? 65% of the Kendriya Vidyalaya students are from locals only. Only 35% are central government, and that too, not all of them are transferable. Non-transferable also are there. Now, if you just see, now why their demand is like private schools, there's a much demand for KV only by the locals, but not by the central government employees. Because they feel private schools give better education than Kendra Vidyalaya. So many people of central government transfer job also, they admit their children in the private schools. Now, they don't respect Tamil Learning Act 2006 or Kannada Language Learning 2015. They don't teach regional language as stipulated in RT Act or in new NEP, the national NEP. Now, fees in private schools. In 19, they said free to set their own fees. But in 20, this clause is totally deleted. And review of the RT Act, that was there in 19. They very specifically studied and said what is the difficulty in the thing and what are the corruption that is going on. All these things were spelled out in 19. But in 20, the review is totally left out. Now, even in the review, the 19, they said, if they wanted to continue with 12.1c, funding must be guaranteed. You know, now every state has arrears in paying. They said funding must be guaranteed. And this is also totally omitted in 20. Now, by giving, earlier it was 1 to 8. Now from 3 years to +2. That means nearly 14 to 15 years, the RTA has to be done by the non-minority schools, 25%. Imagine what is going to happen. Now, reimbursement. In Tamil Nadu, I'm just giving a thing what is it. Now, in 16-17, this GO was given, and they gave the figure of what is the amount they are spending on per child in class 1 is 25,000 and 8 is 33,000. But immediately next year, they passed for 17-18, they said for reimbursement purpose. It is not a unit of per child expenditure of the government. They are fixing the reimbursement, and from first standard has come to half, more than half, they reduced it. And every year they are fixing this amount. Now, this may follow suit in other states also. Now, we have to join together and see how RT Act is removed from private schools. We should have a conference like this once again. Now, the best way is only offense. To defense is, we have to be very offensive. Now, this is, I'm just for a few minutes. When the OACs was introduced, they specified, CBSE schools specified within this time you have to submit all the details. And for those who are not submitted on date, 50,000 penalty was levied. We immediately went to the court, we got a stay order, and it was pending for 3 years. Only recently, they withdrew that circular. And CBSE said everybody should follow NCERT textbooks. We also challenged it. We got a stay order. Immediately, RO withdrew that circular. But one gentleman, he challenged the withdrawal. He said the RO and the private schools are in tandem, so he should not have done that. The same judge who gave us the stay order said, no, you have to use only NCERT books. We made an appeal, even CBSE also made an appeal. And finally, they gave a petition, CBSE, that it's only an affiliation body, not a regulatory body. But now I see in the CBSE has made a regulatory SSCA part, that means regulatory body. It's going against their own commitment. And they also say, we are going to have it only in the framework. Now, they have said in the affidavit, it should be plurality, not a single book. You have to use it. They also quoted Kothari Commission. So this is what is happening here. And finally, we challenge the bylaw, the recent bylaw also. In that, they have one chapter, 12, empowering the CBSE to indiscriminately levy penalty on schools, and that is also, we got a stay, and the order says you have to get permission from the court because you are not a regulatory body, you have to, you can't levy penalty. If you want to levy penalty, you have to get permission from the court. So, we challenged the amendment also, even that we got a stay. Now finally, when CBSE changed the bylaws, we have to accept it. But one thing what we got is that the court said state authorities cannot and shall not interfere with the syllabus of the the curriculum of the CBSE schools. Now, I've just put the 6 different changes they made in the chapter 8. So please compare it. I think we should fight for that. Instead of fighting the nomenclature of triple SCA, we should say you should have SSRA only. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bose.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
One is this 65 and 35% of students in KVs. Is there any cross subsidy? Are the local students paying for the central government students?
All the central government staffs get 2,250 per child for education. That means they can have for 2 children. That is why they prefer to go to the private school. But locals have to, exempting the 25% RT children, they have to pay fees. No cross subsidy, but they collect fees. They get funds from the central government and also collect fees.
Sorry, I have 3 questions. Now, we want to challenge the differences made between the draft and the final act.
Yes.
Legally, how can we do that?
Pardon?
Legally, how is it possible?
Now, whether it is legally possible, why not we try it? So we all accepted that, we gave the recommendations also, whatever is possible. But what it comes is totally against the original policy of NEP.
I don't know. We need
Let's
to
try
think
what's wrong in it. Let's try.
Okay. Now, what is your suggestion to come out of RTE?
I think we should have a separate discussion. There are so many things. No,
that is only in Karnataka.
No,
I have, this is Shashi and me, we have talked a lot of times. If you really find out the actual expenses per child, then automatically they close. That's what every state should try and get the genuine per child expense.
Yeah, that is
which
what
will
we are
be
also doing.
70,000, 80,000 minimum. The government cannot afford to pay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bose. So we wind up the talks for the day. We are still trying to check and see if Dr. Vishal will be coming in. We also have a possibility of the Education Minister coming live. So we are coordinating with them, and the moment we are able to make a connection, we will probably make them come on live. Let's move on quickly to the panel discussions. So the first panel discussion that we had promised was to do with the regulatory challenges of private schools. So what I will do is, I'll invite the panelists to come on board, and I will announce the moderator. We will set a time, and then the discussion can proceed. Mr. G.N. Ward from Kashmir. Would the audience be interested in asking some questions, either to Shashi sir? Would you be interested in any burning questions that you want addressed immediately? We have around 5 minutes to spare, so in case somebody has a pressing question, there is time for it. Anybody from behind wants to ask a question to either Shashi sir or Mr. ATB Bose? Okay. Let me warn you in advance, we are breaking for lunch at only 1:30, so you can still ask your question. I'm warning you in advance, we are going to break for lunch at 1:30. So we have 45 minutes, we'll be doing the first panel, and then we'll be breaking for lunch. So if you want to ask a question, this is the right time. Yes, I thought so. Please pass the mic. Please pass the mic to the gentleman there. ಮೈಕ್, ನಂಗೆ 2 ಮೈಕ್ ಬೇಕು ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್. To the gentleman there first.
Hello. Can I speak in Kannada?
You're welcome, sir.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ ನವಾಜ್.
ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ?
ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಥವಾ ಪ್ಯಾನಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಹತ್ರ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
ಸರ್, ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ.
ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇದೆ.
ಯಾರಿಗೆ? ಶಶಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗ, ATB ಬೋಸ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗ?
ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ.
ಓಕೆ, ಶಶಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ.
ಸರ್, ನಾನು ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಮತ್ತು ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡದ ಕೆಲವು ಭಾಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ NYS ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಅನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 1-2 ಶಾಪ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಅಲ್ಲಿ LKG ಇಂದ PUC ವರೆಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಡಿಗ್ರಿವರೆಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಕಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮಂತ ಕೆಲವು ಶಾಲೆಗಳಿಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫೀಸ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಟೀಚರ್ನ ಅಥವಾ ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವರು ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡುವುದರಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ಗಳು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಅನ್ಎಡೆಡ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಕಾಲೇಜಸ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಶಶಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರು.
So quickly, I'll translate what he said because it was in Kannada. He is from the coastal district of Karnataka. Mohammed sir alva? Yeah, Mr. Mohammed. So what he was asking is that NOS centers, there are certain NOS centers which are running as ad hoc schools, and without facilities or infrastructure, they're able to take admissions, and it is not possible to compete with them. This is a big problem in coastal Karnataka. He wants Shashi sir to answer.
ಸೊ NOSಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ, ಅವರು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಆದರೆ ಅದು ಅನಧಿಕೃತವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ NOS ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಮನೆಯಿಂದ ನೀವೊಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಬಂದು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಶಾಲೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಅಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಧಿಕೃತವಾಗಿ ಅನುಮತಿ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಅದು ಕೆರಿಕ್ಯುಲಮ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಏನು ಎತ್ತ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಡಿಫೈನ್ ಆಗಿರಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಅದು ಮನೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ, ಹೋಮ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಥರ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನ ನೀವು ಅನಧಿಕೃತವಾಗಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಯೂಟ್. ನೀವು ರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳೋದಲ್ಲ. ಯು ಶುಡ್ ರೈಟ್ ಅ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಟು ದಿ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ ಅಂಡ್ ರೈಸ್ ದ ಇಶ್ಯೂ. ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಸರ್. ಮದನ್ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಸರ್. Madam, panel has a question for Madan Gopal.
My request, humble question to Madan Gopal sir. In North Karnataka, there is one rumor. When NEP is implemented by the government, most of the budget schools are going to close. Definitely they will close like that. All are discussing. Please sir.
ಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಲ್ಲ, ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಬೇರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳ ಬಂದರು, ನಾನು ತೆಲುಗು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಉರ್ದು ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್ ಸ್ಪ್ಯಾನಿಷ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸೊ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಇಫ್ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ our friends from other states will understand. See, I don't know how, on what basis you have come to this opinion that NEP is implemented, schools in North Karnataka closed. I don't know why, how. See, I worked in North Karnataka for 13 years of my service, out of 34 years. Budget school andre categorization agbekalva. We have to categorize. You see, issues are that's the reason I mentioned repeatedly while giving my remarks in the beginning. Lot of apprehensions are there which are not founded on facts. So because budget schools, when we are talking about because are you saying because of SSSA you are going to be closed? ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಅಲ್ಲ SSSA ಬರೋದರಿಂದ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಆಗ್ತದಂತನಾ ಏನು ಉದ್ದೇಶ? ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಯಾವ ಆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? ಇಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ SSSA, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ 5+3+3+4, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರಿಕ್ಯುಲಮ್ ಚೇಂಜಸ್, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ವಾಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ? No, infrastructure part, it depends on, you see, you should know that government, when they are working out a SSSA, because SSSA, our friend Chandra, he has mentioned that we are going in a very, very interesting direction in Karnataka. You see, SSSA is, we already had those who are familiar with Karnataka, we had a Karnataka Quality Assessment Authority agency. It was done almost 15 years ago. So all the children in the government and government aided schools, the percentage of 10% of children in class 3, 20% children in class 5, and then 50% in class 8. Each learning level of each child of these percentage of schools was assessed in Karnataka. It was a wonderful experience. We have done already, but that was only for the learning outcomes. So for mathematics, for social sciences, language, and the physical sciences, certain learning out, certain predetermined learning levels are identified, and teachers are trained for that. Based on that, all the schools in that particular area categorized into ABC. Those who have achieved more than 75% are category A. Those between 50 to 75 category B. Those below 50 are category C. So utilizing our resources at the cluster resource center and the block resource center and diets, hand-holding was done. This is done in Karnataka. Earlier we have experience as far as the quality assessment of the learning levels. Now SSA, whatever we are calling it, a school standard authority, it go to one step beyond. It is not going to be like NAC. It's not going to be regulatory. It is more of a facilitating mechanism. I am assuring Shashi is here. It's more of a facilitating mechanism, because as I walked in incidentally, I studied in a government schools up to 12. I studied in Telugu medium. My friend Masudan is there, my friend Sushisha. So he's saying that in the remote areas, those who know Telangana area, a place like Jogipet, Siddipet, it had no schools at that time. So I'm saying that we all, those who are in the task force, and as far as I am concerned, and we are looking at SSSA in a different angle. Not to create any regulatory mechanism to harass you. We are not going to harass anybody. At least as far as our recommendation is going to be that SSSA will be facilitating mechanism. Again, it's not universal. It is not uniform. Because Jevargi school ge, Nelamangala school ge compare madakagude. Sorry, I am saying in Kannada again. School that is located in Kalyan Karnataka area or a remote area in Raichur or remote area in Chincholi, in Gulbarga, where Venkatapura village, 14 kilometers you have to walk. We can't compare, say that school should have same infrastructure like school near Bangalore. We cannot do that. The geographically specificity will be there. Similarly, requirements of that area, and then based on that, these characteristics, whatever standards it is, it's initially, now we are creating a legal framework first. Sorry.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಆ ಥರ ಯಾವುದೇ ಅಪನಂಬಿಕೆ ಬೇಡ ಇರಲಿ. ವಿ ಆರ್ ರನ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಔಟ್ ಟೈಮ್. ಸಾರಿ, ಲಂಚಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಸಿಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಓಕೆ,
ಸೊ ವಿ ಆರ್ ರನ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಟೈಮ್. ಸೊ
ಸರ್ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಶಶಿ ಸರ್ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು
ಸಾರಿ.
ಓಕೆ, ವಿಲ್ ಕ್ವಿಕ್ಲಿ ಮೂವ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ದ,
ಆಮೇಲೆ ತಗೊಂತೀನಿ.
ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಮೈಕ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ, ನನಗೆ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಬ್ರಿಂಗ್ ದ ಬೈಕ್ಸ್ ಹಿಯರ್. Okay, we'll quickly move into regulatory challenges of private schools. What I will do is I'll call your names for the panelists. Please come and join us on the dais. Mr. G.N. War, please come on the stage. Mr. Rajendra Singh, are you available? Please come on stage. Mr. Rajendra Singh is with the Maharashtra State Association. Mr. War is with the Jammu and Kashmir State Association. Mr. Jacob George, please come on stage. Sir, please join the panel. Mr. Jacob George, please come on the panel. Mr. Martin Kennedy. Mr. Martin Kennedy, please come. Mr. Thomas Anthony, will also be joining us. Mr. Thomas Anthony from NISA will be moderating this discussion.
Thank you so much, and thanks a lot for everyone to joining with us today. Before just setting us, and I also request Mr. Benny Koryakos, ICSC Teachers Association, to please join us on the dais.
Mr. Thomas, I would just want, if Mr. Krishna Gowda is there, Mr. Krishna Gowda, if you are there, please join us. Krishna Gowda also let him also join the panel. Yeah, Mr.
Yeah, thank you. And so we will be discussing the regulatory challenges of the private schools. And I think from the morning itself, we have been discussed so many issues. What are the schools are facing, particularly on the regulatory challenges. Yeah, so that's what actually Sashiji is also to be a part of this panel discussion, since we have been heard so many times from the Sashi sir about the challenges. We'll quickly move. I'll start with one small video because this regulatory challenges is not a new one. And the idea what we have been mentioned in the NEP, it's been proposed very long back from the different civil society organizations, learning from the challenges from the private schools associations. Because Madan Gopal sir is with us, so I thought that this video would help all of us to understand what is the importance of the separation of roles and why we are more keen to have a triple SA as a very effective mechanism to have a very fair education across the country. So video please.
Imagine a cricket match between Team A and Team B. Both teams are on ground and the final match is about to begin. The arrangements for the match are that all rules are set by Team A. They appoint the match referee, the officials and the umpires for the entire match. Team B has to play knowingly that all the officials are appointed by Team A. What do you think? Is that a fair competition? The same analogy applies to the education sector in India. The government makes rules or policies at every level for all stakeholders. They control education finances and its allocation. And to top it all, they run their own schools. So pretty much, they are the regulators, the financiers, and the providers of education. Today in India, approximately 40% of education is provided by private schools. These schools have to comply by the policies that the government frames, else they are derecognized, closed, or harassed. Does this seem fair to you? It is unfair to have the same set of people playing these multiple roles, a case for potential conflict of interest. It challenges fair competition among all the providers. So how can we address these key challenges in education policy? Separate the government's role as regulator, financier, and the provider of education. Present a level playing field. Similar reforms have already been successful in several sectors. For example, in the telecom sector, where TRAI regulates, while all the providers, including the government-run BSNL, compete with each other. We promote accountability of system. What would you choose? Join us at www.ccs.in and engage with us on Facebook and Twitter to demand our right to education of choice in India.
Yeah, so thank you so much. So that's what I'm saying. The idea and the challenges what we faced by the conflict of interest. So that's how this idea of separation of roles emerged. And we want a very fair kind of a mechanism in place where we need a very kind of a good equal ed system across the country. So I quickly introduce the panelists with us today. We are having Mr. Martin Kennedy. He is a state president of Tamil Nadu Matriculation Private Schools Association. And we are having Mr. G.N. Var, President Private Schools Association, Jammu and Kashmir. And we are having Mr. Jacob George from Kerala CBSE Schools Association. And we are having Mr. Benny Koryakos, ICSC Teachers Associations. So my first question is, so before that I'll just give a very brief background. Whatever idea we discussed and whatever the recommendations, I would say principally the National Education Policy has agreed to it. That's how some way this triple SA that's what we all are discussing, like how to make the triple SA as an effective way. So before the recommendations, there are a lot of challenges faced by across the country, particularly the private schools, because that's what, because the government, they regulate the private schools, but the act also impose both the government and the private schools. But when it's come to the regulations, there is always some kind of a discriminatory practice. The main objective of this panel is to learn certain experiences from the states so that we can use those experiences in the formation of a triple SA. So my first question is to Mr. G. N. Var sir. Var sir, the very simple question, why we always talk about the regulating the education system? Does the regulation really need in the education system? Because sometimes we discuss about the self-regulations. In fact, national education policy also talk about the self-regulatory mechanisms. So I just want to understand from your experiences, how we experience this regulatory, particularly in Jammu and Kashmir, and how you see the regulation in the education system.
Good afternoon. Normally, the purpose of regulation is to see that the system works for its objectives, works for its target and goal. That's why we have regulations. But in case of education being the evolving process, you cannot have a rigid system of regulation. Unfortunately, in our country, at the very first, at ab initio, we see a dichotomy. They make regulations as a tool of control mechanism. This control mechanism has really defeated the very purpose of regulation. That's why we see that if a child is admitted in a government school, the system supports it. But when the same child goes to a private school, the system is hostile. This is defeating the very purpose. So that's why, speaking in the context of Jammu and Kashmir, there it's entirely a control mechanism to control and see that things work as per the wishes of the government agencies, which is very unfortunate part. Thank you.
Thank you, Var sir. Continuing to that question, because we always keep discussing about, like whenever we discuss about the regulation, everyone talks about like there is a kind of a discriminatory regulatory practices there. Like what's your suggestion to the triple SA? Like that's what we are trying to have a fair committee in place. So how to overcome this challenge?
You see, this is the right time, as Mr. Shashi at the very beginning stated, there's the right time that we raise our voice. We have to make it clear to the government that look, the basic purpose of any mechanism should be just to create a broader framework wherein schools have a freedom, a genuine freedom, autonomy. If it curbs that, if it restricts that freedom, so that mechanism is not going to yield anything. Speaking in the scenario of the overall education scenario in India, we know it is deteriorating day by day. And the hopes of public is with the private sector only because they trust us. Public people trust us. They don't trust the government system. So at this stage, we need to raise our voice in a very effective and coordinated way so that the regulation, the changes which government is bringing in serves the purpose and not defeats the purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Var sir. Thank you so much. Now I move to Martin sir. So Martin sir, Tamil Nadu is always considered as a kind of a challenging state in the education policy is what I experience, right? When it starts from maybe the safety policy, what the entire country received after this Kumbakonam tragedy. And I remember the fee regulation was also started in Tamil Nadu and Rajasthan initial states. Now all the other states are kind of replicating the fee regulatory committee across the country. So I think Tamil Nadu sometimes give a very good things to the education system, but sometimes it's more bad things to the education system. So, and also if I see the NEP, I think Tamil Nadu is the only state being raising his voice against to the national education policy, even during the drafting period itself. And now they are even more open, saying that no, we are not going to implement the national education policy in Tamil Nadu. So what's your experiences of this land norms, fee regulatory, national education policy, kind of a against voice from your state? And what should we learn from those experiences? And what are your suggestions to the entire symposium so that we can present those suggestions to have it as a part of a SSSA to have a very fair mechanism in place?
Thank you, Thomas, and good afternoon to you one and all. You know, as Thomas rightly said, fee committee and uniform syllabus, okay, and also RTE, all three bullets, okay, put down by same government, okay, now existing. And language policy, our state government rigidly follow only two language, Tamil and English, and all native languages. That like, when you come to the infrastructure norms, especially SAR is here, and I want to plainly speak because, you know, after Kumbakonam, before Kumbakonam, we have to take, okay, the history of schools or development of schools. Okay, after the Kumbakonam incident, two committees were formed in Tamil Nadu. One is Sambat Committee to seek the security and safety of the children. And the other one is, Chitti Babu Committee for giving land norms. Okay, so land norms means it came and the land norms suggested by Chitti Babu for the metro cities, that is 6 grounds, and for the municipality it is 8 grounds, and for the Panchayat union it is 1 acre, and for the village Panchayat 3 acres. Okay, so this land norm is also one side, it is putting pressure on us because the old existing schools don't have such a, for a village you need 3 acre means you can run a college. Why to run a school? Okay, you can run an engineering college also if you add two more acres. Okay, if you want to run a medical college, you can add 5 more acres. Okay, that's all you need. Okay, so putting stringent norms, okay, and taking one by one also there. And the other one is, okay, after 2006, what happened? 2011, okay, there was an incident in the outskirts of Chennai. Okay, 14 floors or 16 floors building, suddenly, okay, the accident happened, more than 4 floors, gone down. Okay, but the education department took it very serious, and they asked us to go for again approval of a building from the town planning and department. Okay, so from 1/1/2011 onwards, all the schools should get town planning. Okay, even though they got earlier planning with the Panchayat or municipality schools, municipality. Okay, so this is also another one thing. So there were around 1,200 schools about to close, and we approached the court, and the court gave us a verdict, and a new GO was formed, 175, 4 conditions only. Okay, there are existing schools before the act. Okay, so before the GO, and 10 square feet per student, and 2 floors ground, first, second they can use. Okay, no more, upgradation of the schools. Suppose 8 standard means they have to run 8 standard, 10 standard means 10 standard, plus 2 they need go for new groups. Okay, these are things.
Thank you, Marty sir. I would again request, could you please mention 2 key recommendations from your experiences, what the SSSA should have?
Sir knows very well, he said, okay, SSSA is forming, and we welcome it. Okay, even though our state government is having different opinion about that, only 2 states, I think Telangana also, Manabadi, I don't know, Manavuru, Manabadi, okay, in Tamil, Engal Ur, Engal Palli, okay, our school, our place, okay, or like that. Okay, so they are bringing one. Likewise, the state government is going to give state education policy in parallel to the national education policy, and sir said already they formed the committee. Okay, so it will come out, but I suggest only 2 things. For the existing schools, you put on norms what they have already, and for the new schools, you should have a separate norms. Okay, that is what I insist from the experience of Tamil Nadu.
And we are saying that that norm should be focused on the learning outcomes. That's
Yeah,
what we are
correct,
keep
correct.
mentioning.
Learning outcome should be also, consideration for, giving recognition. Okay, and there is no, because the government schools, okay, their level of learning outcome is so much low. Okay, so they never give a chance for us, okay, to include the learning outcome as also a part of that.
Thank you, Martin sir. Now I move to Kerala. Mr. Jacob sir is with us. Again, Kerala is considered as one of the model state in education system across the country, like having a higher students enrollment in the state, having a good quality education, having a good quality teachers, not only supporting the Kerala, in fact, they move to the other states. So Kerala is considered as one of the best education state of our country. So what's your experience? Like, what are the models we can learn from Kerala to have it in our kind of a regulatory mechanism, so that we will, the other states will also have a very kind of a good situation there?
Okay, thank you, sir, and warm greetings to all. Actually, I was enjoying when I heard good words about Kerala and the system of education existing in Kerala. And once again, my thanks to all.
That's what the objective of this panel discussion.
But just like what I heard before from the mouth of many gentlemen here, same is happening in Kerala. As a manager of private school, we are not happy. Now I can see many smiling faces here, but I know well you are not happy in mind. I can see your teeth, but actual happiness is not coming from the mouth. That is what is happening in Kerala. Then the question came to me, the best experiences as a Keralite. See, when we consider the regulatory framework, already regulation is there in force. So the present regulatory system, it should not be a regulation for schools. That is my suggestion. See, in the NEP itself, it is mentioned there. This regulatory system is not a regulation in operation in giving good learning outcomes. That is, we are going to see. Wait and see, let us see. In Kerala, a lot of government policies are there. Everything is regulation. Everything is regulation. That student regulation, see, one question, majority of the parents in Kerala asking to the management, teachers and principal, sir, where we should send our children after completing 10th and 12th classes. As a manager, we cannot answer to these questions, because I will cite one good example here. In one of the districts in Kerala, have 3,600 seats, undergraduate seats in different colleges. Our Kerala Admirable General Secretary is there. He has collected lot of data. Mr. P.S. Ramachandran is there. He transferred all these data to me. 3,600 undergraduate seats in different colleges in one district in Kerala. But 16,000 students are there giving applications to 3,600 seats with the full mark. They scored the 100% mark. Whom this seat will go? That is the question parents are asking. That is a question we have to think and find out the answer to those questions. See, in the number 16,000, no single student of CBSE schools or private school is there. So parents of private schools, in Kerala private school, that is CBSE school only and ICSE schools. The parents asking, how can we send children to the colleges? Where we should go? We should go to other country. They cannot go to Tamil Nadu and even Jammu Kashmir also, my colleague said. So the present system, national education policy, I think it will give a little bit relief. Kerala Association has taken up a lot of steps, filed a case, and recently, 1 week back, when court verdict came, I think my friends, you might have known, that is simply awarding marks, grace marks, and moderation marks. Kerala High Court ended this. It only because of the initiative taken by the Management Association of Kerala. And our Honorable Secretary was standing behind this with iron hand. So I think we found a little bit relief. So in the NEP, one thing clearly, if my memory is correct, it is 8.4. That is, public education system is the foundation of vibrant democratic system. It's mentioned there. But at the same time, private schools should be enabled, it should be promoted, encouraged. I think, or I feel, we find little bit relief in that sentence only of the NEP. And in the chapter 8, many places I could see, 2-3 places I could see, conflict of interest between public school and private school should be eliminated. That is the another point I feel or I find little bit of relief. But it should be worked both in letter and spirit with good intention. Political interference, no other interferences with any prejudiced motive should not be there. That's only now I wanted to share in the Kerala experiences.
Thank you so much, Jacob sir, for your insights. And I think we all should try to change this narration of like public and private, because from there only this discrimination starts. Like how we are defining, like the parents sending their child to the private schools is not a public, right? We have been talking about this kind of a discriminatory narrations which already exist in the society. From there only the government has also started working in that way, like public, private, like child is a child, whether the child go to the public school or whether the child go to the private school. And that's how this discriminatory principle emerge. So I think we all should maybe raise our voice, or we should start creating this narration of like, we should have, because nowadays this one nation, one syllabus, one education, everything is becoming a one, and why not education can't become a one? Still the child are having a two different child, teachers are two different in this country, schools are like multiple difference in this country. So I think we should start changing this narration of consider child as a child, whether the child is in the private school or the government school. The policy should be equal for everyone. I can think the RTI applied by Madhusudan sir, when we asked the Telangana government in how many government schools have the fire extinguishers, you feel maybe shame or what to say, like none of the government schools have a fire extinguishers in Telangana government schools. Does the child in the government school doesn't require the safety in that school? So this is what we are trying to address from the National Education Policy, SSSA also. Let's become a fair kind of a situation in the education system. Let's consider the child-centric, the child is child, not have a debate of like whether private or public, RTE or general admission or high-end school or low-end schools. So all these narrations as a educationist, as a fraternity, we should start talking about these things. Quickly move to Mr. Thomas Kuriakose sir. Benny Kuriakose sir. Because we keep talking about these different sectors in education system, right? Budget private schools, CBSE schools, Kendriya Vidyalaya, public schools, private schools. What is your experience in the regulation of the ICSE schools? Like how the regulatory challenges are in this particular category of the schools? And what are your key recommendations to the government when they are forming this SSSA, how they should consider all these different kind of categories in the schools?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Come on, in 10 minutes we are going to start with lunch. Good afternoon. It's a good question and a good suggestion by the moderator regarding the public and private school. Now, ICSE schools, schools affiliated to CISE, the regulatory mechanism is minimal, I must say. It is because the interference of the council with the day-to-day running or the number of, documentation that we have to keep filing every now and then. When we talk about the association with the state, like SAT system, every day at the 11th hour, we will get a WhatsApp message, all of you agree with me, we want this information, that information. And sometimes at the middle of the night also, 9 o'clock also I get demand from the BEO, yes, immediately you send this. Where do I send? Luckily I stay inside the campus of the school because it's a residential school, so I can manage. What about other schools? It's not possible. And what happens to all this information that is collected? No idea. Where it goes? No idea. I keep filing reports after reports to DDPI or DDPU. I have a PUC also. And then when we go to meet the concerned person, yes sir, I have already sent the details, can we have a check? No, we don't know where it is, you send another copy or you bring another copy. This is a kind of response that we get. But in ICSE, CISE, the beautiful way that the whole system works, I really admire it because the regulatory mechanism is minimal. What is required for CISE affiliated schools is that you create your own niche. You survive. Else, you will perish. Ultimately, what is going to happen? Parents are going to come to you if you are running your school in a proper manner. You produce result. You make all-round personality of the child. Definitely parents will flock to you. Else you will perish. It's more or less self-regulation. And SSA is a good idea. But ultimately, who is going to come and check on us? We do not know. How the whole system is going to turn around, we do not know. We'll have to wait and see. Karnataka has already declared that they are going to implement, but we do not know the roadmap. How it is going to be taken forward, we do not know. Last year, 2021, I think, the higher education minister suddenly announced the implementation of NEP in degree colleges, universities. I spoke to one of the principals. What are the preparations? The principal replied, I need to talk to the minister who announced it. And this is a kind of reply that we get. Of course, the whole idea of NEP is very nice. The intention is very good. If it is implemented in letter and spirit, definitely it is going to help all of us. A lot of good things are there, but this regulatory mechanism should be limited for creating awareness among parents about the quality of each and every institution. I think that way, if it is going to work, definitely it will help all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Benny sir, for pointing out a very important thing. The parent are the important regulatory in the entire education system. And the child in the school is an important regulatory in our education system. As you said, maybe the government role should be minimum or there should not be any role of the government. So let's hope for this kind of a self-regulatory mechanism within the education system where we will have a very kind of a right and equity and equal kind of a regulatory mechanism in place. Thank you so much for all the panelists. Sorry, we are running out of the time, so I'm not able to take your questions, but we will be there in the lunch, so you can catch up any of the panelists and you can just discuss with them for your doubts. So thank you so much for all the panelists. To conclude it, I would say since we have been listening to all the regulatory challenges from yesterday and from today morning, we are keep discussing it, and there are a lot of good suggestions has been given to the symposium organizer. Hope these suggestions will be taken forward and it will be presented to each and every state and also at the national level. So I would say a triple essay should be Siksha, Suraksha, Samman ka Adhikar. So that's what we call like Siksha, Suraksha, Samman. Triple essay should consider the Siksha, Suraksha, Samman, Adhikar of all the stakeholders of this entire education system. Hope for the best time in the education system with the support of national education policy across the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, panelists. I would. Benny sir, we would like to just have a token of appreciation. Bring it. Thomas, you.
Mr. Benny from the Kerala Association. Karnataka ICSE Association. Sorry, sir. Mr. Jacob from the Kerala Private Schools Association.
Thank you. You can just.
Thank you, panelists, and I should congratulate the moderator who's managed to finish the panel discussion in exactly 30 minutes.
He goes across the country, so he is able to.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, we have Dr. Vishal, the Commissioner of Public Instruction for Karnataka, who's just arrived. Thank you, sir, for making out time. With your permission, we are quickly breaking for lunch. The lunch is going to be exactly 30 minutes, and we will be coming back, and we'll ask Mr. Vishal to speak.
40 minutes.
30 minutes. 30 minutes. Thank you.
30 means another 10 will be buffer. 30 means another 10 will be buffer.
नहीं इस पर कर इधर से लिया इधर आएगा इधर से उधर से आएगा आ गया
Hello? Hello? Friends, we'll be starting the panel now. Friends, we'll be starting the panel now. So please start moving in. ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ರೂಟ್ ಆದವರು ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್ The panel is starting now. Please start moving in. ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಈಗ Friends, we really need to start. I request everybody who's gone for lunch to please return to their seats. Sridhar, JP sir. Sridhar. I request all the delegates to please come in. Please occupy your seats.
ಸೂಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರು ಕೂಡ ಸೂಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡದಕ್ಕೆ
गुरु ब्रह्मा गुरु विष्णु गुरुदेवो महेश्वरः गुरु साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः. We are teachers and we are struggling between job and security. We are juggling. We build future, we build nation, cultivate young minds, do their cultivation. The least paid job, where do we go and sob? Knowledge is the power, knowledge is the key. How do we teachers run our house without a proper fee? We weren't asking huge wage, even the bare minimum is cut off, that's the whole rage. The whole pandemic didn't stop us, we were also the frontliners. We lost our jobs, cut our salaries, still knowledge reached to every student in their galleries. Who understands the pain? All the efforts didn't even matter, went in vain. It's time for us to take a stand, because respect is all we want. This is the lesson we learned from our land. Support and respect teachers.
ಇವತ್ತಿನ ತನಕ ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಇತಿಹಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ದೇಶದ ಇತಿಹಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಖಾಸಗಿ ಶಾಲೆಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರು ಶಿಕ್ಷಕೇತರ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ಅವಲಂಬಿತ ವರ್ಗ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಟೆಂಡರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಈ ಆಯಾಗಳು ಈ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟ್ರು ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Friends, delegates from other states, we are starting the next session. Let me quickly introduce Dr. Vishal. Dr. Vishal is the Commissioner for Public Instruction, Government of Karnataka. And sir, we are expecting you to speak about the challenges in implementation. I'm giving you a very broad topic. We've heard Dr. Vishal speak. So, challenges in implementation. Would you want this?
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. My physiology professor used to always tell me, never go post-lunch for a talk. Second, even during normal times, anybody has 17 minutes attention span. So I can straight away take away 10 minutes here, so I have 7 minutes. What I'm going to do today is just 3 things. First, tell you what are the challenges I face in the implementation. Second, I will not talk on triple essay, because you people are all punters in that.
I will leave the floor then to questions. You have specific questions, I will reply to them. Okay, fine. I had 1 crore 6 lakh children. Even during the peak of COVID, not many people know, 85 lakh children were going to schools. This is because we ensured that logistics are in place. The American Army, Armed Forces, they have this dialogue. Whether they won the Second World War or they go into various things, they have this particular phrase. Amateurs talk logistics, amateurs talk strategy, professionals talk logistics. I will not get into saying, oh, NEP we will do this, NEP we will do that. Actually, on a day-to-day basis, we are doing it. What are we doing? First, why does a child come to my school? Anybody can tell us? Why does a child come to my school? I'm not telling to Mr. Shashi Kumar's school or your schools. Why does a child come to my school? Anybody? Anybody? Food. Food. First is midday meal. First is the midday meal. That's why I said my schools first. That's why I said very clearly my schools. First is for the midday meal. Very interesting. Shashi Kumar was just speaking to me now on certain things. What are the nutrients in my midday meal? Anybody? I'm just asking. See, I can tell you everything, but if you do not apply yourself, it will not help me. First, we have started fortified rice, which is iron. Second, we give the weekly iron and folic acid supplementation. Third, we do the deworming once or twice a year. Fourth, we give Shira Bhagya milk to drink. Last, we give eggs in 7 districts of North Karnataka. The children come to my schools, government schools, first for the food, second to play and meet other children, third is to study. So you understand. Now what does your NEP talk about? First get them to the school. I'm getting them to the school. Second, whether, now once a child comes to school, the next question which comes to me is it enough if a child comes to school? No, whether I've got teacher to that school. 1 crore 6 lakh children, in my setup I have about 50 lakh children. I have about 48,000 schools. 48,000 schools. 44,000 are primary, 4,000 are secondary schools. The PTR ratio, Shashi Kumar avare tamdu PTR ratio eshtu? What's your PTR ratio in your schools?
Usually 1:2.
Pupil teacher ratio, average.
1:25-30.
Government schools, believe it or not, it ranges between 1:18 to 1:35. My average PTR is 1:23. Not many people know this. Every 23 children are actually having one teacher in our schools. Now that's where it comes. This is the macro number. How do you ensure that the children get proper feedback, proper support from everybody around? This depends on, ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಬಹಳ ಮಂದಿ ಬೇರೆ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ತುರುವಿನಕೆರೆಯಿಂದ ಒಬ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ನನಗೆ. ಗ್ರಾಮಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ರಿ, ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್, 1st to 5th, 300-400 ಮೀಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, within 300 to 400 meters of that school, yeah, I'm coming to that. Between 300 to 400 meters of one primary school, there is one more primary school. Each school has 8 to 10 children only. Some of them have 5 or 6. We did the thumb rule estimation. I have 300 schools in Karnataka now, which have 0 students. Okay? Less than 10 students is about 2,000 schools. Less than 20 students is about 4,000 schools. If I really want to ensure many of my basics, I'm not even talking about the NEP 2020, to ensure a teacher is there to teach, I need to consolidate. How do I consolidate? Is by utilizing the selection process for teachers, by utilizing something called the Transfer Act.
If you want NEP to succeed here, keeping the children at the front, get the transfer acts in place first. Ensuring teachers are there where students are there. Ensure your roads are there. Ensure your transportation bus passes are run. See, ultimately I will not be able to achieve anything under NEP 2020 unless you co-opt other departments. Other departments become the key. For 3 years, I've headed the Rural Drinking Water and Sanitation Department. We do the Jal Jeevan mission. 25 lakh households we gave taps. 60,000 schools, many small, these everywhere, we ensured water supply is given under the Jal Jeevan mission. Many of the girls' schools, we ensured incinerators are installed. Many of the places, we ensured that the solid waste management happens. I'm not saying we have achieved everything, but there has been a great push. We have a lot of dropout for 3 things in a school. Lack of drinking water, lack of proper toilets, lack of other sanitation availabilities. Many people said, oh, we should do the Suchi napkins and finish it. Girls will start coming to school. It doesn't work like that. What works is whether you have given water in the toilets. What works whether you have put in proper sanitation disposal in your places. We do the midday meal. Lot of pressure on us to do pre-packed chickies in plastics. We kept telling, we do not want to get into a centralized model of procuring things. More decentralized, more local vegetables, more local eggs, more local chickies, more local bananas. By this, I have 3 advantages. Fresh, it is available. At a cheaper cost, it is available. Third, it is eminently disposable in the local waste bin, in your local tippe gundi as we call it, the vermicompost pit. If we are able to understand that schooling has to be across sectors, it cannot be only the education department. There's this very, very nice dialogue which we always talk about administration. War is too important to be led to only generals. Politics is too important to be led to only politicians. Education is too important to be led to only educationists. So we have to bring this perspective in place. Triple SA, very, very controversial. I am actually the chairman of the subcommittee to recommend in Karnataka. I have said there are certain regulatory roles which should remain with the regulation, which is the government. There will be certain standard setting, assessment and accreditation policy, which has to be worked out in detail. As we have further discussions, we will attend to it in future. I will not say anything more. I will take questions.
Thank you, sir. That was very crisp. Dr. Vishal is also a TED speaker, so I just wanted to bring that in. Now we're open to questions. I would suggest that the mics be passed around. Anybody who has questions for Dr. Vishal? Yeah, I can see
So
Dr. Gayatri Devi.
I
Please
am
pass the mic to
Madhusudan.
her.
I came from Telangana state. I am from Hyderabad. So across India, it was observed that the accreditation regulations for private schools are very stringent, but there are many certain regulations for the child safety which are not being implemented in the government schools. Why there is a disparity in the students who are in the government schools and in the private schools?
Well, you can't ask the commissioner such questions.
I am asking in a child's perspective, not in the management's perspective, because every child has a right to have the safety and whatever the regulations are there, and then they should have the equality.
I totally agree with you. I can't defend myself on that. But my practical challenges are administrative, legal and financial. Do I have the financial capacity to take care of everything? If I say yes, then I'll have to cut other departments' allocation, BBMP allocation, electricity allocation. My budget is 23,000 crores. My salary bill is 19,000 crores. For every improvement, even if I give 5,000 rupees, I'm just saying 5,000 rupees, untied fund to 50,000 schools, imagine the multiplier effect. Can I close my schools so that I put better infrastructure in the school? He's the Gram Panchayat Adhyaksha. He's the vice chairman of the Gram Panchayat. Both are in the same village. There are two schools. He will not allow me to close his. He will not allow me to close his. These are not just financial decisions. These are politico-administrative decisions. Ideally, if I'm able to ensure co-opting both of you, co-opting the teachers, saying that this is what we will do, we will not disturb you, it will work. Because even if one teacher feels that he will lose going from this school to some other school, he or she will try to ensure that school remains open. And then what I could have invested to make this school better, I will not be able to. See, ultimately it is just not financial, it is the administrative and legal things which add on to this. So I can't fully defend myself, but I'm telling you my limitations, how it works. You as a private person can decide. For government, it is not so easy. Madam, I'll just finish, madam. I kindly lift up the hand. I will request you. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. Your presentation was indeed very interesting. Two quick questions. Just wanted to know how many government schools are there in Karnataka, just for us.
48,000.
48.
44 primary, 4,000 secondary.
Okay.
I have 1,91,000 teachers, about 25,000 non-teaching staff. Out of 1,91,000 secondary school teachers are about 52,000. Rest of them are primary school teachers. We are now recruiting graduate primary teachers for 6, 7, 8. First to fifth, we already have excess number of primary school teachers. We are also going to recruit secondary school teachers. In Karnataka, secondary school is 9th and 10th. First to 8th is primary. 11th and 12th is considered to be pre-university education.
Thank you, sir. And the second question would be, what is the road map for NEP in Karnataka? Do you have anything in mind right now?
I'll tell it in 30 seconds. NEP is evolving. What I'm doing today is NEP. I'm recruiting 15,000 teachers plus 17,500 teachers. I'm strengthening my regional institute of English, South India, which is in Gyanabhati campus. We are ensuring the transfer process is transparent. We are going for the P4R for the World Bank to have additional classrooms. We are ensuring under the technology assisted learning program, additional technology coming in. We are having a Namma Shale Nanna Koduge portal where CSR persons can participate. 192 crores of textbooks I'm printing which are being revised and done in a time-bound manner. We are giving uniforms, we are giving food, we are doing so many things. All this is a part of an evolving NEP. There is nothing like new thing which is going to come. Maybe our perspective is going to change here or there. But as they say, the more you reinvent the wheel, you realize same things come back.
Sir,
Yeah.
as you said, that you have the limitations. Doesn't it imply to the private schools also?
What did he say?
Sir, you said you have some limitations of your own.
Everybody has limitations.
Yeah, doesn't it imply to the private schools, sir?
What sir is, what he's saying is, you talked about the limitation of government. Doesn't the same rule apply to private schools as well?
Yes. Yes.
Then if you have this stricture posed on us, how do we going to solve that?
It's a question of see, I personally believe, I've been telling this to Shashi also, I believe that education has to be run as a robust, dependable business.
That's what, everything comes in.
If this business model does not work for you, please don't put your hands into it. Please don't come and argue with us.
No.
I will humor you because ठीक है, आपने इधर बुलाया है मुझे, आपसे बात कर लूँगा. But if we get into this saying, what are you going to do? Are you trying to close my schools? It's not possible, yeah. See, let's look at pragmatism. I will run my schools. If you want your schools to have something, either adhere to the law or don't. If you don't want to adhere, challenge my decision. Let someone else take the decision. Because we can always have this discussion saying leave this. You can give vent to your angst, but doesn't solve things. Doesn't solve things. So let's do what's possible.
So when such is the situation, sir, when we can have a dialogue with each other,
No, no,
Why
not
somebody,
with each other, you tell
no,
me.
no, why somebody else to interrupt in this and give the decision for that, like the court or somebody else?
See, I will not get into an argument. I've told what is my stance. Accept it or reject it, it's left to you.
Let's
Then
have the
the
next
problem will not be
participant.
solved, sir.
There are a lot of questions, sir. You have to spare time. Dr. Srinivasan has a question.
Yeah, Srinivasan sir.
Please pass the mic to Srinivasan, and the gentleman in the safari suit, you can pass the mic to him. Sir, one nimsha. Let sir start. Sir, let him start and then we can take you.
Sir, there is a PAL in the Supreme Court saying that one nation should have one kind of education. Do you think we can achieve that in the near future?
Dr. Srinivasan, you will have to be a little louder. We couldn't get you.
One nation, one education. There is a PIL in the Supreme Court. How long do you think we will take
We
to
are a
achieve that?
federal setup, yeah. Huh? We are a federal setup. There is always diversity in so many things that we do. So it should be there in education also.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Dr. Sriyuta Vishal sir is running 42,000 schools.
48,000.
48,000 school. Mr. Shashikumar is running nearly 1 lakh. Oh, no. I am not telling. He is running
What is
128.
your point? What is your point?
You are running on 48. He is running 128 lakhs schools like that. Why? Both are both eyes to the society. One eyes is getting so much pain, PWD and fire. Why other eyes is not getting? Please give me treatment.
He is talking about the difference. Why PWD and fire is applicable to private schools, but the same rule does not apply to government schools. That is his question.
Please.
After all, child is a child, whether it is in private or government. Why the different rules are for government school students and why the different rules are for private school students?
I can't keep telling the same joke again and again.
Please guide us to lead happily our
I can't
schools.
keep telling that. Don't ask the commissioner this question. But
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah.
since you're asking me this, please appreciate.
Yes, sir.
This is
Really.
government. Even before you came in, we were there. Even before you, after you go, we will be there. We will run this because of our limitations. You have limitations. Decide whether you want to run a school or not. Decide whether you want to run a school. If you want, follow. If not, I can't help it, yeah.
No, sir, not like that. Why that is escape?
We'll move on.
Guide
Sir,
us to escape
we'll
from
move
this,
on. There's so
please.
many people.
Yes.
Can we move on? Please pass the mic to the lady in the last row. Okay.
You tell me, sir. Tell me, sir.
This is Mr. Atul. He's from Uttar Pradesh. He heads the association there. So we'll give
Well,
him the
sir,
opportunity, and then the
one
lady in the
question.
last row.
In NEP, TPLSA, they mentioned that government will form an independent body. Then how you will lose your power to form an independent body to regulate all school, private as well as government school? In TPLSA, they have mentioned that government will form an independent body.
Atulji.
And how the government will lose their grip to form this independent body to regulate all school, private school as well as the government school. So how you will react on that?
We will decide what they can regulate. NEP it's a policy. It's a policy. Once we take the policy, it is not in toto applicable for everything. We have to see what is relevant to our state and decide. I may decide to do this, Telangana may decide to do something else. It is not binding on us to follow everything. The basic principles have been laid. We will decide what we accept, what we don't.
Conclusion is that you will not lose your power to form the independent body.
See, you can make your assumptions. Still, we are in a premature stage. We have to have discussions. We have to understand each other, see how it can work so in the best interest of the education sector. We cannot decide either this or that. All or none phenomenon is only in the neurons. It is not there in anywhere else in the world. Okay, so we'll have to look at it, see what works and get that organized. So it's our model is our model. Tamil Nadu model is Tamil Nadu model. You have to accept it and work along.
Thank you.
The person in the last row, she raised her hand. Is she available?
Hello.
Yeah.
Madam.
Mr. Commissioner, are you trying to say that it is the open market scenario? If you can survive, you survive. Survival of the fittest. If the choice has to be of the edupreneur, I think the ball is in the court of the parent. Let the parent decide it. And I guess they have decided with whom to go. With all your integration of government schools, closing down of government schools.
I'll restrict it to my sector, my state.
Yeah,
We have- we have
sir,
some- we have some-
limitations come
Limit-
conveniently,
listen.
and the very word limitation is very convenient. Like as commissioner, it is my limitation. As entrepreneur, it is their.
Madam, once you ask a question, you have to give time for an answer.
Yeah.
So
If
please.
you are asking a question or you want to make a speech, you decide. I thought I had to make.
No, I want to outs my angst. Thank you.
The logic is this. I have schools in each and every corner of the state. We have the convenience, we have the assurance that we will give your child a schooling. We may not be able to give the standard of schooling which every parent expects. This is the first point. Second point, if the parent wants to put in a private school or a government school, that is the autonomous decision of the parent also. Can I compete with private schools? In some places I can. Can I compete at all places? Difficult. Even within the private sector, some of you can compete with each other, but can you compete against everybody equally? Difficult. So we have to understand this. This is not a matter of government versus private. This is a practical thing which is there. So everywhere we cannot have revolutions. There is an incremental improvement we have to do, whether it is in our setup or in your setup. That's all it comes to.
No, we'll have to go to the last question. I'm going to the person in the last row.
Sir, do government schools don't have the concept of RR?
See, please understand. The act and rules start with registration and recognition. Government schools cannot be recognized because we only set them up.
Sir, and one more thing I want to ask. If there is no strength of 25 in SSLC, they have to renew every year. So why don't you apply the same rules for government schools? Because there will not be even one student, then also a school will be running. What is this?
Again, I'm saying.
Sir, don't partially between the government and private schools.
ಈ ತರ ನಿಮ್ ಜೊತೆ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ.
Okay, let's, ready sir. Let's wind up. We still have 2 more sessions to go. So if, Dr. Vishal, with your permission, would you want to take more questions?
I will take 2 questions which are relevant to the topic at hand.
Is it relevant to the topic?
See, ಯಾರು ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ NEP 2020 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ 8 ಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಮಾಡೋಣ. ನಮಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಬೇರೆ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಇದೆ ಅಥವಾ ಅವ್ರ ಕಚೇರಿಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. NEP ಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ನಿಮಗೇನಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾತನಾಡೋದಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ನೋ ಅದರ್ ಡಿವಿಯೇಷನ್ಸ್.
Hello Vishal sir, this is Aisha. I met you earlier last week. Mine is not a question, it's a proposal for you. We all private unaided school teachers are waiting. When will Nishta 1, 2 and 3 be applicable for the private unaided teachers? There are government teachers who have been certified with Nishta 1, 2 and 3 modules.
Is it a question?
It's a proposal for sir where I want
Proposal,
sir,
I
please,
think, Dr.
please
Vishal.
try to implement it. Yes, sir will definitely consider because he's a good responder. He's a quick responser. He has done that during for the first Karnataka for the teachers package, COVID package. I have met him. I know him very well. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Please try to implement this certification course for the private unaided school teachers. Please.
I have a very quick question, sir.
He's from Telangana.
I know he's
The NEP says that there should be an independent regulatory authority, SSSA, which will regulate both the government and private schools, and then it will give a lot of autonomy to the private schools. Is it just like we have tried DGCA?
What is your question? Come to your question.
So are you welcoming it, or how are you looking at it, and then how your government is taking this SSSA constitution?
One of the oldest regulatory bodies in India is the Reserve Bank of India. You heard? I think all of us must have heard of it. Mr. Y.V. Reddy, he was the finance secretary, he was the RBI governor, etc. He was there between 2007 during the crisis. The RBI was about 70 years old at that time, 60, 70 years old, Y.V. Reddy. So he said a very interesting thing, which always I remember. They asked him, Mr. Reddy, do you think the RBI is autonomous? Mr. Reddy, do you think RBI is autonomous? He said, yes, the RBI is autonomous, and to the extent the government also discusses with me on this. Okay. See, autonomy cannot mean I am independent, I am a republic on my own. What will happen if the regulator completely goes berserk? Where is the control on it? I become the regulator, you don't have control on me, and I go berserk. How do you control that? That's a bigger disaster. You make sure, saying that regulatory body has the powers to open or close a school whichever it wants, which does not follow safety parameters. So Shashi comes to me, he says, sir, this is my school, surrounding there are 4 government schools, safety parameters are not there, as per my complaint, as per the provisions of the act, close it. Then I'll have to close so many schools. So it is not as easy as we see. Any regulatory body has to be understood, has to be designed to see what it wants to do and how it is relevant to Karnataka. A policy is just a policy document. How we prepare the body, what are the responsibilities, transparency, accountability, we'll have to put in. But we cannot give this body into anybody's hand to hold us a chokehold later. We have to be very, very clear on that. Government is ultimately responsible to the people. A body cannot say, I'm not responsible to anybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vishal. Friends, please put your hands together for Dr. Vishal. It's an honor that the Commissioner has taken out time and has allowed the audience to ask questions. It's a real privilege, sir. Thank you so much. We are moving on to the next panel. This panel is going to be about assessment and accreditation. I will invite the guests on the dais like last time, and I'll also share who the moderator is and take, excuse me? They'll not be able to see the PPT. So we'll probably turn it around. What we'll do is we'll first play the PPT, then call the audience on top, and the introductions can be taken care of. Okay, so this is about assessment and accreditation. So, Gulafsha, can we have the slide? Please have a look at the slide. So here the moderator is Mrs. Gayatri Devi. She's the Secretary, Karnataka ICSE Schools Association and Principal of Little Flower Public School, Bangalore. Madam, please do come. Please do explain what is it that you're presenting in the slide, and then we can start with the panel discussion.
A very good afternoon to our esteemed Commissioner and all the distinguished guests in today's forum. The assignment given to us to the panel by Mr. Shashi Kumar is NEP assessment reforms. And I quickly picked up something from what the NCERT has mentioned, and here goes the slides. So, just a glimpse of what assessment is all about during the Vedic period, during the Mughal period, and now what have various committees recommended to us on assessments. So there have been many commissions as well. So you have the Education Commissions and Assessments, you had the Radhakrishna Commission, you had the Mudaliar Commission and the Kutari Commission, which laid great emphasis on the need for revamping students' assessment through examinations for bringing quality and confidence in the system of education. Now, for all of us who think that NEP has been introduced now in our country, here is a glimpse of what the previous NEPs looked like. So we had a NEP which was which was given to us in the year 1968 and then reformed in 1986. We are now looking into NEP 2020. So recommended for a shift in the focus of evaluation from certificate to improvement in learning. The 1986 NEP suggested for elimination of excessive element of change and subjective, de-emphasizing memorization, that is a rote method. Then, introduction of continuous and comprehensive evaluation, which most of our schools are following right now, that is the CCE pattern. Use of grades in places of marks. Our country is a country which is obsessed with marks, and we know why the suicide rates amongst our students are going up when we look at the marks. So probably the grades have a more soothing effect on the students when you have this CCE and the grades concept. Introduction of semester system from secondary stage in a phased manner. So some of the boards, because of the pandemic, have introduced the semester system, but we will have to wait and watch whether it would continue post-COVID as well. Then, the National Curriculum Framework, and what does it talk about assessment? So the National Curriculum Framework, at different points of time, tried to translate significant recommendations of committees, commissions, and policy documents into implementation strategies in the areas of teaching, learning, and assessment for qualitative improvement in entire school education system. So as a school education system, we need to evolve. We need to change to the need of the hours, and that is what most of the policies also have been talking about. So the journey of students' assessment goes a long way, passing through oral testing, written testing, public examinations, internal and external assessments, continuous and comprehensive evaluations, and competency-based assessment. So in this auditorium, we have schools which are affiliated to different boards, but amongst all the boards, there is some pattern or the other that has been placed in this PPT that we follow. It could be oral, written, public examinations, internal and external assessments. So these are some of the existing assessments that are prevailing. Attempt to shift from content-based assessment to competency-based assessments are continued. Now, the new Education Policy 2020, emphasis on transforming assessments from optimizing learning and development of all students with a focus on the following. And what does it focus on? Regular, formative, and competency-based assessment, promoting learning and development of students, focusing on assessment for learning, tests, higher order thinking skills, that is analysis, critical thinking, and conceptual clarity, etc. It also helps the entire schooling system in revising conditional teaching learning processes to optimize learning. Transforming the culture of assessment. So, continuous tracking of learning outcome of each child. That is the most important part as to how we track the learning outcome of the students. Board examination to be more flexible with assessments of essential skills. Assessment to focus on core concepts, higher order and foundation skills. All-based softwares to help track progress of students to enable to make optimum career choices. National assessment centers, that is Parak. If you have gone through Parak, it's one of the best, I think, initiatives the central government has taken, will bring greater synergy in board examination conducted by different BEOs. Self-assessment. Self-assessment with Parak, I think the slides are self-explanatory. He mentions that I'm running out of time, so I'll quickly skip the slides. 360-degree assessment is the need of the hour. Then, with regard to the public examinations, probably you could take photos and read them later on, because the panel will be discussing in detail on all these points. Yeah. So, yesterday we were in a conference and we did have principals from across India coming in. And there was a sister who stood up from Haryana and mentioned that they have already got directives from the Haryana government that they need to move on to the 5+3+3+4 model, wherein they have been asked to conduct examinations at grade 5, grade 8 and grade 12 level only. So like the commissioner mentioned, each state will have its own way of implementing NEP. Okay. Yeah. So support for gifted children, which we seldom don't take into consideration in our schools, that is also mentioned over here. So the road implementation as to how we would be implementing the assessments in our schools. This is all about the road to implementation. Yeah, so that was a very short PPT which was prepared just in the nick of time. And yeah, so will you be introducing the...
Dr. Gayatri Devi, you can please come on the stage for the panel discussion. Dr. Gayatri Devi is going to be the moderator for this discussion. Please, ma'am. Mrs. Sushila Santosh, Director Vishwa Vidyapeeth, please do come on board. Mr. T.N. Raju, member of the NEP Task Force, please come, sir. Mr. Atul Srivastava, he is the president of the UP Schools Association, please, sir. Professor Ganesh Bhatt, educationist, welcome, sir. Mr. Rajendra, who's heading the Maharashtra Association, please come, sir. Mrs. Manila Cavolo, I hope I got that right. Mrs. Manila Carvalho, Principal of the DPS East, Bangalore. Welcome, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to everybody. Please be seated. So you will have to bear with us because the panel has not met before, neither have we discussed a plan as to how this panel discussion would unfold. So yes, it's an extempo for all of us. So very quickly, the topic given to us is all about assessments. So, is there a need for a reform in the assessment? Is my question to Mr. Raju.
Yes. 100%.
there is a need for assessment. Before we look at assessment, we need to set standards. I think if you have gone through the policy document, it touches upon 5 unique areas of setting standards for schools in India. Point number 1, curriculum standards. Point number 2, learning standards. Point number 3, teaching standards. Point number 4, evaluation standards. Point number 5, infrastructure standards. Either two, Dr. Gayatri ma'am just now explained to you, most of the literature which was shown on the screen was more onto the assessment of the students. But NEP 2020 talks in detail not only on the student performance assessment, it is the capacity building program of the teachers and assessment of the teachers. It doesn't stop at that stage. It also talks about capacity building program for the institutions, be it is government or private, aided or philanthropic institutions, capacity building programs. Then comes the assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was T.N. Raju, who is a member of the NEP task force. My next question would be to Dr. Ashok Pandey. And the question is, how prepared are our teachers? Because he did mention about assessment for teachers is also very important, unless and until they understand the core essence of what assessment means. Oh, Atul Srivatsav. Okay. So, Mr. Atul Srivatsav, like I mentioned, the panel has not met before, so kindly excuse us with the names. Over to you, Mr. Atul. To talk about accreditation. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, everybody. Well, I'm from Atul Srivatsav from Uttar Pradesh. In 2009, RT Act was formed there. In that act, it was clearly mentioned that to establish new school, you have to complete your compliance about 40 norms. Then only you will get the recognition. And also they have mentioned that prior to that 2009, the school which were established, they have given a time of 3 years to compliance all these 40 norms. And very interesting thing mentioned there that all rules, they especially mention in the RT Act that the school which run and financed by the government will not require to comply this norm. They are exempt from to comply these norms. This was a very interesting point. So what happened? Most of the schools, and the one thing also mentioned there, if the school which were established earlier 2009, if they will not comply, they will force to derecognize and they have to shut down their school. This was very shocking. And after 3 years, what happened? Few schools had not compliant. So they imposed in the act, they have mentioned that the school which will not comply, after 3 years, they have to pay 10,000 rupees per day as a penalty. 10,000 rupees per day penalty, then for the day they will run the school. It was very challenging for the private school. And the government UDICE data from Uttar Pradesh said about 14.5% government school follow these norms. The rest 85%, about 85% government school don't follow these norms. They are running very peacefully, very comfortably. There is no pain, no any queries from there. There no action against their government school. And very surprising thing is only 8.5% private school are able to follow. Only 8.5% to comply with all 40 norms. It is so impractical norms mentioned in that act. This is practically not possible for all the private school as well in the government school. Only few percentage there. Now in this new education policy, government had given an opportunity to reconsider and suggested that their norms should be very practical and it should be realistic. So that, and mainly focus is that there's the learning outcome. They say their land norms may be relaxed, their playground requirement, because in the urban areas it's not practically possible to have such a huge playground. It is so costly, land availability is very tough. So they mentioned the only realistic terms should be there so that the school can run and can deliver the quality education. So they have only focused on the learning outcome. This is a very wonderful thing they have mentioned in this new education policy 2020. They have let's see what the government will form the norms. Thank you.
Yes, wait and watch would be the answer right now. Thank you, sir. Moving on to Mr. Ganesh Bhatt. Most of the schools in our country follow the traditional methods of assessment. Now, under NEP, how do you think school needs to be prepared for assessments from the perspective of a teacher, from the perspective of students as well?
Good afternoon, everybody. This question is very pertinent because the NEP says the curriculum continuity in the schools, and it is not going to touch upon the structure of the schools. Now, if the curriculum continuity to be there from ECCE, Early Childhood Care Education, up to the 12th standard of education, the assessment needs to be continuous, even the curriculum needs to be continuous. Now, what is the recommendation of the NEP to the curriculum? It says 50-50. It is up to the state to make it 80-20, 70-30 or 60-40, whatever you want. But it says curricular areas are 50 and the co-curricular areas are 50. Now, a student who is good in yoga is to be assessed as per the holistic development of the child. That may be indicated in the marks card of a student who comes out of the 10th standard or 12th standard. I just gave an example of yoga. It can be music, it can be physical education, it can be sport, whatever it is. Therefore, a student who is good in mathematics is not only accepted, a student who is good in kabaddi may also be taken into consideration in the school education. Therefore, it is going to be a curriculum, please understand, curriculum consisting of all the component of the child. Nuraru matavihudu lokadu granadali, ಆರಿಸಿಕೋ ನಿನ್ನ ರುಚಿಗೊಪ್ಪುವ ಮತವದರೊಳ್ ಸಾರದೊಡುಗೆಯ ವಿಚಾರದೊಲಿಯಲಿ ಮಾಡೆ ಬೇರೆ ಮತಿ ಬೇರೆ ಮತ ಮಂಕುತಿಮ್ಮ. Hundreds of things are there with the child. We are assessing only a part of it. Now, in order to do this, what does the NEP say? NEP says, do not simply teach the child, make the child to learn. Therefore, learning to learn should become a part of assessment in the institution today. Whether the child has got the method of learning or not forcibly making the child to learn. If it is a plus b whole squared equals a squared plus 2ab plus b squared, is the child capable of telling a squared plus b squared is equal to a plus b whole squared minus 2ab? Whether the child is right or not. This kind of assessment is to be done. Therefore, what does the NEP say? NEP says, do not assess the child at the end. When I say at the end, it will not say even at the end of the week, end of a fortnight, end of a month. It will not say what is the end. End may be within the 40 minutes of learning that is happening with the child. How has the child learned with that 35 minutes of learning? What have you given? Now you have to assess it. How will you assess it? Therefore, the NEP says, let there be a continuity in assessment. If the child is not good in pronouncing a letter in Kannada, like the and the tha, the pa and the pa, the alpa pranas and the mahapranas, it is the responsibility of the teacher to see that the child will go with the expression of the alpa pranas, mahapranas on the day the teacher has taught. It is not assessing at the end of the year, you, the fellow, you do not know how to express yourself. For that is the NEP. One more component that comes in the NEP is, there are special days that are mentioned in the NEP, 10 days of no school bag. Now, how will the private institutions manage? How will the government institutions manage? I have been here right from the morning. There is no government and private distinction as far as the NEP is concerned. Even the regulatory body needs to assess the government and the private institutions on the same scale. Therefore, my request to this group is, you need to make a committee which will represent the SSA. You have to ask them. In the triple SA, you should have a role. one representative from the organization. You should say that we are running the institutions, therefore it is our part. This kind of a request you can make to the government. I do not know whether you should use the word request or whatever it is. You can ask for your representation. Then classification of the institutions in terms of type A, type B, type C, type D, type E schools. And what should be the kind of assessment to type E? Accreditation or regulation or whatever it is. Just like the 5-star hotels, 3-star hotels and other things. Now there are good institutions, their fee structure is different. Therefore when it comes to equity and other things, nobody can challenge because it is there in the vision of the document. We have to give, RTE somebody was asking, you have to go for the RTE, you cannot leave it. It is a part of it. Why? It is equity. When it comes to equity, representation of the society becomes very important. Therefore, when it comes to assessment of the institution, one step behind it, there is measurement, then the evaluation. For measurement, assessment, evaluation. I stop in 1 minute. Measurement is measuring the weight of the child. Assessment is whether this weight matches with the age of the child or not. Evaluation is whether the child can be healthy with the weight that he has got or not. This is evaluation. Therefore, when I say that there is a school, what is the kind of the education that is given in the school? What is that I need to assess? Therefore, as we are speaking right from the morning about the roadmap, we need to have a very, very structured roadmap for the assessment of the students in the educational institutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhatt. Very aptly said that assessment needs to be done on a daily basis. We need to understand the learning outcome of the child within the 35 minutes of the classroom and not wait till the half-yearly or the annual examinations. Sir, may we tell you that though we belong to private schools, there are some of the best practices that, we have been practicing. No Bags Day was one initiative that we have taken, and another initiative is Classroom on Wheels. So these initiatives definitely motivate children to come to school with a broad smile on their face, and that is what we need to achieve. Right. Thank you for that input. Going back to Manila ma'am, how ready are we? We have already been implementing CCA, the Continuous Comprehensive Assessments. What else do you think we need to do to ensure that our assessments are almost at par with NEP?
First and foremost, I think we need to train our teachers, because teachers should know what are the parameters for assessment and how they need to do. And me being a part of CBSE has already started a lot of workshops, and many teachers have been trained for this, and more or less teachers are prepared for this. And again, we need to tell the parent community also what are the parameters we are going to assess the children. Because as per NEP, it is 360-degree evaluation where the parent is also a part of the evaluation. The peer group is also a part of the evaluation. So there could be some kind of a bias, kind of a decision by the parent while doing the evaluation back home. So we need to talk to the parent and tell, see, whatever education what we are giving, at the moment what we are doing, we are testing only the memory skills of the memory part of the student. If the child is good at memory, he can put up in the paper, produce in the paper, get good marks, he is considered as the intelligent child. We don't see the other skills that are required for the child. But finally, the aim of education is to prepare the child for life, to develop the skills that the child is having, and prepare him for employability. That is what is the final motive. And this is what we need to pursue. So first and foremost, we need to prepare the teachers with the proper structure of assessment, and guidance needs to be given, rubrics needs to be made, and also our stakeholders needs to be involved in this to tell them this is how we are going to assess the children.
Very rightly said, ma'am. Our stakeholders need to be involved in ensuring that, the 360-degree curve is maintained and everybody gets to know what exactly a school is doing in the assessment aspect. Moving on to Mr. Singh, he's from Maharashtra. Mr. Rajendra Singh, may I ask you as to what are the reforms or changes that the Maharashtra government is bringing in with regard to NEP?
Firstly, I have a complaint to Shashi Kumar. I requested him to keep this session before lunch, अभी after lunch, Mr. Var is looking for a bigger chair कि थोड़ा सा lie down हो जाऊं. People are really nodding. My friend Dilip Thakur is there, is really trying to keep up with this session. And lunch के बाद में होता है ऐसा ना? We feel all sleepy. We are a lot of a lot of are thinking कि mask थोड़ा बड़ा होता तो आँख पे पहन लेते हैं. So you don't get to know whether I am dozing off or not. So firstly, your fight with government schools should not be there. They are your friends. Their weakness is your advantage. तो क्यों उनको जागा कर रहे हो कि आप ऐसे हो, आप वैसे हो? हाँ? Their weakness is your advantage. If they were that strong with 48,000 schools, you would not survive only, no? तो उनको नाम रखना बंद करो. They are your friends because there is a black there, white is recognized. So that is the first thing is what I was listening to you. How many of you are trustees and make decisions? अभी आपका your academic year will start. So you will buy books, ERP, computers, a new कोई लगाएगा robotic लाया हूँ, ऐसा robot बनाएंगे, and you think that that is good for your students. How many of you take those decisions here? So all of you who take those decisions and all of you who don't take, I also take that decision. आप बोलोगे कि यार ये ऐसे से इधर कैसे आ गया financial पे? So I'm coming to the point. So when we take decisions of products, we don't know what the product is. Somebody comes with a marketing agent, sir, this is the product. Then we said, okay, wait. We see one more product, then one more product. And we get knowledge about that product and we start negotiating with them. At stage 1, we were not knowing anything about it. They are the people who come and tell us. That is what exactly you are doing to the government. Why talking about SSSA? जब उनको पता ही नहीं. आप ही जाके बता रहे हो कि आप ऐसा कर सकते हो मुझे, आप मुझे, you can do this to me, you can do that to me. अच्छा, I can do this to you. Why? You've seen the movie Dawn? Yeah? मुझे पता है इस बंदूक में गोली नहीं, आपको पता है इस बंदूक में गोली, लेकिन पुलिस को पता नहीं कि इस बंदूक में गोली नहीं. So you're telling them there is a bullet, you can shoot me with it. First, stop saying that. See, basically, we make money out of schools. हमारा fear क्या है? Regulation आएगा, तकलीफ आएगा, financial transparency कैसा करेंगे? Find ways. There are so many companies. Do you think that all of them are showing a clear-cut account? Mr. Commissioner is so smart. If you can't run the business, don't come and complain it to me. Really, it was really appreciative about him. He was so straightforward. So, how we realize this is the state of Maharashtra. We did not go and tell them, this is this. We heard out, acha, ye hai, aisa hai. So we got to know how much do they know. Then we got to know that they have a lot of problems to implement national education policy. Because your SSC board, the 10th standard board, the higher secondary board, the SCRT, NCRT, and several other boards are working. What are you going to do about them? What are you going to do with them? And all the staff members working there. कैसा regulatory body बनाएंगे? वो लोग क्या करेंगे? Assessment? What will the state board do? Hundreds of people working there. They don't know further on. हम आप खाली आप ऐसे ही बात करें कि ऐसे होने वाला है, वैसे होने वाला है, भूचाल आने वाला है, भागो. So I'm so sorry. You must be so enthusiastic कि मैं आज आऊँगा ऐसे बात करूँगा. That, yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Yes. Yeah, no, but also I have to lighten up because the topics were so heavy. Ki War Sahab had removed his shoes and was looking for another chair. कश्मीर में इस समय पे थोड़ा सा मौसम भी ऐसा होता होगा. He's from Kashmir, as friend. So, point one is, don't talk much about it, even if you know about it. Let's see what comes, because we are missing one important word. RT was an act. Can't be challenged. This is a policy. It's not an act. Can be challenged and can be implemented. It's a policy as of now. Recommendation to states. And every commissioner, every minister I have met, they have said ki we will recommend it or we will implement it according to my suiting and nature and what is needed into my state. When it comes to SSSA, regulation and governance, if you go to a doctor, will he give you the medicine first or diagnose you first? So how can regulation and governance come without accreditation or assessment? Accreditation is assessment of schools. How will you accredit 48,000 schools which has 3 classrooms, 20 classrooms, 25 classrooms, number of teachers, ground, everything varies. So how will you accredit? Regulation का तो सवाल ही मतलब question is not arising. When 48,000, leave your schools aside, when 48,000 schools are not equal, how will you regulate and govern them? They are into big trouble than you are. Relax. Today, go home, relax. Tell your wife and children it's all okay. Sab theek hai. So once you relax, you will also try to understand and grasp ki what can be our approach towards it when something comes, A comes, B comes, C comes, because you will have to find their weakness and what you are looking at is yours. So that is my say. Further on accreditation, if you have any questions, I'll take them. Thank you.
Sure. It was very direct and nice, and I'm sure those who were into a small slumber woke up after listening to you. सच तो ये है कि चिंता चिता समान है, so चिंता नहीं करने का. Let's all believe that all is well and all is good under NEP, and continue to look at the positive side of education and imparting quality education to our children. At the end of the day, that is what is most important. Now I will move on to Mrs. Sushila, and just wanted to understand, how are parents ready with NEP? Do they know that there is something called as a national education policy? Do they understand its logic, its concept? Any parent has come and spoken to you with regard to this?
Yes, we run all 3 boards, CBSE, ICSE and Cambridge. Now when parents come for admission, they come and ask, you're going to do NEP or you're going to still follow ICSE? So there are some set of parents who do not understand this completely, that it's just a policy or a framework. It doesn't have anything relating to any curriculum. At the same time, there are some parents who are asking, are you ready to implement NEP also? This is most of the times, even today morning, there were parents, how are you ready? Can you show us some evidences? Because 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4, this become now the mantra which the parents have by hearted without knowing what, how it is. And the second question what they have is, what is the entry level age for the pre-primary? Because parents are not ready to accommodate children till 3.5 years at their home because of the lifestyle what they have. They want us to take children at an early age also. Yes, NEP says that is 4 years when they come to nursery, but will you have pre-nursery like how it was in the preschools earlier, wherein along with daycare, will you allow our children to be there? So more or less, That is around 25% of parents are conversant about the word NEP, but 75% are still ignorant. As ma'am said, if we have to speak about assessment, if we have to speak about implementation, lot of orientation and the sessions are needed both for teachers and parents. Most of our teachers also have still dilemma. Like, how are we going to? Is it going to become a burden for me because NEP speaks so many things, and how I'm going to do? But as a trial, we had followed this 360-degree report cards, which was very successful for us, wherein which we took every aspect of the child, and in the half yearly we gave the report card, taking the parent perspective also. We did a session for the parents, and it turned out to be very beautiful. The parents could give very genuine feedback, peer feedback, and the student feedback. We did the report cards based on NEP. I felt, yes, it's needed.
So yes, by the time NEP is literally implemented, I think all the stakeholders, including the parents, need to understand, and we need to go hand in hand to ensure that the aim, the objective, the goal is to see what can be the best learning outcome in the students. Any final take on this topic, sir? Yeah, maybe 30 seconds to each of you, so that you could speak from your perspective.
In fact, lot of suggestions that have come under NEP are good for the school, for the children. I don't know from the management point of view, but for the children, they have done a lot of things. And if we do it, in a systematic manner with proper focus on that, I think it will definitely do a lot of best to the students.
The bilingual, that will be the challenge, which as per NEP, which may not be practically possible, because we have multilinguistic children and ours is a diverse country, and that alone might be a challenge. Being in Karnataka, if we have to use even bilingual, there are children from Andhra and other parts of the country. If we tell them second language compulsory Kannada, what happens when the parents get transferred after 1 or 2 years? I think that alone need to be considered, but otherwise, from the students' perspective, yes, lot of benefits from the new education policy.
If the organizers can permit me to speak for next 2 minutes, I would be thankful to you to bring in a little more clarity on understanding of the standards. Let me tickle you with 1 or 2 questions. Have you ever asked your students, what do they want to learn from the teachers, be it is social science or mathematics or English? We have not tried to understand the needs of our learners, let alone the capabilities. When we say standards, generally we look at finished products. How many units can we produce in a day with the available physical infrastructure or human resources or technology resources, etc. So it works there in industry sector and manufacturing sector. In human resources, it's difficult to bring in, but there are many successful stories within the country, outside the country. What do you mean by setting standards? Is there a notion, is there a concept on which we can establish our perception or our school system, etc.? Here is a great opportunity through NEP to define and redefine our educational practices through our curriculum or through our teaching. Say, when it comes to setting standards for the first standard child, let us say, which child gets into formal system, what is the capacity of the child? How much can a child learn? And what will be the learning outcomes? Maybe at the end of each lesson, or at the end of first term, or end of the term end learning outcomes. So there, we need to look at defining our concepts, our skills, tenets, principles, experimentations, whole lot of things, we need to, as a country as a whole, an opportunity to prove to the rest of the world that India is a country with so much of human resources which can compete with the rest of the world We are supplying human resources, but we are not showcasing our best practices. One question to you and also to the whole system of education. How many words can you read per minute? Those of you who got the answer, please raise your hand. I repeat the question. How many words can you read per minute with adequate comprehension? See, setting of standards is as simple as that. We need to define what should be the active vocabulary of a standard child. What should be the ability of problem solving of 10th grade child? We need to go into specifics. Look towards maximization of learning and not minimum levels of learning. Gone are the days. How much a child can learn with the help of the teacher facilitation or without the facilitation. Now the trend is coming up that there are many children who are capable of learning your texts, maths, science, English themselves. On the very first day of reopening, many children come, particularly self-financing institutions, totally ready to take your examination on the very first day. They are not gifted children, but they have some kind of exposure, inquisitiveness to explore oneself with the help of e-learning facilities, whatever they have. So I'll answer the question. A 10th standard child, a poor reader, can read less than 50 words per minute. An average reader can read about 150 words per minute. A good reader, 10th standard child, can read around 300 words per minute. A very good reader can read around 400 to 450 words per minute. An excellent reader can read around 600 words per minute. And a genius can read more than 1000 per minute. That is the rate of perception, comprehension, learning ability of our learners. And we need to set standards, defining from each class what concepts we are teaching in social science or English or languages or mathematics, etc. And once we set standards for learning, we need to set standards for teachers also. How much do they know and how much do they want to know? We need to fill the gap. Help them as soon as possible to realize our national goals, our state goals, our stakeholders' expectations. So we set standards for the institutions. What should be the end product? Gone are the days, to mug up topics and get 100 of 100. And if you retest it, many of them fail miserably after the examination. So it should be learner outcome based, either teaching or curriculum or learning for that matter. Okay. So when we look at it, for example, one simple, if it is not out of the context, for first standard in one of the schools in USA, they give the learning outcome period by period. Each duration of each period is only 20 minutes at the elementary level in USA. They give the learning outcome for 1 month in advance. It is available on the websites. Okay, parents can look into it. There is so much of transparency, so much of objectivity, be it is government schools or private schools, everything learning outcome based. It is so specific for the teacher, for the school, and to the parents and to the students. Everybody, gets clarity on. So we need to look at it. And another point I would like to share out of concern, as self-financing institutions, please don't ever compete or think of challenging, as our friend from Maharashtra very beautifully put it across. There the goals are different. They are answerable to the general public. Government and politicians and bureaucrats, etc. alike. And for you, what are your strengths? build upon your strengths as a self-financing institution. Okay, maybe you can compare among yourself, not with the government. If all the government schools, start picking up standards, how will you get your admissions? Yeah, you think practically. If they start in every aspect, they are trying to do on par with you or better than you in certain ways. Okay, if the whole rush admissions, is shifted to government schools, what will you do? So you need to substantiate, showcase your strength, and be successful and be smart in the field. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Only I will take 2 minutes to conclude. तो उसमें वो भी अभी एक आइडिया आया है, जैसे कि हमारे कुलीग राजेंद्र जी ने महाराष्ट्र से बताया है, तो एक माइंड में आया कि ये अप्रोच हम जाके अपने यूपी में यूज़ करेंगे कि जैसा कि हम उसको ये नहीं बोलेंगे कि भाई हमारा 40 नॉर्म से हमें पूरा करना, आप भी करो पूरा। मैं उससे बोलूँगा हम लोग तराजू में बैठे हैं, जितना अगर हमें ज़्यादा वेट रखोगे तो हम नीचे चले आएंगे, तुम भी उठ जाओगे, तो हम तराजू में कुछ कम रखो तो हम लोग दोनों बैलेंस रहेंगे। नंबर 1 पॉइंट। दूसरा पॉइंट, जैसे उसमें हमारा एसएसए में कहा है कि टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज़ करेंगे, तो सपोज फायर सेफ्टी का सर्टिफिकेट लेना है, बोले सर्टिफिकेट आप तुम भी नहीं लो, हम भी ले लेंगे, हम लोग फायर के इक्विपमेंट लगा के आप उसका वीडियो बना के अपलोड कर देंगे, हम उसको और अंडरटेकिंग दे देंगे, वी आर रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर फायर सेफ्टी। ठीक है, उसी तरह आप भी करो, आप भी फायर सेफ्टी के इक्विपमेंट खरीद के स्कूलों में लगा दो, दे विल गेट एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू मेक मनी आउट ऑफ बाइंग दिस फायर इक्विपमेंट ऑफ 55,000 गवर्नमेंट स्कूल इन यूपी। When they see यार हमारा प्रॉफिट इतना, अगर हम स्कूलों में 55,000 गवर्नमेंट स्कूलों में इतने फायर इक्विपमेंट लेंगे तो इतने 1,000 करोड़ का हो जाएगा, तो हमारा इतना बनेगा, तो ही विल इजली, ठीक है इतना पैसा बना, हम एग्री करेंगे कि आप भी फायर इक्विपमेंट लगा के वीडियो अपलोड कर दो टेक्नोलॉजी में और अपना अंडरटेकिंग दे दो। स्कूल भी वैसे भी रिस्पॉन्सिबल है, हम प्राइवेट स्कूल के हम लोगों को अंडरटेकिंग दे रिस्पॉन्सिबल फायर के लिए एक अंडरटेकिंग दे देंगे, वीडियो बना के दे देंगे। तो आई रियली अप्रिशिएट, और काफ़ी लर्निंग हुई राजेंद्र जी के साथ कि उनकी जो स्ट्रेटेजी है दैट हमारा एसोसिएशन जो यूपी का है दैट वी फॉलो इन उत्तर प्रदेश। थैंक यू राजेंद्र जी, थैंक यू मैम।
In elementary education, you need to have the generic teachers who know more than 3 languages. From the preparatory stage, you need to have content-based teachers. From standard 6, you need to have teachers who have the vocational education knowledge and who will be able to develop the vocational awareness. From standard 9, 10, 11 and 12, you need to have the multidisciplinary approach that will be taken on to the higher education. The +2 level of education is not called the pre-university education. It is the 11th and the 12th standard of education. Therefore, the 12 years of schooling is being put into 15 years of schooling by the NEP. Therefore, it is the state's responsibility to take care of the Anganwadis, Balawardis, their infrastructure, their content, and then the teachers who are recruited over there. This problem will not come in the private management because you have got the pre-nursery school, LKG, UKG, standard 1, standard 2, it goes. One more experiment that you can do with reference to NEP from the private management is think of building beautiful school complexes. Because school complex is a new idea in the national education policy, not that it is totally new. 1964-66 Kothari Commission has already implemented it. But the rejuvenation is done, therefore you have to think of a school complex. With the multidisciplinary approach, it is going to be a big challenge in the 9th, 10th and 11th, 12th standards because you can have 4 core subjects, additional 2 subjects every semester. That means 9th standard 2, 10th standard 2, total 8 semesters. You need to think of 16 different subjects. These subjects can be continued if you want, or each semester may have separate subjects. For this is what is the model that is going to be prescribed in the curriculum by the NEP. Thank you.
I think NEP gives us as an opportunity for the first time to work together for the government and private sector to come together. We have started accreditation in the state of Maharashtra, so we have understood that we can't give marks or assess infrastructure, because infrastructure varies. Please correct me, sir, if I am. In the government also, in the private also, infrastructure varies, so we can't accredit infrastructure. Salaries, and according to that, teachers also vary. So we, in the first phase of accreditation, have just focused on learning outcome. And this is a mock accreditation where learning outcome will be gauged and recommendations will be given to the private and government schools of what they can do to get it better, to do it in a better way. Now, if you go for accreditation and 48,000 schools, with due respect, sir cannot accredit his own schools because he has limitation of staff. So, where does the staff come from for accreditation? Is genius principals, sincere principals from private schools, coordinators, teachers. When they group up together, only then accreditation will come in place. Otherwise, accreditation is not going to happen. If it happens, it will be challenged further on. Shashi. So, accreditation, if comes in place practically, it has to be come in place together with private school teachers and principals, diet, and the principals and teachers of the government school working together. Accreditation can happen, and only quality then can come up because you are together now. They will have some strengths, you will have more strengths, but these strengths will work together to improve the quality of school in the state of Karnataka. So your approach should be together instead of biased, instead of fighting, instead of, standing against it. A together approach is more important when it comes to SSSA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. We will quickly move on to the House. In case you have any questions, you can address it to the panelist here. Any questions from the House, please?
Chai kab milega? When will we get tea?
Now, I'm sure all of us have the 5 W's question. What, when, where, how. Yes, ma'am. Here.
See, before going for questions, like I had one experience, and about that experience, and I ask you a question. Last week, one of my friend NGO, she wanted to distribute books for government school students. I identified 7 students, and those students, they all came up with the parents, and 6 students, they rejected books. They said they want only mobiles. And only 1 student, they took 50 books, and they said it will be kept in the showcase. It will not be used. So when the condition of government school students are like this, see, I just want to know how the NEP be implemented for the private school students, because they are having a lot of sources. Okay.
Madam,
So,
is that a question or is it a commentary? I'm not clear.
no, it's a question.
And to whom is the question?
So whoever it is, NEP.
So you have to identify in the panel, is there a specific
No,
question?
because it's enough, because I just wanted to know, because that government school students are not interested in going through the books, because they have not much resources compared to the private school students. So what will be the assessment pattern for the students of private school if the same thing continues, that they are not interested in learning through books?
Mr. Raju or Mr. Bhatt, would you want to
Anyone can answer.
answer?
No, I just see government school students, they rejected the books. When we wanted to distribute the books, they said they want only mobiles, they do not want books. Only 1 student took the books, and he said yes. And they do not have, they do not have sources like private school students. They demanded for mobiles. So what about the assessment pattern for the private school students if the condition of government school students are like that? Because they are not interested, see, now the students are not interested in learning through books and going through books.
Ranglakshmi madam, it has to be very crisp. What is the question?
Question is that, see, I just wanted to know what will be the assessment pattern for the students as per NEP.
I have understood your question.
Yes.
The students who are there in the government schools, If they are not ready to take the books home and then read, what will the private school students, how do you assess? That is not our problem. The thing is, the school prescribes a curriculum and the NEP says the load of the child is going to be reduced. We used to have 17, 18 chapters in each subject. Now they say we are going to have about 6 to 7. Now how this 6 to 7 will be chosen? In a circular fashion, in a spiral way. That means one subject will lead on to the other topic like that, and totally when it comes to 12th standard, a student will study all. Therefore, when you say that the books are not taken home, it becomes the stakeholders' responsibility, the parent also. For because the school runs with the teachers, the parents, the head of the institution, officers, everybody. And even in the private school, I have seen, you have got so many books, all children will not read all the books. You please think of us only, how many books are written in each language in India, and how many books have we gone through? Therefore, this is not a problem. But it is the school's responsibility to see that the minimum levels of learning was attained before 1986. Now we are going for expected learning outcomes of a higher standard.
Yeah. So my question is to Mr. Raju. Generally we have a assessment report which says percentage of marks, 60%, 80%, 90%. Suppose if 4 different students have got same percentage of marks, 90, what do we understand? Are the talent of all the students same? Or if a child has got 60%, can we say that this child is lower to that child? So this is the present scenario, but after NEP, now the assessment is based on the skill of the child. If a child may have different skills, so how the assessment report is going to be with respect to this NEP?
NEP, yeah.
Suppose if a child has got 90% marks, so what are the skills that the child has? So will there be any descriptive, will there be any comprehensive assessment card, so that if I read, then I will be able to understand, yes, this child knows, this is a 90% child, but he has different talents. This is also 90% child, but his talents are different from this child. So like that it should be, whether it be a very comprehensive report.
Yes, sir, got it. Got your question, thank you. Another very important challenging issue for implementation of NEP 2020. There is a concept called holistic assessment. And your progress card is going to include all the qualitative assessment aspects. It's inclusive of curricular and co-curricular aspects, as Dr. Bhatt mentioned already. You know, hitherto we used to focus only on the curricular aspects. Now we are going to focus on co-curricular aspects. It is going to be competency-based assessment, okay, which takes care of, the assessment is taken care of while teaching itself. Earlier we had CCE, continuous comprehensive evaluation. Most of it is going to be continued with the same, but the focus is on qualitative assessment and not the quantitative assessment what you mentioned, like 60% and 90%. How much child has learned? Supposing a child has got 60%, if he or she wants to score 90%, what is the roadmap? What is the guideline? Okay, so supposing somebody has got B grade, someone has got C grade, somebody got B plus or A plus. For each one of them, there is a fixed criteria. Someone who gets, let us say, B, there are certain incomplete answers. Okay, incomplete sentences, incoherent, illogical. Okay, so that kind of criteria will be there. To get, let us say, 95 plus, you refer to A or A plus criteria, whatever you have. One who gets A plus can be compared between B and A plus. He got it because he has written completely correct answer. Okay, there are no incomplete negative aspects also there, both positive and negative. Coming to Madam's answer, if NEP is properly implemented in about 8 years from now, there would be a situation where there is no need for the child to carry any textbooks to the school at all. It's going to be totally a different scenario. all the teachers and the managements, need to think in terms of equipping yourself, providing instruction or teaching in your schools without textbooks. How is it going to happen? It's already happening in the West. Except mathematics and reading comprehension in US, no other textbooks children are supposed to carry to the school, throughout the school. But these books are available in e-form. Those parents who are interested can download it, or if they would like to buy a hard copy, which is available, private publishers, government doesn't print textbooks. Think of the scenario, which is going to be totally different from what we are doing now. So, ma'am, please be prepared to teach whatever the subject you are teaching without textbooks in the class. It will be more of workbooks, learning outcome based. Thank you. I would like to thank Mr. Shashi Kumar and all the friends, who joined together, all India level, who have come together. It's a good initiative. Please, I have a suggestion. If at all we want to contribute to the country and to the states, please ask respective state governments to prepare curriculum carefully. We have a lot of deficiencies in our curriculum framework.
Excuse me, sir. I don't agree with you, sir, because in this pandemic, we all have given online classes. Not only as a management, as a teacher, I have observed in the classroom, if there are no textbooks, if we use the technology, 60% of the students, they're gone already. Their learning level has come down. The students, those who had been scoring more than 90%, they have come down to 60-50. This e-learning is really, it is not good for our society as far as I have observed in my own school.
No, think beyond 2030, that's what I meant. I hope you got my point. Think beyond 2030, where the scenario would be different.
This technology has really completely destroyed the students, sir, and we have the complaint from the parents. Since the students were using mobiles, they have been diverted. Even the students from 6th grade and 7th grade, they have been diverted.
Okay.
Just one quick question, but which is in two parts, which will also relate to the previous question. So number one is NEP also talks about something called SQAF, School Quality Assessment and Accreditation Framework, and that certainly all states will have to prepare, but for central government administered schools, CBSE is preparing, and as much I know, a draft is already ready. So SQAF, on that my question is...
Please come to the question.
On that my question is there some development in Karnataka at a state level to develop this framework? Second part of the question is, NEP also suggests about key stage assessment at grade 3, 5 and 8 to work as a diagnostic to improve children learning. My question and concern here is, in the traditional model we had exams, then we tried to shift to CCE pattern, continuous comprehensive evaluation. Now there is a key stage assessment. How are these three different? And our observation has been, the more we have tried to do better, things have gone worse. So how it will improve things? That's the question.
And this question is to Mr. Raju.
To whoever would like to attempt.
The Samagra Shikshana Abhiyana, SSA, is working on this. How to make a proper assessment for the children who have got the learning gap during the pandemic, and also how to ensure that a child who is supposed to study at standard 3, coming from the standard 2, whether he has got the minimum basic requirements or not. For that, a kind of a tool is being prepared by the SSA, and it is going to be experimented in the month of June. There was a discussion on this, whether this kind of knowing whether the child has learned properly or not to be done for how many months after the school started. That is from June, July, August, shall I go up to November and then start teaching the 4th standard or 3rd standard, the actual grade from November onwards. The decision that was taken, as I know, is the child will be assessed for its previous learning. Along with that, the actual grade learning will also be started. For this, an extra time is going to be allocated by the school. How is that they are going to make? Is it 30 minutes in the beginning of the school or 30 minutes later in the school? All these things they are going to work on. Now, even the private management institutions, as we are interested in the quality education, whenever you recruit the teacher, you need to make it very clear to the teacher that my working hour of the institution, when I say it is from 10 to 4, you need to take it as 9 to 5. This kind of a thing has to happen in the private institution. Said that, the teachers will be able to work for at least 1 hour in order to see that the child will be taken on to the next, whatever the learning that is there. For if this is not done, we will never be able to meet the learning lag. This has to be done on a day-to-day basis. The other question that you had asked, I'm not able to get it immediately.
Square.
For this, every school need to think of a kind of an assessment for the child as well as the teacher. For something like, self-appraisal that is done for the teacher. These components that you are going to do should be minimum in number. You should not make it very lengthy. 30 different components, rubrics is very long. Make 5 rubrics, 6 rubrics, and then find out whether the teacher is meeting those needs or not. Whether the child has attained it or not. For example, reading, we have got in Karnataka what are called Adarsha schools, which are merit institutions, where the admission is made from the 6th standard for the English medium in the state of Karnataka. English medium schools started by the state for the meritorious student. When I visited those institutions, the students were not able to read the book properly, although they were meritorious. Then, we had one principal secretary, Sri Vijay Bhaskar, with whom we had a discussion, and then we said, why not you give 15 minutes of reading of a textbook for the child every day? Now you can practice this. A social studies textbook, a child should read. An English textbook, child should read. Mathematics textbook, child should read. Children do not know how to read the text. How will they understand a problem in mathematics? Therefore, all these things will come as a part of the curriculum planning in the institution. This has to be done. But that is your school assessment or whatever it is.
Sir, I have one question, sir.
So,
Ma'am, one question.
yeah, this will be the last question that we'll be taking. Louder, please. Last question.
Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am, according to NEP, there is a choice the students can opt the subjects from class 8, 9th and 10th. Suppose in case one student find difficulty after choosing one of the subject in class 8th and 9th, and you want to shift to the other subjects, will NEP set that route map that he can further go on to the higher studies based upon the subjects again?
That provision is already there, sir. It is there.
Ma'am, and in the higher classes, will he able to cope up the basics, what is missed in the grade 8th or grade 9th and 10th? Suppose a student has chosen science and humanities in 8th and 9th and 10th, and he has to shift to the commerce after 10th standard. So will he be able to cope up the basics of?
No, but I think the question is flexibility. Flexibility in the curriculum andre ನಾವು ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬಾರ್ದು. ಮನಸ್ ಬಂದಂಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಯಾವ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ತಗೊಳ್ಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ ಅಲ್ಲ. The flexibility does not mean that a student can take whatever he wants throughout the schooling system or the college system. For example, in the college, we have got 2 core subjects, physics and mathematics. Students should read physics and mathematics for 3 years. He cannot say that I will study physics, mathematics now and then I will go to physics, chemistry, then I will go to physics, psychology. For that, there is what is called open elective system. For similarly, even in the school education, I told you about 2 subjects which can be chosen. For those 2 subjects are optional, where he can study this time and leave if he is not interested, go to the next. but the 4 core subjects that he takes up in the 9th should be continued with that. He cannot change. He cannot change.
Yes, sir. So this is not a conversation.
So I think with this we'll stop.
Question time is closed. Sir, please, no.
One question. Sir, we are discussing in the NEP, we talk about the infrastructure that the schools should have, the quality and the multi-skills that children should develop. But what about the teachers who are they qualified enough to teach these multi-skills? What is the program for the teachers, and if they are available, where they are available?
If possible, I will try to club both of these together, sir. I'm Dr. Supreet. Probably the last one, what you were talking about, if the student has taken up only with respect to that of science or mathematics or physics, that need cannot be changed and he will have to read the same thing for 3 years. I think that is not the scenario now. In the degree section, that is in the higher education, the NEP has already been implemented. I'm also into the University Sector Regulation Committee also. Now the student can opt multidisciplinary in the degree. The first year happens to be the diploma, and the second year happens to be the, first with the certificate, diploma, and the degree level, sir. And one more thing is, even at the +1 and +2 level, student who is interested with physics and student who is interested in business studies can be combined together as per the new education, this national education policy. And apart from that, day before yesterday, the UGC chairman has very clearly lamented. One of my friend who was asking the question now, I wanted to in fact ask you, because running short of time, I didn't want to talk about that. Many educators are here. Today we are talking about teachers and lack of teachers. We do have online degrees from 5th of March, day before yesterday. Anybody can Google it, or you have it in YouTube. The chairman says, yes, online degrees are much valid. So tomorrow, probably the teachers whom we are going to appoint, how is that we need to assess the teachers first with respect to that of their B.Ed curriculum. All those things, I think the task force of this, any state government or the central government also needs to take, they should be having a little barrier out of it. And there is a very big threat. In the morning session, one of my good friends from Mangalore or something, he was talking about the NIOUs. Next, the 9th and 10th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th standard, the NIOUs, maybe the volume is very less or whatever it is. Tomorrow, for the regular institutions, that is also a partial threat, where, when online degrees are approved by the UGC, the same way these kind of online activities might start at a very large scale. People automatically, start getting attracted to such kind of courses rather than regular options. When online degrees are given in this way, better, I think the students will never opt either for my institution or your institution or any other institutions. When online degrees are allowed, people definitely go for University of Texas or any other. Sitting here in the corner of Bangalore, they can have any degrees across the globe. So that is also, the way of assessment that any regular institutions will also have to take care of it.
Yes.
My question is, your assessment towards, especially Raju sir, the assessment of the teachers when online degrees are going to come out, and yes, that is the one, which will be accepted. Will it be accepted by, because now there was one rule, very recently, Karnataka State Open University, they had banned it. Now again it is open. Now that is the only university which offers open, the online, the open university degrees. Now when UGC says this, how is that you are going to assess teachers, and what is the next activity when it comes to the respect of students to take up?
I think one of you can answer, because both of you in NEP thing, very crispy.
Yeah, very short. Thank you, Mr. Kumar. I have two answers. Number one, you want teachers, you appoint them, train them, make them work to your needs. That's the first thing. There is no other alternative shortcut method. Number two, in the larger context, online degrees or offline degrees or whatever you get it, there should be a recruitment based on the performance of the teacher, a science teacher, a maths teacher, a language teacher, he or she. is with the needed core competencies.
So that is what, sir.
If the-
What are the
Let me
parameters?
complete, let me. Core competencies. In most of the subjects, there are about
Are there any parameters?
20,
That is what I wanted to ask.
20 core competencies for school teachers, right? If you are well versed with those 20 core competencies, you look for, supposing some of the teachers have got, say, 10 or 12 or 15 core competencies, you can appoint them and train them with the remaining core competencies. Okay, that is what you can think of. But in the long run, the courses, what they are going to receive, etc., it is totally messed up. Okay, it's only the degree which matters. You have to fulfill the requirements of the board or the government or whatever the authority asks you to, fulfill it, and you need to customize them. That's all, right? Thank you.
So thank you, esteemed panelists. At the end of the panel discussion, there still lingers a big question mark because it takes almost about the next 8 years for the NEP to be implemented to its optimum in India. So let's wait and watch for that. But before we wind up, may I request everybody to give all the panelists a big round of applause. Thank you.
1 minute, 1 minute. Trishala madam, please honor Gayatri madam. Thank you for participating and please accept our token of appreciation. I would like to request Trishala madam to honor Manila madam. Shushila madam too. It's okay. Let me get it. Shushila madam. Satyanarayan sir, please come and honor our dear friend and a critic. No, actually while going out, he asked for that. So it was, please, I'd like to honor Mr. Rajendra from Maharashtra, Rajendra Singh.
Mr. Ganesh Bhatt, who's with the NEP Task Force. Thank you, sir, for coming. Thank you, panelists. Thank you so much. Right from the morning. Thank you. You're able to manage the whole crowd, all kinds of queries. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, we are quickly moving on to the next panel. How is the feel? How is the feel now? Was it interesting? Did you find things that you could probably use in your institution? Can I have some energy? I know it is 3:30, 4 o'clock now. Can we have a little energy? We are not going to offer tea for another half an hour, so you have to bear with me. We'll offer you tea only at 4:30, 4:45, as per Shashi sir's instruction. We are moving on. We are moving to the implementation roadmap of Chapter 8, NEP 2020. I would like to invite Mr. Dilip Thakore, if I got it right, publisher, Thakur, sorry. Mr. Dilip Thakur, publisher and editor of Education World, Parent World and the Human Development Magazine. Welcome, sir. Please come. Mr. Thakur will also moderate this session. Can we have Dr. Srinivasan here, please, from Mixa? Please come, sir. Mr. Vijay Shetty from Agrusa. Please, sir. Mr. Vijay Shetty is the president of the Association of Schools in Goa, private schools in Goa. Mr. Vijay Shetty. Dr. Sharda Chandrasekhar. Please come, madam. Mr. Madhusudan, Secretary, Telangana Recognized Schools Management Association. Please come, sir. Is Mr. Shankar Narayan available? Most importantly, Mr. Rishikesh, who's with the Hub for Education, Law and Policy, Azim Premji Foundation. Thank you, sir, for coming. And Mr. Rishikesh is also a member of the National Education Policy Task Force in Karnataka. Thank you, sir. So I'll allow Mr. Dilip Thakur to take over now. We have approximately 30 minutes, sir.
Yeah?
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Oh, okay. So we'll all have to keep it a bit short. Anyway, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. I'm happy to be here today to talk about Chapter 8 of the National Education Policy, which is all about standard setting and accreditation for school education. I'm just going to make some preliminary remarks, namely that before I became a education journalist, I was a business journalist, and I believe that the magazine which I was the founder editor of, Business India and Business World, they catalyzed the liberalization and deregulation of the Indian economy in 1991, and which doubled our annual rate of GDP growth. So I'm a believer in liberalization of education. So therefore, my first question I'm going to ask is, Dr. From Azim Premji University, Dr. Rishikesh, I'll ask you first. According to Chapter 8, what I read here, there are 6 or 7 regulatory authorities which are specified here. Namely, one is the Department of School Education, Directorate of School Education, including offices of DEO and BEO. Then there is the State School Standards Authority. Then there is also SCRT. Then there is boards of examination in each state. So I want to ask you, do you believe that the new education policy is a step towards liberalization or greater control of Indian education, which in my opinion hasn't worked for the last 50 years? If you read our latest story, cover story in Education World, is titled 12 Uninterrupted Rackets Destroying Indian Education for the last 50 years. Because in my opinion, that's because of too much over-regulation. So, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Thakur. Thank you, Chair. So, there is one phrase in the national education policy that all of us are familiar with. It says light but tight regulation. And that precisely tells us what is it that the architects of the policy have thought about in terms of regulation for our education system. As Mr. Thakur rightly said, we have been over-regulated. The genuine innovative practices have been curbed because of over-regulation. At the same time, the regulation where it ought to happen has not happened. Because of it, there has also been over-commercialization, which has not served the purpose of enhancing the education quality in our country. So in short, what the national education policy is attempting to do is reformulate the manner in which regulation happens. And that is the reason why we need to rethink of what is regulation. In the morning, in fact, when Mr. Bose was talking, he did bring in this change that has happened from the draft to the main policy, and wherein SSRA, which was a regulatory authority, has been called now the standards authority. In fact, that is actually for the better, because what has happened during the deliberations after the draft policy is what happened is that by using the term regulation, which has already been very abused, now you bring it in, it's very difficult then to go about the paradigm shift that NEP is talking about. That's the reason why instead of regulation, standards was adopted. And it is standards that is going to be, as in the previous panel it was being discussed, which is going to be evaluated through self-assessments initially. If you look at the draft policy, which gives out all the details of how would we want to regulate, it is very clearly by our own admissions. So through self-assessment, through various other means, before a standards authority can come and look at us. Because the entire principle here is really moving towards quality rather than holding back. I'll pause here, sir. Thanks.
Mr. Srinivasan, when I was reading through this chapter, I noticed a lot of phrases here which have been for quite long in education policy. One is commercialization and exploitation of parents by for-profit private schools. And another, and the policy very clearly says they prefer philanthropic private schools. Now, according to my research and whatever my knowledge, Indian education, private education, is the cheapest in the world. Even in African countries, you don't get private education at these prices. It's available at all price points. So do you see in the NEP 2020 a continuous prejudice against private education, which, let me inform you, in schools, 48% of all children in school today?
Thank you. It's a very pertinent question, because we need to speak truth and be ready to accept the truth. The truth is, when you say private schools, there is investment, there is ROI, there is interest. What does it mean? It is commerce. It is not simple education. And also, the management has to provide for lean time, for difficult times. We always have one problem, that all of a sudden 200 children can leave our school. What do? Do you think you can sack proportionate teachers? You may not be able to. That will lead to another legal battle. So, considering all these things, blaming private schools are commercializing is wrong. What they should do is pinpoint a particular school who is exploiting the parents and punish them. Let them investigate. They are there only for that. The business of the government is to locate the problem, investigate and punish. Why are you punishing everybody and putting all of us into one group, saying that you're all thieves? That is wrong. And in NEP they say we are going to go forward only with the private schools. But I don't think the spirit is 100% upheld throughout. There are places where they don't want. Number two, You asked about philanthropic schools. What I have been saying is, why can't both exist? If I want to establish a philanthropic school, nobody stops me. If he wants to establish a commercial school, nobody should stop him. Even now he is doing, even now we are doing. Only thing is, we are telling some kind of lies because we are forced to do that. We are not proud of what we have been able to achieve. We have to hide that. If one school can charge 5 lakhs per year for a day school, they should be proud to say that. They said, no, we charge 2 lakhs, but if we see the accounts, it's 5 lakhs. Why? Because everybody is near to you. The government says, you're an elite school. I think even Shashi keeps saying that word elite school. That's a point of discussion between us. So you become elite school. Elite means bad. Which dictionary says elite means bad? Yeah, you only attribute it to that. So there are so many things like that. So my answer to this question is, we need to have proper understanding of the system of Indian education and compare it with the education of the world. Like Mr. Thakur said, we are the cheapest in the world, and I will add, we give a quality education. Now why you want to fiddle with that? And nobody wants to listen to us and see how to make policies. They make policies, like yesterday I was talking, it is all top-down policies. We don't even understand. Whereas progressive countries, countries who stand first in this world, it is 100% bottom-up. If you go to Finland, if one teacher writes one note, it is researched thoroughly and see what is the implication. And that system is improved, I should say, every minute. Here, what the schools do, teachers do, don't become a part of a data for improvement. What they manufacture sitting at desks, that is important. Worse, there are some universities where they create data, they create system, they create policies. How is that? Even NCERT for that matter, what do? Did any of the NCERT professors come to your school? Then what do? They sit in the office and they make policies. So why can't we change this? Then these two words will not come. That is my idea. Thank you.
Thank you. It's also worth noting that in the Kasturi Rangan committee, which was the basis for forming this policy, there's not a single school representative. They were all from higher education and all not particularly distinguished academics. Anyway, sir, may I ask you about, private education? One of the criticisms that is made of private education is, like Mr. Srinivasan said, that they are elite schools. Do you find that in Goa is the most literate state in India, and most of the schools there are either, correct me if I'm wrong, are either aided schools or private schools. So my question is, to what extent do you feel that there is a inbuilt bias in the NEP 2020 against private schools?
Thank you, sir. As far as Goa is concerned, since it is a very small state, and your question is very pertinent, and you also said that most educated, lot is in Goa. Not only children, but even the parents. So they are able to understand, and out of those parents only the politicians are made. Even politicians are not much bothered about your RT and now NEP. So they are not bothered about RTE Act. We have not yet implemented not even 1% of RTE, when all the other states are suffering due to implementation of RTE provisions. Some of the schools are already closed. But that experience we have not undergone. And bias, to some extent, which is already there earlier also, that continues, because the government is dealing with only government schools, to some extent aided schools. Whereas private schools were not at all paid any attention.
That's a good thing, right?
Yeah, they were not at all paid any attention. And so now also, during RT, of course RT is not going to be closed. RT is an act, central act, and NEP is only framework, and already we have discussed. So within the framework of RT, NEP is going to be followed. And we don't find any problem with this. And most of the states, I think they have already climbed the ladder of this NEP implementation, at least 1 or 2 steps. But we are still on the, not even on the first step. One leg is on the first step. And they have only formed the task force committee. And they have not included the private school representative. We have already taken up the matter with them to include private school representatives so that we are also stakeholders. So I don't find any problems to be faced by us as we have already experienced. No problems, no issues with RT. And even though when, see, NISA, our national body, was constituted, we were the first to become the member without any problems, because we foresee problems anytime. We don't, the government is changing, the mind of the politicians may change. So we want to be with NISA and we want to continue, and we are learning a lot from other states. That's very important.
On the subject, thank you very much. On the subject of NISA, sir, I want to ask you, this policy talks about egalitarian treatment, no distinction between government and private schools, and budget private schools. However, the experience, your experience in NISA, particularly in the pandemic, has been very bad. For example, you've been asking for MSME status. So do you think this policy, which talks about equal treatment for all schools, is likely to happen under NEP 2020?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. Basically, private schools are the biggest asset of our country. We are nation builders. According to our Constitution and Right to Education Act, it is the responsibility of the government to offer free and compulsory education till 14 years of age. And private schools are shouldering 50% of the responsibility of the government without having spent government a single rupee, without having any burden to the government. The private schools are doing the job, or 50% of the job are done by
Sir,
private.
may I just inform the audience, for your information, budget private schools, there are 400,000 of them in India, and they educate a staggering number of 60 million students. And you continue.
So, these schools should be protected, they should be given proper support by the government rather than imposing various kinds of regulations. For instance, let us think, there are over 5.5 lakh private schools in India. If government has to establish so many schools, how much funds it has to allocate for that? So these schools are to be protected, they must be given proper support. And private schools not only catering the needs of the elite society, but they are offering quality education at very, very low cost to many below poverty line people. I can set an example to you. I'll take example of Hyderabad, where from I have come. In Hyderabad, we have about 1,400 slum areas. There are such biggest slums. In each slum, there are more than 1 lakh population. So like that, if you go across all our metros, we have close to 35 to 40% of the population habitating in the slum areas where the education is being provided by the budget private schools. And now, coming to the NEP, nothing is written in the NEP to support these schools rather than simply creating some kind of regulatory architecture. But one good welcoming thing is that they wanted to establish an autonomous regulatory authority which will regulate both government and private schools equally, which is a welcoming thing. But to the experience what we have seen from NISA, all over India, none of the state governments is trying to implement this regulatory architecture, SSSA, State School Standards Authority, as it is intended. They are simply changing the names of the existing education department, and then there is no proper autonomy. Till now, none of the states have come up with a pakka policy for the implementation. And then our stand is only one thing, that the intent of this regulatory architecture, particularly Chapter 8, the independent autonomous status should be given to the private schools, and both private and government schools must be treated equally. And if requires, rather than doing policing, they have to support these all schools wherever they need. They have to extend support for training the teachers as well, and also offer loans at very low interest or otherwise subsidized loans, as the government is giving to the MSMEs, to the private schools as well, because we are the largest employment providers of the country.
2 million teachers.
Yes, none of the government, even the government of India, the total number of employees that are there in the government of India, number of employment that is created by the private schools are more than the total number of government employees that are there in the government of India.
Okay, sir. Now let's.
So, here during the pandemic, schools are very badly hit, but no any kind of support was extended to the schools. That is a very pathetic situation.
In case, I'm sure you are aware, education world has been supporting you all throughout to be granted MSME status for several, throughout the past 2 years.
Yes.
Yes. Now, now let's move on to the next question. You know, the government has, under the new education policy, they're going to set up a lot of committees, as we saw. But you know, they've been setting up committees in the past also for regulating fees, etc., etc. But the point is, who are the people who are put into these committees? How confident are you that the people who will be appointed to head these committees and man these committees will actually not have that bias which we've seen for the last 50 years against private schools? Madam.
Thank you, sir. In fact, you should not be the last speaker or the last one to eat. You will be neither left with the food to eat nor to say any words, because all the eminent speakers already have said, but you asked a very important question. Who should be the persons who should be given? I'm thinking of a small story of a 5-year-old boy written by Mullapudi Venkatramana in 1960s. He wrote about this boy who did not go to school, but there was a tutor who was brought home to teach this boy. He was a very naughty boy. So every 1 week, one tutor used to go, another tutor used to come, and this boy, with the help of his grandmother, always used to chase away the tutor. So once he has written one do's and don'ts for all these tutors. That is, the first rule is that the outgoing tutor should tell the incoming tutor in which direction to turn the ear of Budugu. Budugu is this boy's name. Because the first one is turning forward, the second one is turning backwards. The third one is again turning forwards. At this rate, my ear will fall off. So please, the outgoing should always tell the incoming which one to turn. Now, we are Budugus. So we should tell the people who has to turn our ear or in which direction, number one. And second question comes, as the gentleman from Bombay said, Maharashtra said, should we tell or should we not tell? Or should we tell the right thing is also in our hands. but I'm also the assessor from the Quality Council of India. Quality Council of India says very clearly that it is not comparing A with B. A is A, B is B. It is your own policies, it is your own finances, it is your own clientele, it is your own stakeholders. How did you create your processes, and are you standing up to your own processes? That is what is for accreditations, and that is the standard. That is what Mr. Raju also said. So setting the standard is each school's. We cannot compare any school with any other school, number one, because our stakeholders are different, their needs and their requirements are different. Second thing is also that definitely every school, private school, is working and bending backwards to attend to the needs and the requirements of their stakeholders. In that case only they can survive in the market. Yeah, I'm using the word of commerce here. If you have to survive in the market, you need to deliver to your stakeholders who are your customers. So every one of us are working for that. So since we are the people who are contributing for the growth of education sector in this country, and like all the private sectors in this country are being supported, we should be supported, and we should be asked who should be the person to touch our ear, or should we allow someone to touch or not. Thank you very much.
Dr. Rishikesh, I wanted to ask you, somebody said this morning that we are such a diverse country. Does it make any sense to have a national education policy which kind of tries to pass rules, laws, regulations which are applicable to all, like 1.5 million schools in India? Some are private budget, some are government, some are elite, some are mid-priced. Does it make any sense? Because I think you said that the positive thing about the policy is that it's self-regulatory. But do you really believe that?
So what I was suggesting is that there is a paradigm shift in the kind of architecture that the national education policy is talking about. So we need to understand as to what that paradigm shift is, and for that what kind of preparedness is required. So one of the paradigm shift is as to how can we ensure that we regulate ourselves to enhance our quality. In the morning we had our friend from Central Square Foundation present to us the national level data that ASR keeps giving us every year.
So wouldn't you say that the school principal or parents and principals together are the best judges of what is the kind of education the children should receive? Why should it be done from Delhi to decide what is the good education?
Yeah. See, because we like it or not, we are a country and we are governed. We are a country. We are a country and we are governed by the framework of the Constitution through which we have our educational aims. Because we are a democratic country, we have a certain educational aim. If we were a dictatorial country, if we were a communist country, we would have had a different kind of an aim. Now, having said that, so it is the part of the central government's role to give the vision to our country, the vision of what kind of a society do we want. And it is in these policies that that vision is articulated. And as Dr. Vishal was saying, finally we are a federal setup. And because education is in the concurrent subject list, though that is the vision and that is the policy, how do you implement each of the state is going to get a lot of flexibility, similar to the Right to Education Act. Even though there is a national act, but at the end of the day, the model rules were framed by each state. There were only some of those non-negotiables in RTE, but after that, the model rules were framed by each state. So that is the reason why it is important for us to have a broad national curriculum framework or national policy, but based on whatever flexibility that is there, we can always contextualize it.
As you said, it has to be a light but tight kind of framework, and maximum autonomy should be given to schools, should it not?
Absolutely.
Because
Absolutely.
ultimately it's for the parents and the principals to decide. And as Dr. Chandrasekhar, Mrs. Chandrasekhar observed, finally if you don't deliver the kind of education that parents want and children want, you're going to go out of business, as it were. And for your information, isn't it, I want to ask Mr. Srinivasan, isn't it true that the Supreme Court has held now that schools can make that provision of education is a vocation, is a legitimate vocation, and schools can make a reasonable profit so that they can sustain themselves. So in spite of that, why is there this still kind of pejorative statements made in the policy about private education?
Actually, these two are two different things. What Supreme Court says is, you can have a surplus. The word profit cannot be used in the context of schools. And that surplus can be 15%. So you have to show that you have utilized 85% of your revenue in that year. In case you did not, you have to take exemption from the income tax department. And the 15% that you save, you can carry it forward. I think it is for 5 or 6 years. That amount you can use for building another project, another school. To that extent, it's okay. Where the problem comes in, interfering in the school's administration. You should charge only this much fees. You should only do this. You should not do this. There are so many restrictions. Schools respond to the parents. I remember in the Supreme Court, Justice Kabadi asked, "Oh, you have swimming pool in your school?" Very interesting. He was shocked that a school had a swimming pool. If we are like that, then what can we do? It is a demand of the parents that we have a swimming pool and children learn. What's the harm in that? Swimming pool is nothing but another kabaddi ground or basketball ground or football ground. What's the difference? So the mindset has to change. I'm not saying make it so free that schools can root the parents. No. Don't punish the good people because of the bad people. This is my contention, not anything else. Don't let the schools go scot-free. No. At the same time, don't let a sword hang on everybody's neck. This is my point.
It might be pertinent to note, ladies and gentlemen, that in China, which is a communist country, for-profit schools are allowed. Yeah.
There is no other country, I think, where for-profit schools are not allowed.
We are like that only, as we say. So, are we run out of time?
We can take a few questions from the audience, if that's all right.
Okay, yeah, fine. with
Let's
me.
throw it open to the audience. Any specific questions that the audience has? Dr. Srinivasan, you wanted to speak?
Only one point.
Yeah, please.
Because it is a roadmap ahead, I have 2 points. If the policy is implemented sincerely, the merit and standard of teachers will either go up or the teachers will go out of the system. Teachers who are not capable of dealing with this, with understanding, cannot continue. And we may gain the respect to teachers in the next few years. That will push the training institutes to look at quality training. This is my guess, and I hope it comes true.
We'll take a few questions from the audience.
See, particularly regarding the constitution of the SSSA, we all have to educate all the stakeholders of education and raise a voice that the NCERT should frame perfect guidelines for constitution of SSSA in the states, so that there cannot be much deviation in constituting the SSSA, so that we will have at least some autonomy. That should be the focus area. So all the associations and all the stakeholders have to focus on this point, that let us try to bring pressure upon the NCERT, the national body, so that it will prepare proper framework for the constitution of SSSA.
I think he means transparency in appointing people to all these bodies. Then it will be fine.
But what's going to happen is that all friends and relations and retired politicians and bureaucrats are going to be appointed to these positions. And that means you'll go back to where we were.
Okay, a quick question, because this session is about the next steps, the blueprint for the implementation of NEP. And here the key question is, the NEP talks about autonomy of schools and trust teacher. But those, I mean, the policymakers in that sense have done a very good job. But the challenge is at the bureaucracy level. The mindset is clearly to control, and they are the one authorized to give you autonomy. So in this case, what's the suggestion from the panel? What could be the strategy, idea, opportunity as to how do we get that opportunity, the autonomy?
Atulji, who is the question directed to?
I'll try to answer this question. See, primarily our responsibility is that in every state, a draft committee will be constituted for implementation of the NEP. There should be compulsory, the members of the associations, part of that draft committee should be made. Proper deliberations must be done, because we are the 50% stakeholders of the school education. So without our participation, okay, if any draft is prepared for the implementation, that shouldn't be accepted, and then in that proactive way we have to go. That is the first step that we have to take.
I think teachers also need to be involved in
I think
in the formulation of policy.
the same question I think I could expect answer from Rishikesh. It will be more relevant because he is in Karnataka and task force.
No, I think, Dr. Atul, your question, I mean, you probably have a better experience in terms of dealing with the bureaucracy at Delhi, right? And it comes from there as well. So bureaucracy, the nature of bureaucracy is that, and that's the unfortunate colonial hang-up that we have in terms of, the regulatory mindset that they come with. So it is going to take a while, and that's the reason why these changes are not going to be overnight. It's over a period of time that we will have to push for, and that's why everyone here is also important stakeholders. But then what we need to keep in mind is, your slides in the morning, with regard to what is it that our objective is. Our learning levels are very, very pathetic, be it government or private. We are speaking about budget schools here. It is nothing to be really proud of. It could be just marginally different. So that is something that we all have to strive to improve. And, our focus really has to be on that. And in fact, I don't know where even Mr. Thakur is seeing this prerogative to, in terms of what the policy says against private, but I do see that the policy very single-mindedly focusing on the criticality of enhancing the quality of our education system, because if not, we will fail our country. So it's not really about government or private, and that's the reason why they are also talking about everyone being seen equally, because every single stakeholder's quality will have to be enhanced. So there is no really, an answer to how do we ensure this autonomy from the bureaucracy, but then I think we will all have to strive towards it, because it's only through that autonomy, as you are also saying, that we will be able to enhance quality. Through regulation, we have seen quality has only gone down, and hence autonomy has to be provided. But however, of course, there has to be a balance with accountability, and that is where the light regulation comes.
From over-regulation, we've got to go to modest regulation, I mean, basically. Yes.
Yeah, I'm Thomas Anthony, and I'm from National Independent Schools Alliance. My question is to Mr. Rishikesh. For example, so NEP 2020 fixed the target of achieving 50% of gross enrollment rate in higher education, right? So because I am from Tamil Nadu, so Tamil Nadu is putting this point like we are already ahead of like 35 years in this, what NEP has trying to achieve it. So as a national education policy, because we keep hearing that there were a lot of consultations happen, still why we are having this problem in the policy? Because if it's already in the policy, then when we are implementing it again, it's going to be a big problem. So that's how states always respond to the national policies. My first question. And second question, I'm feeling still we were not able to fix the financial liability to this policy, because that's what happened in the RTE. Still we are in the 75-25% of a battle after like 11, 12 years now. Still the reimbursements are not happening. So my fear is like, again, we will get into the same kind of a situation where the central and the state will keep battling and the schools and the students will keep facing a problem on the ground.
So the first question, since it's about higher education, I'll very briefly touch upon it. It may not be relevant to everyone here.
Maybe I given the example of higher education, but my point is like there are already states achieved certain things, but how as a national policy is going to support it?
Yeah. No, for instance, the example that you gave is a very valid one. Our higher education gross enrollment ratio currently stands at 26.7%. So which basically means 75% of our youth between 18 to 23 are not in higher education, and we get 26.7 with states like Tamil Nadu providing 75% almost. So you can just imagine as to what's happening in the rest of the country in terms of 18 to 23-year-olds going into colleges, right? So it is keeping that in mind, the national average that NEP is saying should at least move to doubling this in about 10 years time, 10 to 15 years time they say, of reaching 50%. So which basically means a state like Tamil Nadu reaching 100, and maybe somewhere else where in Assam, which is I think about 13-14%, reaching to about 25-30. So that's the roadmap which NEP puts forth, and hence, as Mr. Thakur was saying, I mean, does it make sense to have a national policy at all, given the diversity and given the variation? Well, it still makes sense to have a national policy because, as I said, I mean, we are a nation state and we have to think of these things together, right? But then each one's target would be different, and that is why one target will not make sense. If Tamil Nadu is today at 70%, they'll have to aim for 90%. If, Karnataka is at the national average of about 26%, so we have to aim for 50%. So that's the way I think we'll have to look at it. Yeah, financial, sorry, that's something very critical, and that's the reason why it came in the policy. I was party to some of the deliberations, and hence I know that there was a lot of discussion even with the bureaucracy, wherein they said that it is impossible to provide the kind of funds that education asks or health asks because there are so many other priorities. But then what was finally stuck to by the architects of the policy is without putting the money into what we are talking, there's just no point in even talking, right? And 6% of the GDP is being spoken of since Kothari Commission. And we are nowhere close. At closest we came was 20 years ago in 2000s when we were at around 4%. So what NEP also says is that they give a roadmap to that as well. 6% of GDP approximately translates to about 20% of expenditure of the government. Currently the government expenditure is about 10%, right? So NEP says every year promise to the country that we are going to further extend it by 1% of the total government expenditure, so that in 10 years time from 10% we at least move to 20%. But yes, it's absolutely critical, otherwise there's no point at all. It can't be done.
ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಾನೊಬ್ಬ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಈ NEP ಇಂದ ಕನ್ನಡ ವಿಜಯ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಸರ್ಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈ NEP ಇಂದ ಪ್ರಾದೇಶಿಕ ಭಾಷೆ, ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಮತ್ತು ಜನಜೀವನದ ಕುರಿತಾದಂಥ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂಥ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ವ? ಪ್ರಾದೇಶಿಕತೆಯನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಭಾಷೆ, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ, ಇತಿಹಾಸ, ಜನಜೀವನ ಇದರ ಕುರಿತಾದಂಥ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಪಠ್ಯಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಬೀರೋದಿಲ್ವಾ, ದುಷ್ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಬೀರೋದಿಲ್ವಾ? ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಸರಿ.
Sir, English is the link language of
ಹೇಳಿ.
India.
I can do a rough translation.
Yeah, now.
See, he's talking about localization.
As you all know, this national education policy is ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ. ಈಗ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಇದೊಂದು ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ವರ್ಕ್, ಬಟ್ ಅಲ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟು ಕೂಡ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ವರ್ಕ್ ವಿದಿನ್ ದಟ್. ಅಂದರೆ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಅಥವಾ RT, ಅದರ ವಿದಿನ್ ದ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಫ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ we have to work out and we have to make modifications as per our ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಅಥವಾ ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೀರ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಭಾಷೆ, ಅದರ ಇತಿಹಾಸ, ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಟ್. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಕಮಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ರೆಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಟಿವ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕೇಳಲೇಬೇಕು. ದೇ ಆರ್ ನೆಗ್ಲೆಕ್ಟಿಂಗ್, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ತಗೊಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವರು.
ಅದೇ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಕೇಳುವವರ ಇಚ್ಛಾಶಕ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ದಾಗ, ಅವ್ರ ರೆಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ನು ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ದಾಗ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಬೇರೆ ಇತಿಹಾಸ, ಬೇರೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೇರಿಕೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಈ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ. ಆಗ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಪರಿಚಯ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇವಲ 20% ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು 80% ಬೇರೆ ಇತಿಹಾಸವನ್ನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಕೊರತೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ವಾ? ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್, ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಫ್ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಈಗ ನೀವು ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ,
Sir, you can have a bilateral discussion with, because none of us understand.
He is very clear.
So that's why I wanted to speak in English.
I would suggest, I'll just give you a brief and then sir should probably respond in English because there's a wide audience here. We have guests from 12 different states. So if you speak in English, it is of benefit to a lot of people.
Yes.
ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋಣ.
ಇರ್ಲಿ, ನಾನೇ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದು one question, no problem. You can.
Yeah. Now I'll continue in English now. As he rightly said, 80% is from outside the state, which is not relevant for the state. But for your information, our country is India. We are supposed to know the history of the India. But what we have learnt because of 70 years, what we talk about, it is all about the Mughal kingdom, which is not the correct picture of the history. That is what now we are able to understand. And we are trying to unlearn that and learn more about other warriors, other national leaders, which were not taught to us in full length, maybe in one paragraph or so. So, as you rightly said, state history is also very important. Along with that, even national history is also required. Maybe 50-50, if not, more 80% state and 20% others. It can be 50%.
Actually, this has been addressed already in NCF. What should be the thing? ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಆ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ನೆಲ, ಜಲ, ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರ, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯನ್ನು ಎಷ್ಟು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು NCF ಕರಿಕ್ಯುಲಮ್ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾದ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇದೆ.
Just like to add to that, so Shashi ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ in NCF 2005 itself, we have taken a certain approach towards ensuring that there is localization of whatever we do, be it in history or be it in anything else, so that children first look at acquiring whatever is around them. In fact, now early years when we look at the kind of pedagogy and curriculum that is spoken of, it is always about the immediate environment of the child through which the child is taught. Just one thing on, because this has come already 2-3 times, in terms of representation of everyone in the implementation committees. Well, in Karnataka, the implementation task force has representation from the private schools as well. So, and also the private people as well. So, don't know whether your organization members are part of it, but then there is representation for that. How they selected who, we don't know.
Rishi, this is the problem. Stakeholders are not given importance. Individual is been given importance in the name of private schools. That, see, larger picture, ground reality, grassroots issues are known only to the stakeholders because they come across with many things. If I am a private school, I know only about my school. If I am a stakeholder, I know all type of all strains. So that is where representation is out and there is a provision. ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ, ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು.
I agree.
Sir,
ಸಾರಿ, ತಪ್ಪು ನಿಮ್ದು, ನೀವು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋದೇ ತಪ್ಪು. ಲೆಟ್ ಅಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಡಿವಿಯೇಟ್. 85% ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿ 15%, ನೀವು 85% ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ₹100 ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ 85% ಖರ್ಚಾಗೇ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ನು 15% ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಉಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. 85 ಅಲ್ಲ. So that covers within that 85%.
That we can show it there.
Yeah,
But
okay.
We should not be service minded, profit minded also. Thank you, sir.
Sir, ನನ್ನ ಕ್ವಶನು,
ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾಷೆ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಆಗೋದು NEP ರೋಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾಪ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ದಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳೇ, UP ಬರ್ಬೋದು, ದಿಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಬೋದು, ಆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು?
Sir, this question is related to NEP chapter 8. There is no relevance, so I think we should just dismiss this question. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the panel. Mr. Thakur, for wonderfully managing the panel. I would request Shashi sir to honor Mr. Rishikesh. Thank you, Mr. Rishikesh, for taking out time. I would request Mrs. Shashi to honor Dr. Sharda Chandrasekhar. Mr. Dilip Thakur.
डियर एजुकेटर्स, एसोसिएशन लीडर्स, मैं आपको इनवाइट करना चाहता हूं एक बहुत बड़े सिम्पोजियम के लिए 26 फरवरी को जो होने जा रहा है बेंगलोर में, जिस
Amit ji and Dr. Srinivasan, please do come. We are closing the session now. So what I would recommend is, we'll do a very quick gist of the discussions. We have the convener of the KPMTCC. We have Atulji. So what I want to ask very quickly is, Mr. Satyamurthy. Satyamurthy sir. So very quickly I would like to ask, so we've had 3 different talks and 3 different panel discussions. So I just want to quickly understand what kind of learnings we can derive from the session that we've organized today. Atulji, what kind of learnings we've derived from the sessions, because we've had 3 talks and 3 panel discussions. So what are the takeaways? What are the implementable takeaways? So we can just very quickly, 2 lines about what we can take away from this session. We'll start with Atulji.
Atulji. Attention please.
Amit ji, sorry.
Attention please, because this is now we are moving towards closing session. We want to wrap it up sooner, and I will give you a very quick brief of what all has happened since morning. First, we started with some expert inputs, expert talks. So we had 3 of those, and the idea was to give you some expert input on the subject of deliberation today. Thereafter, we moved to the 4 panel discussions. And the 4 panel discussions were, the first was designed to give us a theoretical understanding of what NEP is all about. What is this the chapter 8 is all about? What is triple SA talking? All of that. Then we says, okay, this only gives us some kind of theoretical understanding of the broader recommendations. This must be mapped against the ground reality. We should be aware of the ground reality. Then only we know whether these things are implementable or not. This will remain the paper king or the king, the paper lion, or lion will also roar, right? The third we did, we clearly understand the criticality of assessment, learning assessment of students, and accreditation of schools. Once we have assessment and accreditation process at the center, then only we will be able to shift towards the outcome-based regulation. Otherwise, we can do all the talking and nothing much will happen. So we clearly try to understand how could we design an accreditation model. So Rajendra and others give some critical ideas also, which they are trying in their states. The next thing we did in the final session, that we try to deliberate and capitalize on the expertise we have available inside this hall itself to figure out what is the way forward. We have been talking about all of these ideas, but based on our understanding, if let's say Karnataka government says, okay, this room has done a day-long deliberation, you come and tell us what we should be doing. Maybe we don't know. What is your clear idea? What is your clear recommendation? And that is why in the 4th session, we tried to deliberate some of those recommendations so that we could come up with a blueprint, a suggestion, and ideas and guidelines. Based on all of these, quick 3 points I would like to present as this closing thing. Number one, we should become more vigilant. We should work like a watchdog, right? If we are not aware, we are not educated, we don't know what government is doing, one fine morning we know that the damage has been already done and we can't do much about it. So first thing, we have to be vigilant, work like a watchdog. Second, we track the progress. Being a watchdog, we track the progress. Third, we engage and participate. So we don't sit down with folded hand, we will see, wait and watch is the approach. No. Possibly wait and watch approach is not going to work. We have to engage and participate in all of these government process. This could happen through a memorandum, representation, or becoming members of the important committees and subcommittees. So we take the task in our hand. The fourth, which came this idea from one of the panel discussion only, that we cannot go ahead just complaining. We have to bring solutions on board. We have to go with the solution. So the triple SA and chapter 8 recommendations that we are talking about, we ourselves can create a model structure for that, take it to the government, and we suggest that this is what we want. We figure out ideas, strategies, network, resources. What do we do so that the best model, the model we draft in consultation with all of you, that becomes the policy. I think that will be the clear achievement. So that is where I should stop. Next, my other colleagues will talk about.
Yeah. Vijay Shetty sir, I would recommend. Shashi sir, do you have any inputs? So very briefly, you can talk about what were the learnings, and also what Shashi sir, one more thing. What are the learnings? What is it that we can do since all these states have come together? What is it that we can probably learn from each other? Can it become a symbiotic kind of relationship?
Yes, the most important aspects, and from morning what we are deliberating, we could know and understand at large only about the situation and where we should intervene, what type of intervention is required. But when the government or when the implementing chair assured, and he also focused on, yes, there should be a equal partnership in trying to understand. It should not be only at understanding level. It should be within the structure, giving representation. We are not asking the ownership, but by and large we are asking our grievance to be heard in a proper platform. We going and saying our grievance in the office of the executive, because rightly said Mr. Vishal, who was the commissioner, he said, I am helpless, because yes, he is a helpless. I always say in our local slang, the officials, government, for example, the minister takes the decision if he is fit enough. He says what should be the policy or the rules or the regulations. That is been executed by official orders from the government education department. That executed order is being carried out functionality by only the commissionerate or DEOs or whatever it is. But what is happening is day in, day out, we all go and talk only to these people who doesn't have any powers to change that. Only one changes can be brought is intervene directly to the government, make government understand, or make the country, people understand what exactly is happening wrong. See, we have failed in these two aspects, most of the states. What I have understood, most of the state, we go and ask the secretariat. Who is secretariat? Secretariat is being dictated by the elected body. The policy maker is the elected either education minister or the chief minister or whatever. But it is not the government. Government takes the decision based on that body. So we have to first tap there, make them understand, request them by our proper representation. But the official, if we want to legally also challenge in future, we have to simultaneously request the government, that is secretariat level, as well as convince the ministry level. If he is not convinced, represent a secretariat, and then you can challenge legally if they are not giving. Because there is a policy which has clearly recommended. Again, from morning what we understood is, it is a policy, but every state has its own making out that policy to in action. So during that, how do we convince rather than only demand? So if finally if they are not convinced to hear our grievance, understand our grievance, then there is a way. Definitely we are child-centric, no doubt. But we have to have a free, autonomous to have our quality upheld. Otherwise, there will be very much disaster, like the back people who are raising their issues, all pertaining to day-to-day issues. Every day their officials are harassing them like anything. Bribe at its best. So we want to get rid of those things so that we can give a quality education. That is the core intention. So finally what we want is, not only we, I feel, all state associations. At national level, let us see that we will carry national level, we will carry the message across the country to the people. To the people. Respective state-wise, let us see that their state people are given awareness, the system is given awareness. Third most important is, we simultaneously represent first legally. That we are supposed to be given this opportunity. If not, we are not heard. If they don't do, then national body and all of us will sit and think what can be the next roadmap in trying to get this SSSA, the real intention of NEP 2020 Chapter 8, it should not be defeated, it should be upheld. So in that context, I think this complete day-long symposium has added some information. It was informative, and there was also a consensus with the government, and even there is assurance in our state that other legislature like chairman of the council, they have assured us that we will carry this message to the chief minister. That is the wonderful outcome of this entire symposium, I would like to say, and we are happy for that. Thank you.
One line to add, Shashi. Also, the good outcome has happened. I was talking to a lot of participants, and majority of feedback was very positive, that they are getting to learn. It's very informative. But the best part is other states are also getting excited and interested to organize similar thing, because now they have seen something of this kind and understood cruciality. So we already have had a conference of like this in Haryana, then Telangana. I think now Tamil Nadu and Kashmir and Kerala, they are also interested to organize something similar. So others who are interested and wish to know what is happening in other states too, the journey would continue.
Amitji, just 2 bits about the entire seminar. See, I think it is very important. What we have created today is a multiplier effect. All of a sudden, you have so many states which have assembled here to understand about this. And what I would probably look at is, we have something called the KPMTCC. I think that was a very big achievement. The 35,000 strength that you saw assembled was not a result of CAMS or KUSMA or somebody else. We had so many associations. You had a CBSE association, you had a Principals Association, you had an ICSE association. So you have 13 different, you have a Christian association, you have a minority association. All these associations came together, and that's how we were able to get those 35,000 people in, and we were able to shake the government. 45,000. We were able to shake the government because we were able to voice our problems. Now, just imagine a situation where we probably have an IPMTCC, Indian, the entire Indian education community, private education community comes together. The multiplier effect, the snowball effect is something that we cannot imagine. So I think what he's saying makes a lot of sense. You should have these kind of forums. These kind of forums attract attention. Today, probably the commissioner would have reported to his secretary. Already, I think the education minister knows that something of this nature is happening. The council is under pressure. The chairman of the council knows that something like this happens. Tomorrow, we were struggling to get our voice in through Sri Puttanna. I think probably the next discussion that we're going to have is going to highlight this, that people are aware. So I think this is the multiplier effect that we are trying to create out of these kind of forums. So I think it is important that intellectual minds come together. We have to capitalize. We have to learn from each other. Legal, administrative, how to advocate. Many times what happens is we have one person advocating to the government. I think that is a very wrong approach. This multiplier effect is what is going to bear fruit for us in the future. Dr. Srinivasan.
As a parting shot, this is an advice. If you like, you can take it, otherwise you can forget it. Knowledge is very important. I don't know how many of you have read the policy papers or pages more than once. If you all have read and understood, then you'll behave in a different way whenever you meet somebody important. When you meet your representative, whether it's a corporator, an MLA or MP, talk to them about your problem. Tell them what's happening. Let them know something from you. Because if all of them have something from the public, like us, the respect to us will be different. They'll come back to us for ideas. We have to achieve that. Maybe very slow, but we have to work on that. For that, first thing is be thorough with your text. Read minimum twice and then connect with the points that was discussed. If you continue with that, I think we'll be able to take on any government. Thank you.
To add on to this, in Karnataka, for all the state representatives, we did the same phenomena. Every elected representative of ours, there are 7 plus 7, 14. We have brainstormed them multiple times. We have set them our these problems. Then only there was a committee set up which represented all these MLCs, and several things were being discussed, diluted. And we went to the chief minister, we went to the education minister, and they are pressuring the government on behalf of us. None other than any politicians will support private unaided school. But the beauty in Karnataka is we have an elected representative among us itself, so we were able to raise that. Morning you saw Mr. MLC Puttana, he was the voice. He is the one and only one who is raising voice like endlessly. So because of that, in the house, in the parliament, in the upper house, there is a beautiful healthy discussions happening and some conscience are happening. So that is the beauty. We request even other states so that they make understand. If you have a teachers representatives, they will better understand, because it is again give and take. Tomorrow they have to come to us for a vote. Thank you.
Finally, after listening to the day-long discussions, one thing is for sure, future days are not that easy. It's going to be tough, particularly to the budget schools. The news will be there always, unless and until the government equalizes whatever the implementation to the government school as well as the private school, then this will not much trouble to the private schools. If there is a partiality, if it happens to more of the partiality, then it's going to be troublesome and it's going to be tough. As long as Mr. Amit said, if that has been these type of seminars, discussions, if it happens across the country, then we all can breathe little freely, because there also, if the voice raises everywhere, this can be easily help to snub these differences between a government school and the private schools. Hopefully, the day was excellent. Many of things, what we have to learn, we have learned. We have almost educated ourselves, and there is little more to get educated. And by looking at reading it, like what Srinivas said, we have to keep on 2-3 times memorizing, reading, memorizing, and understanding between the lines properly, and then only we can solve this problem. Thankfully, this day has been organized. Sashikumar took the initiative. It was fantastic. Give them the big hand so that we all got educated. Thank you.
To conclude, I would like to ask you a question. In Karnataka, you know very well, who is the power star in the film industry? Power star in film industry? He is no more, but there is one more in Karnataka education. There is a power star. Can anybody guess? That is Sashikumar. It is told by you, approved by all, not by me. So I just ask question. So everybody knows that he is the power star of education in Karnataka. Not only in Karnataka, he is going to have influence on other states, including NISA. He has lot of arguments with NISA, and they know very well. He is the fighter. He is the fighter, and everybody knows about it. And I shall appreciate the efforts made by Sashikumar, the power star in education, for conducting this conference. Even though the balloon of chapter 8, which was pumped in by all since yesterday. And when he invited also, he said chapter 8 is very important. And that balloon was burst by Mr. Rajendra Singh from Maharashtra. But it's a very important chapter. It is a warning for all of us. What he said also is right. Why you want to create noise? Why you want to make noise about it? Because everybody knows that government officials, they don't read any policy. They don't know anything about that. We people are only trying to educate them and bring the issue. So what we are now take away from us is that we have to be watchful, we have to be very careful, very cautious, and where we are doing from Goa, we want to be in the fight with others, because one day it may come to us also. We cannot keep quiet, we have to fight. And that's what I think Shashi Kumar thought, that it is a very important chapter and we should think about it. All other chapters may be very good for us. So this is a very timely conference, and at the same time I would like to announce that in Goa we are going to have conference, national conference in the month of September mostly. The date is not finalized. I would like to invite all of you from here. In fact, we will send invitation to all, and we will continue to do this same, not topic, but same NEP 2020 along with other subjects, and I hope by that time lot of changes may be there, because we are only the fighters, we are only learned about the policy, and other government school authorities, they are not bothered about it. The policy is enacted, we have to just follow, and they are not following, not implementing, but we are afraid of the implementation which may affect us. So with this I would like to thank all the volunteers. Gulf Shah was in touch with me all the time, asking me for the various information. Thank you, Gulf Shah, and Mr. Kiran has done a wonderful job.
Sir,
of
I have
comparing.
one thing, sir. I just want to conclude from, sir, let us stop comparing with the government schools, because government schools are community properties, and it is our duty and responsibility of the people living in that particular community to look after that asset, and it belongs to the whole community, and parents affording students to your schools or to our schools.
Yes, it is sir.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು.
ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ, ಇದು ಡಿಬೇಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಷನ್ ಸೆಷನ್, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋಣ.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ, ಇದು ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕಾಮನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, and we have ward committees and ward what you call house fire parties stationed at the panchayat level and everything there. Please stop comparing your schools with the government schools, because the properties belong to the community, and whatever is there you can afford to do to the communities is much better, because national school safety policy has got same guidelines for the government schools as well as the private schools, because you are affordable, they are not affordable. That is only this one I wanted to suggest. Thank you, sir.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಈಗ ಕಂಪ್ಯಾರಿಸನ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದು, ಐ ಜಸ್ಟ್, ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಮನೆಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಕುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಇಸ್ಕಿ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗದೆ ಇದ್ದಂಗೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳಂತ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇದು ಪಾಲಿಸಿಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಕೆಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಶ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಂಬರ್ ಒನ್. ಎರಡನೇದು, ಎಸ್ ಆಸ್ ಖಂಡಿತ ನೀವು ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ ನಾವು ಧನ್ಯರು. ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಲವಿಂಗ್ ಟು ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಗೋವಾ, ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲಿ, ನೋ ಡೌಟ್.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಅದು 5 days ಅಂತೆ, ನಂಬರ್ ಒನ್. ಅಂಡ್ ನನ್ನ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು ಅರ್ಜೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಆ ಫ್ಲೈಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಚ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೊಮಟಿ ರೆಡ್ಡಿ ಅವರು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದು ಅವರ ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮನವಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಐ ವುಡ್ ಕಾಲ್ ಅಪಾನ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಯಾ ಸರ್, ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸನ್ ಸರ್, ಹಾನರ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಬೇಗ. ಮನ್ಸೂರ್ ಜಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್, ಮನ್ಸೂರ್ ಜಿ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಅವರು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೂ ಸಹಕಾರವಾಗಿ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯ ಬೆಂಬಲ ಸೂಚಿಸುವಂತ ಇಕ್ಬಾಲ್ ಸರ್ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಇಕ್ಬಾಲ್ ಸರ್. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಮೆತ್ತಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಮಧು ವೆಂಟ. ಇಕ್ಬಾಲ್ ಸರ್. ತಮಿಳುನಾಡಿಂದ ಜಾನ್ ಕೆನಡಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇವ್ರುಗಳು ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ವಿತೌಟ್ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗ್. ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಸರ್ಚಿಂಗ್ ಹಿಮ್ ಟು ಆನರ್. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಸಂಘಟಿತರು ಸತ್ಯಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸನ್ ಅವರು ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗೆ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಇಂದ ಯಾರು ಇದ್ರೆ, ಮೈನಾರಿಟಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಿಂದ ಇದ್ರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದು ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಯೋಜನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಹಕರಿಸಿದಂತ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಸದಸ್ಯರುಗಳು ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ನಟೇಶು, ಶ್ರೀಧರ್, ಗಿರೀಶ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಮಧು ಮತ್ತೆ ಹುಡುಗರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ, ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಚಂದ್ರು. ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ ಸತ್ಯಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರೇ, ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ ಸರ್, ನಾನಿನ್ನೂ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಅರ್ಜೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ KPMTCC ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇವೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರವಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಎಂ.ಎ. ಆನಂದ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ವಿತರಿಸಬೇಕು. ಎಂ.ಎ. ಆನಂದ್ ಅವರು ಅವರಿಗೊಂದು ಗಾರ್ಲೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡಿ. ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಿಸುವಂತ ಪಾತ್ರವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿದಂತಹ ಗುಲ್ಶಾ ಅಸ್ಮಿ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಖಾಂತರವೇ ಒಂದು ಕಿರು ಸನ್ಮಾನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮನವಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಗಾಯತ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಗುಲ್ಶನ್, ಸುಪ್ರಿಯಾ ಇಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ಸುಪ್ರಿಯಾ ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಮೋಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇವೆ.
मैं शुभकामनाएं देता हूं शशि जी द्वारा ऑर्गेनाइज किए जाने वाले इवेंट के लिए और इसकी सफलता के लिए. मुझे पूर्ण उम्मीद है कि शशि जी द्वारा जो ये कार्य किया जा रहा है इसके बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट रिजल्ट्स निकलेंगे और हम SSS स्टेट स्कूल स्टैंडर्ड अथॉरिटी को लेकर जो प्रयास कर रहे हैं, जिसकी शुरुआत तेलंगाना से की गई, फिर हरियाणा में की गई और अब जो है इसको लेकर शशि जी द्वारा एक बहुत बड़ा इवेंट ऑर्गेनाइज किया जा रहा है। तो मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि इसके बहुत अच्छे सकारात्मक परिणाम निकलेंगे, जिससे एजुकेशन में एक बहुत बड़ा चेंज लाने में हम कामयाब होंगे। कुछ ही दिन पहले, अभी 2 दिन पहले ही मेरी हरियाणा के आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के साथ मीटिंग हुई, वर्चुअल मीटिंग, जिसमें मैंने बहुत सारे मुद्दों को SSS को लेकर, स्टेट स्कूल फाइनेंस कॉर्पोरेशन को लेकर, सभी मुद्दों को बड़ी सफलता के साथ उठाने में मैं कामयाब हुआ। तो उसका वीडियो भी मैं आपको भेज रहा हूँ। उम्मीद है कि ये भी आपको अच्छा लगेगा और हम सब मिलकर इसकी सफलता के लिए प्रयास करेंगे। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಲ್ಭೂಷಣ್ ಅವರು ಬರಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅನಾರೋಗ್ಯ, ಪಾಪ ಟಿಕೆಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಜೊತೆ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದಾದ ನಂತರ ಈ ಆಸ್ ಅಗೇನ್ ಅವಾಗವಾಗ ಪಾಪ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಕುಲ್ಭೂಷಣ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಇದು ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆನೆ ಬರಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಟಿಕೆಟ್ ಕೂಡ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಅವರು ನಿಮಗೊಂದು ಮೆಸೇಜನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ಒಂದು ಶುಭ ಕಾಮನವನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ್ಸಿನ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿರುವುದು, ಕುಸ್ಮಾ ಸದಸ್ಯರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಕೀಸಾ ಅವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರ ಒಂದು ಸಹಭಾಗಿತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ KPMTCC ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಜೊತೆಗೂಡಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಜೊತೆ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸ್ತೀರಾ, ನಮ್ಮ ಧ್ವನಿಗೆ ಧ್ವನಿ ಆಗ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸ್ತಾ, ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಆಲ್ ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ಸ್ ಗೋಸ್ ಟು ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಪಾರ್ಸಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್, ಅಮಿತ್ ಚಂದ್ರ, ಥಾಮಸ್ ಕೂಡ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನಲ್ಲಿ ಜೊತೆಗೂಡಿ 10 ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಗಂಟೆ 1.5 ಗಂಟೆಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಝೂಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ಗಳು ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಸಜ್ಜುಗೊಳಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಕಮ್ ಔಟ್ ವೆಲ್. ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ನಾವು ಅಪ್ರಿಷಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಆಲ್. ಅಂಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ಲೀಸ್ ಸಾರಿ, ಈ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಕಷ್ಟ ಬಿದ್ದು ಈ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಿರಣ್ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ, ಒಂದು ಸನ್ಮಾನವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮನವಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ಅರ್ಚನಾ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಜಯಶ್ರೀ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಹಾಡನ್ನ ಹೇಳೋದ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಮಗೆ ಅವ್ರ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದನೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅರೇಂಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂತವರು ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ, ಹಾಗೂ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾಮನ್ಸು ಮತ್ತೆ LED ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸುದರ್ಶನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಮನು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಹುಡುಗರು ಇನ್ನೂ ಮುಂದಾಳತ್ವ ವಹಿಸಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಅಭಿಲಾಷೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಆಲ್.
Guests, before you leave, tea is organized, so make sure that you have your tea. Thank you so much for coming and have a good evening.